The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Get ready for a dogfight at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Elite players continue to take our breath away with their daring play. It's blue skies for Maverick Fabiano Caruana, who played dangerously, but outgunned a spiraling Elshan Moradiabadi to solidify his top spot in the standings. Irina Krush has caught fire and is coming in hot, winning her third straight game, dealing Talia Cervantes a goose egg to cruise into a tie for first place. The leaders are flying high. Will they continue to climb, or will they crash and burn? Day 7 of adrenaline-fueled chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the 2022 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Behind me is a plane belonging to the U.S. Navy's Blue Angels, who are famous for their precision formation flying. Well, we're definitely going to be looking for some precise moves over the chessboard as well. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
From the home of chess in the United States, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the 7th round of the U.S. Chess Championships and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. I'm Anastasiya Karlovych. Hello everyone, and I'm here joined by my great grandmaster co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
Awesome, Anastasiya, as well.
Yasser, we are already on the round 7.
Yes.
6 rounds are already in the history of United States chess, and it's been really exciting half. What do you think about it?
Well, Anastasiya, if the second half is anything like the first, it's going to be all fun and games. I tell you, it was great. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining our show. Round 6 featured something really extraordinary. I'm not used to seeing it. 6 out of the 7 games that were decisive were won by the black pieces. White had been dominating right up until yesterday. What will round 7 bring? Well, we're about to find out. Anastasiya, who are our leaders? Let's start with the ladies.
Let's check the leaders, and we have actually 2 of them, because Irina Krush just joined Jennifer Yu on the lead. Yesterday she won the game, and both of them have 4.5 points. Alice Lee, Megan Lee, they have 4 points. They share the 3rd place. And then we have Tati Abrahamyan on the 5th place, and Begim with
Liang.
Yes. She has, both of them are tied for the 6th place.
With 50%. And in the open section, what about our leaderboard there?
So Fabiano Caruana managed to increase his lead to 1 point. He is on the 1st place with 4.5 points, and then we have Ray Robson and Sam Sevian. They share the 2nd place together, also with a Wonder Liang. And then Wesley So, Leinier, Dominguez, Jeffrey, Xiong, all of them have 50%.
Trailing pack. And our formats for our 2 national championships.
And the format, we have 14 players in each tournament. It's round-robin event, everyone will play with everyone, and then we have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the games, and then 30 seconds increment for move 1. No draw offers, fighting until the end.
You mentioned the schedule. We're almost halfway through. What's our remaining schedule look like?
So we have 4 rounds until we have the 2nd rest day, which will come on October 16th. Then 3 rounds more, and then playoffs if needed on October 20th.
Great. I see that we got more details coming in about the closing ceremonies. Let's have a peek at what they are.
So everybody can actually visit the closing ceremony. You just need to buy the ticket, $25 per person. And
then, a bargain!
Yeah, and then we have so many things to do. 6 p.m. cocktail party, and then we have awarding ceremony itself at 7 p.m. and then after party with DJ. Sounds great, Yasser.
Absolutely.
Are you ready to dance?
Yes. Looking forward to it. And Cristian, you're with us today. Good to see you, my friend. Tell us about the challenges laying ahead for our tournament leaders.
Great to see you guys. Great to be back in the studio as we enter the second half of the event. The two championships are heating up, and let's take a look at the road ahead of our leaders. We're going to start with the open section. Well, this is a one-man show up to this point, and it's that man, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Today he will be facing with the white pieces. Alexander Lenderman, actually last year when he needed a victory with the black pieces, managed to outplay Alexander Lenderman, and that was a crucial victory. Maybe he can pull a victory as well. He will definitely try today because he also has the white pieces tomorrow in round 8 against Sam Sevian with the black pieces, in round number 9 with the white pieces against Liang, and in round 10 against the 15-year-old teenager Christopher Yu, also with the black pieces. And let's take a look at where these four players are in the standings right now. We see Sam Sevian and a wonder Liang tied for second position, 1 point behind Fabiano Caruana. Alex Lenderman and Christopher Yu are tied for the 5th position, and actually Christopher Yu has had so many decisive results in this tournament, and that one in particular, the victory with the black pieces against Wesley. So all of these 4 games are going to be extremely tough for our leader. And let's take a look at what we have in the ladies section. The road ahead for one of our co-leaders, Grandmaster Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion. Today, with the black pieces, she will be facing Ruyang Yan in round 8, Sophie Morris-Suzuki, round 9 against the youngest competitor in the field, Alice Lee, only 12 years of age, with the black pieces, and a big clash with Rochelle Wu in round 10. And where do these ladies stand right now in the standings? We see Alice Lee has been having a fantastic event so far. This is her first US Chess Championships, and she's definitely proving that she deserves to be here. Ruyang Yan tied for the 6th position in the middle of the pack, Rochelle Wu tied for the 8th position, and Sophie Morris-Suzuki tied for the 12th position, struggling up to this point. And we do have another co-leader, a player that we have been talking about quite a lot, and actually I highlighted her yesterday during the open of the show. That is woman Grandmaster Jennifer Yu, who has been impressing so far in the event. Today she will be facing with the black pieces Megan Lee. That one is a big clash. Round 8 against her good friend Rochelle Wu, round 9 against Eswaran, and round 10 against the 2-time national champion Nazi Paikidze. Needless to say, she has a very tough road ahead, especially today. That game against Megan Lee, who has been impressing so far. We remember that game against Irina Krush, where she defended valiantly in a very difficult position. Ashrita Eswaran, well, she's warming up. Back-to-back victories after a slow start, and right now tied for 8th position. Rochelle Wu also tied for the 8th position and tied for the 12th position. Definitely not having a great event is Nazi Paikidze. Guys, needless to say, we have so many amazing games and so many combative rounds ahead of us at the US Championships.
Wow, well, thank you for that, Cristian, as we see the players who have gotten through the security check. Time for the coffee break there. As 28 competitors, the security checks have been very, I want to say, thorough. As we have our fair play rules here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And Anastasiya, please do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for all the pairings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's check the ladies. We just saw Jennifer Yu, yes, on the screens, and she plays against Megan Lee.
That will be our marquee matchup, absolutely, for sure. Look at all the points that are between those two competitors.
And then Begin will play with her friend Tati Abrahamyan, and it's going to be a really interesting fight between two friends, but still have to fight over the board.
Absolutely.
Then we have Irina Krush playing with black pieces against Ruyang Yan, and also Alice Lee will play against Rochelle Wu.
And in the open pairings, what can we expect there? What are our big clashes?
I'm wondering who is stronger, Sam Shankland or Sam Sevian. It's going to be a big fight between Sam.
Will the real Sam step forward, right?
Yes. And Fabiano Caruana will play against Alex Lenderman. Ray Robson will play against Wesley So.
A big clash of titans there, absolutely.
And I will also look forward to check the game Jeffrey Xiong against I wonder. Liang.
Absolutely. There we see Leinier Dominguez adjusting the white pieces. Now what he is doing is just making sure that each and every piece is centered on the square. And it's a habit that I picked up almost from the time that I started playing chess. I wanted my pieces to always be on the center of the square. Did you do the same thing prior
I
to the
did,
play?
yes. Yeah, I also
Yeah.
like this order. And it's nice to see actually Wesley so in a good mood chatting with Leonard. You can hear them laughing. It's great to be in a good mood before the round.
There are two types of players. Those players who adjust their knights so that they're facing the opponent, and then the other players are the players who twist their knight's head so they're looking sideways. What about yourself?
I think I like when they look forward.
There,
Yeah, so
I'm the
ready to
sideways.
jump, into the game. What about you, Yasser?
I'm the sideways guy.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. As we hear the bell sound starting round 7, and there we see Megan Lee, 1e4 and e5 by Jennifer. And of course, these players will be fighting for 3 weeks for the national championship titles. But beside that, a lot of money comes with their success. Let's start with the ladies. What are they fighting for?
Exactly, a lot of them. 160,000 and 500. Huge prize fund. And
Exactly.
the first place will get 40,000. The winner, the champion, will get 40, and then 30 and 20 for the second and third place, all the way to 14th place. And the last place even gets 3,000. Really decent price.
Very nice. And in the open section, what are they fighting for there?
And in the open section, players are fighting for 262,000 prize fund, 60 for the winner, the champion of America, and then 45 for the second place and 35 for the third one.
Very, very handsome prize funds indeed. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, not only for putting on a magnificent event, but also for the great prizes that the players are fighting for. The Battle of the Two Sands.
Exactly.
As we
You
see
can
in Berlin with castles, we're sure to see knight takes e4. And as round 7 gets underway, any surprises for you so far, Christian? Just checking the action?
No, absolutely not. Well, first of all, the action right now is not
Waiting.
updating. It's not updating for me. Maybe it updates for you on your boards. Yes, sir.
No
But
updates.
as standings go, I have to say I'm not impressed by the fact, not necessarily impressed, but not surprised by Fabiano Caruana's lead as of right now. In my opinion, he definitely came into this tournament with a chip on his shoulder. He's been having a lot of rough events in the last couple of months with the Olympiad as well as the candidates. So I was definitely looking at what he will bring to the table, and he's definitely showing a different Fabiano in this one. And of course, in the ladies section, we know Irina Krush. She can definitely win games on command. And of course, Jennifer Ryu, she impressed us as well during the US Juniors. We were calling the action for that one as well.
Right.
And we were expecting that she will bring her A game in this one also.
Absolutely. As we were coming in our broadcast too, Christian, you were mentioning that for Fabi, he would like to press his luck today. That is to say, he just won with the black pieces against Alshon. Today he's playing the white pieces against the lower-rated Alexander Lenderman, and he's feeling it. He really wants to hit while the iron is hot, right?
If it's not broken, don't fix it. Yeah,
Right.
You're winning games. You might as well continue winning games and extending your lead. And this is exactly what I think his mindset will be going into this event. And we can see already a very aggressive stance by Fabiano. He played this move Queen to C2, and after D takes C4, not the usual Queen takes C4, but rather E4. That's an interesting wrinkle, I have to say.
Definitely a twist I'm not used to. Just looking at this, I mean, it's kind of funny. Sometimes, you just think about a move like E4 exactly at this moment. So Queen C2, D takes D4. I probably suspect in the database there are 10,000 games.
No.
less?
Actually, yes, you're right. Yes.
Less?
Not 10,000 games, 1,800 with queen takes e4.
Right,
And
automatically.
Yes.
And only 200 with e4.
Right. I mean, I've had this position on multiple occasions as white, and really, I mean, I was like blinded. I didn't see any other move beside queen takes c4.
Exactly.
In fact, the move e2, e4 just, it's a decent move. It just somehow
Never
it
came
does.
to your mind.
Right. I mean, I was always thinking that I'm playing queen c2 in order to recapture with the queen, and the move e2, e4, as Cristian just mentioned, while it's been played before, it's very, very rare compared to queen takes e4. What is it about the move e2, e4 that you think attracted Fabi?
Well, what attracted him is the fact that he actually faced it against Firouzja in 2020. Firouzja played this against him, so he gave him some ideas. It's incredible and quite impressive to see how these players, whenever they play a game, they take notes. Oh, you played this against me. It means that you probably looked at it and it's probably playable. So I might as well try it myself as well. This is exactly what we're seeing right now from Fabiano. And by the way, I have to say, seeing Lenderman think as early as move 5, we know he is a theoretical wizard, I have to say, Alexander Lenderman. He always knows what he's doing in the opening phase of the game, especially if we remember this tournament against Christopher Yu. With the white pieces, he had such an amazing opening preparation, and he did play the move b5. He did not expect this idea with e4, and right now he will have to figure things out over the chessboard without any prior extensive knowledge. I'm sure he knows some ideas, but he doesn't have the extensive knowledge that we know Fabiano has.
He looks puzzled a little bit, right? And he played b5 move, and he took off his mask. Because he wants to drink.
So b7, b5, a move I certainly has my full stamp of approval. Simply defending the pawn. The one thing that I might quiz about the moves queen c2 followed by e4 is the fact the pawn on d4 is a little bit less protected with the queen on d1. Of course, if you could play bishop takes c4, you're happy. So one move I would definitely consider is the move bishop g4. After all, if I eliminate this knight, I can then pick up a second pawn. And if you have to play, just for argument's sake, a move like bishop e3, it does have the consequence that you would allow me to double the pawns on f3. But the move b7, b5 sure looks like a legit move. You're going to play the Slav defense? Well, b7, b5 is part and parcel. Two ways for white to...
b3 was played.
He just arrived and played
immediately b3.
They're still following the game of Firouzja versus Caruana.
Right. I was about to say that there are two approaches that white can make in these types of positions. One is to play a2, a4 with the idea to weaken b5 and then follow it up with b3, or to start with b3 and then just go for a straight pawn sacrifice with c4 takes b3, a3, a2 takes b3. And what happened in that pawn sacrifice game then? What was it that Fabi found he didn't like for black?
So this is how that game continued. By the way, at this point you have a couple of moves. E6 is by far the most played. G6 is also an option. Try to develop the bishop and fianchetto it on g7. After the move e6, which Fabiano played, bishop to d3 was Firouzja's response, a very natural response that is. And Fabiano went with bishop to b7, castle and bishop to e7. Very natural display of development in the position. Don't waste any time by playing a5. Just get your pieces out as fast as possible and try to play for the very typical break c5. This is what black is trying to do. Castle, knight d7, a6 potentially reinforcing the support of the pawn on b5, and then play the move c5. If you manage to get the move c5 in a good setup, then your position is going to be perfectly fine. Now, what you have to worry right now is, of course, the pawn on b5, and this is how the game continued. Rook to d1 was played, And I'm quite curious to see where Fabiano's novelty lies in this game, because it's going to be very interesting. It's very natural for Alex to continue and play these moves, bishop to b7 and bishop to e7. So I'm expecting something similar to that. We're going to have to wait and see where Fabiano is going to come up with an improvement, because he surely will. And I'm looking at the engine eval as well, and it's about equal. About equal, maybe giving white a little bit of an edge. Nevertheless, it's all about how much you've studied this position in anticipation of this game. How much knowledge do you have about the position? Because if you make a bad move, if you make the wrong move, instead of a5, maybe knight to d7, you're already plus 0.5, right?
Right.
That's a pretty decent advantage, right? I go knight to c3. Now the engine is thinking a little bit more, plus 0.6, 0.8. So there's definitely pitfalls in the position. My understanding is that at the right moment, white is going to go e5, kick the knight away, get the knight to e4, and we're going to see an attack coming on the king side against the king that is going to most likely castle. I'm ready for it. I have my queen on c2, my bishop on d3. Once I open up this diagonal, you will have to deal with a lot of pressure on the pawn on h7. So there's still some time left before black finishes his development, and white is going to try to take advantage of that extra time that he has to arrange their pieces on the best squares at the cost of a pawn.
Right, and there aren't that many targets in Lenderman's position, so that's going to be very interesting. Let's turn our attention to the ladies' game. Ru Yang as white. This will take you down memory lane, Cristian, as Irina Krush, who has quite a variety, I want to say, of Sicilians in her repertoire. She's also noted as a classical Sicilianist with the move d7, d6. Today went
E5.
right down the main lines of Sveshnikov. And this was played in the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano. Now, this is I want to say, a really well-known position. And I remember back in the 70s and 80s, there was this really tricky move order that white sometimes played with the move c2, c3, which, trust me, takes you down a real rabbit hole. But a2, a4 was a novelty that Fabi played. I think, well, the team, yeah. Speak on behalf of the team. Who came up with a2, a4?
I don't think a4 was a novelty. No,
okay.
A4 was definitely not a novelty. I don't remember exactly who came with this idea, but we were looking at this variation for weeks, pretty much. Since the match started, and we understood that Magnus is most likely going to go with the Sveshnikov in pretty much all his games. We started looking for ideas, and we came up with a lot of ideas. Finally, we landed on this knight to d5, and of course, we all broke our necks analyzing this position and trying to understand where his ideas lie, where Magnus's ideas lie. And it's a very volatile position, I have to say. Black, it doesn't look like he's doing much right now, but very easily he can play moves such as g5, follow it up with f4, and he's very ready to open things up on the king side. Of course, white is enjoying for the moment a nice space advantage on the queen side, and of course you're enjoying some weaknesses that you want to work with. The pawn on a5, potentially c3 followed by b4 is an idea as well. Try to kick the knight away from a c5. That knight is most likely going to land in the center. It's a very volatile position, and I have to say, whoever, once again, knows better the middle game, because it's all about the middle game. We were seeing a lot of positions when we were analyzing this knight to d5 in which black was sacrificing 1, 2 pawns, and it didn't seem like he has a lot of compensation, but as we were going through the lines, we understood it's actually long-term compensation. That attack on the king side is going to come very quickly, and white will have to be very precise in order to keep that at bay. So it's not an easy position for either side.
Yeah, so I think it's actually a good choice by Irina Krush against her young opponent, right? To have this complicated position where most probably she simply knows more.
Oh, yes.
Yes, but
I like the theory. Let's take a look at the practice.
Yes.
I'm seeing 1 hour 32 for Liang. I'm seeing 1 hour 32 for Irina Krush as well, which means both ladies came
prepared.
very, very well prepared
Yes.
indeed. And what's the latest and greatest on this position? How does white fare in this line?
Well, right now there is a big threat in
Okay.
the position. You have to address that as black. What is the threat? b4. And you don't want to allow b4 just yet. You want to make white work for it, because after b4, you take on b4, you take on b4, the pawn on a4 is actually protected by both the queen and the rook. So I have two protectors. What you should do as black in the
Bishop
position
f6 maybe?
is bishop to d7.
Ah, no, you cannot play
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Bishop to
whoa.
d7, yes.
My spidey sense just jumped. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So
Keep
what
going.
happens? Yes.
You can take on d6, and I can take back with the bishop, and you can take back, and then I can take on a4.
Yes.
Right.
And then we go into those type of tactical melees. And bishop d7, by the way, was played.
Oh, really?
Bishop
Okay.
d7
Yes.
on the board.
And this is the best move by far.
By far.
If you do allow white to go b4, white is going to have an advantage. So you have to make white labor for that expansion, to see that expansion successfully land on the board. Bishop
Can we
to
check
d7
this
does not
line
allow
96? Just for fun.
Sure,
just to see
absolutely,
what, like what's
absolutely,
going
yeah.
on there.
I must-
Immediately bishop
that.
b4.
Perhaps
or
I can
after
start with bishop to d6, just to not give you any extra options.
Yes. Take and bishop.
Now take on a4.
Right.
And let's say you can take still with the rook, no?
I think you have to
Yes.
take with the
and
rook,
Queen
yes.
d6, and what now? Where you
I-
have your rook?
Drop my rook.
Yes.
So I've traded my a4 pawn
Yes.
for the d6 pawn. So I have a passer, which is blockaded, and maybe you have the better minor piece. Your knight is strong, but I'm sure this is theoretical. And how do the engines evaluate this theory?
Yes, b4 actually is just a very bad move. It has never been played.
Yeah, but we were looking at bishop,
Bishop
knight takes
takes
d6.
d6,
Yeah.
yes.
Knight takes d6 has been played once, but it allows black after this, bishop takes a4, rook takes a4, rook to f4. This seems to be close to equal,
I see that.
but it
on
doesn't seem like black has any big difficulties. I can just simply go g6, maybe even knight to e4, but solidifying the position with g6 seems to be the right solution.
Right.
And once again, you still have this guy
Right.
to worry about. And if you do play the move c4, guess what? Your bishop becomes weaker, right?
Yes.
Because it's shooting towards its own
Flanks,
pawns.
yeah.
So, and it's very difficult. I have such a nice blockading setup. You cannot advance the pawns and make d6, d7, and put a lot of pressure through that expansion. That's not possible. So white is actually, unfortunately, stuck at this point. She decided, actually she has not decided yet against that, but I do believe that we're not going to see knight takes d6. Rook to e1 seems to be the best move. Try to improve the position even more. Rook to e1 followed by bishop to f3 and things of that nature. Maybe even land the rook on e6 at times. A sacrifice, of course, you have to be ready for that, and it's not a given that's going to be successful. But those are the ideas that
Right.
we're seeing in this position right now.
All right, fantastico. By the way, knight takes a5. Such moves probably tactically just don't work. Knight takes a5, rook takes a5, b4, bishop takes a4. I could have an issue. All right.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Christian, for that. Turning our attention to our other code leader, Jennifer Yu, the Scotch.
Scotch, yes, Scotch.
When you don't like the Berlin,
Yes.
and when you don't like the Joko piano, the Scotch
Yes,
comes in their stead.
Actually, I played this line. So
As white
you
or black?
As black.
Okay.
And you can play bishop c5, or you can start with queen f6. There are actually two options here to get to the same position. For
Okay.
example, if white would continue here with bishop e3 after bishop c5,
Okay.
you can play queen f6 here and
Right.
go to this position with c3. And there is a nice trick. If you take on c6, you take on e3, threatening checkmate first.
Okay.
So, like if you take here, knight e3, so white has to react. All right, take on
Not
e3,
very
and then you
nice.
spoil the system, the pawn structure. Yes.
Not very nice pawn structure for white.
Yes.
So what happened was Megan played knight b3.
avoiding this line with queen f6. Yes.
Main alternative to bishop e3 and c3,
Yes.
bishop b6, and I know I studied the games of Lubomir Lvojevic. He liked to throw in the move a4, a6 before playing knight c3, because his idea is to pursue this bishop, and that would provoke the move and knight e7. Megan said, no, I'm happy with knight c3, knight e7, because she wanted to get in bishop g5. Once again, threatening, intimating that she wants to play knight to d5, take advantage of this pin, and Jennifer said, stop it.
I know.
Get it, go away.
Yes.
Now, at first blush, you see a move like this, and you go, ooh, that's a kind of a ugly weakness, and in truth, it is. But also, in truth, if black castles, plays d6, she would probably be reaching for her f-pawn to attack in the center anyway. So
Yeah,
Jennifer,
it's a typical idea here, is to play f5 here or d5. So.
Right. So Jennifer reasons that the move f7, f6 isn't bad because she's anticipating that she'll be able to play f5 in the very near future. Castles, and now a4, but now a slight difference. Maybe black gets the option of a5 now that the knight is committed to the c3 square. So why is that important? I don't know if it is or if it isn't, but in this position, if you start with a4 right away.
What?
What just happened there, guys?
I just got a news
Where
that
he goes.
Leinier has left the playing hall.
Leinier has won his game. Oh my God.
Because
But
he
it just-
won.
Oh my goodness. Check this out, guys.
Oh no, a trap.
Check this out, guys. What just happened? This might be the quickest game
game
in the
ever.
U.S. chess championship
No, I
history.
know the quickest game in U.S. championship history, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Take on d5, queen takes d5, and bishop takes e4.
Right.
And he
Bishop takes
resigned.
e4.
If you take with a queen, I go rook e1, your bishop on e7 is hanging. If you take with a bishop, I go knight c3, you defend, I pick it up, I go rook e1 again, I pick up the bishop on e7. You are lost. You're losing one piece.
Right.
What a situation we have here at the U.S. Chess Championships. It's
10
been
minutes.
what?
How much?
15 minutes? Like
Yes, I don't know. Yes, sir. You
20
know.
where are
minutes.
we?
20 minutes.
Right?
minutes.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. I'll show you the quickest game in U.S. championship history. And for Leinier, this is amazing. He wasn't in time trouble the whole game.
He didn't manage.
Maybe he was in a little
my
time
God.
trouble. He left very, very early.
Oh my God.
Let me just get in this quick comment, and then we'll recover from the shock. If you play a5, a4, a5, then there's actually this move knight a3 and knight c4 can prove a little bit awkward. Let's just get to the game position as Jennifer's played, Megan has just played the move queen d2. Okay, this is quite stunning. Christian's taking a photo of the position. I mean, for his Facebook page. How did it happen? How did that game happen? It was a Russian.
It's a Petroff. Yeah,
Petroff.
Yeah. And we know that Leinier is also a Petroff player himself as well. But I'm in shock right now, I have to say. d4, d5, bishop d3, this is all very standard theory. Everybody knows this. Bishop to e7, bishop to f5. I think Leinier has played this. Fabiano Caruana has played this a couple of times. Nepo has played this countless of times as well. And yeah, just castle. He forgot about
Knight
d takes e4
c6.
first. D takes
Or
e4 first. That's an
d4.
option. Or knight to c6, of course. Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Two main
d
moves.
takes e4 seems to be by far the computer choice. The computer as well as the player's choice, with 46 games. Knight to c6 only 3 games, and castle only 1 game. And after castle taking on d5, I mean, you just lost a pawn.
Right.
You have to save your knight with the move knight to d6, something along those lines, because knight to c3 is coming, and it's coming quite quickly. Also, rook to e1, putting a lot of pressure on this guy. For example, if you go bishop to f6 and try to say that, yes, next move I will take on d5, I have a couple of options, one of them being rook to e1. Now, another one is to just simply defend my pawn with the move queen to b3. And if you take on d5, take on e4, take on e4, and then knight to c3, you might have some problems in that ensuing endgame. So things are already grim after c takes d5, but by the way, to see queen takes d5, and at this point, Elshan has 1 hour and 25 minutes on his clock. Leinier, 1 hour and 27 minutes. And he's probably just counting his blessings. He's like, what am I missing?
Right.
I guess this is what Elshan might have missed, the fact that you take, go knight c3,
Bishop
take on
f3,
f3,
yes.
I take, but then I take with a check.
Yes.
That's the
Intermezzo.
problem. Check, intermezzo, king to h8, I pick up the bishop and that's that.
Zwischenzug.
And I'm sure we'll chat with Leinier and see what he thinks of this game.
Well, as we get Leinier set up, I'll show you the shortest game ever played in a U.S. championship. It was between Kamran Shirazi and Jack Peters. It was played in Berkeley, California. And it was one of these, I want to say, wing gambit.
Yes, before I
games
used to
with-
play it also.
Yes, this type of thing. And let's see, I think it was takes
A3?
A3, D5.
Okay.
And
Main
Kamran
line.
had literally just sat down with the white pieces as he's playing all of these moves, and he
I see what's happening.
yes, oops, and it was 5 minutes into the round, and all of us were looking down, and
Wow.
Kamran had lost. But back to you, Christian, and our first guest of the day, very early, I must say.
Early bird.
Early bird.
Leinier, it's been 20 minutes since the start of this round. You came yesterday into the studio. You said that finally you have to pick things up and start winning games, and you did just that. What are your initial thoughts after this
Yeah, I mean,
situation unfolded?
I wanted to win some games, but I didn't expect it to be so quickly. Yeah, I mean, very unusual, of course. I think I haven't won a game like this in 20 years or something, but this is, of course, a well-known trick in this line. And, okay, Elshan doesn't play the Petroff usually, so I figured that he prepares something in rook e1 and knight bd2 here instead of c4, which is the line that I played in a couple of games before. So I was trying to pick a different line so that he would not be able to use his preparation and just get a normal position. But of course, there is this trick in this line, and when he was thinking after c4, I was very happy because I thought that they made the right choice. At least he has to think, or at least to remember some of his preparation. But when he went castle, then I suspected that he might have just missed this trick.
What was your reaction when you saw him touching the king and going for castle? Because after taking on d5, you're already close to
yeah,
a
I mean,
winning position.
this is already like a huge advantage here. So yeah, I mean, after he was thinking, when I play c4, I mean, I wasn't expecting, of course, that he would play this, but I knew that somehow he would. He was not that familiar with the position, and but of course, castle was a huge surprise after all.
And then he took on d5. Did he realize at this point, after taking on d5, that he's lost, or?
No, I think it was after I took on e4 that he realized. Yeah, I mean, after you play castle, of course, I strongly suspected that he was going to take on d5 because you don't play castle in order to play knight d6 or a move like that.
Did he think about taking on d5?
Yeah, just for, I mean, maybe
just
30 seconds.
30
or something.
seconds.
Yeah, something like that. So it was his intention to transpose to the main line, of course, but he was not sure what's the best way. And he thought probably that after queen takes d5, rook e1, knight c6, it's the line that he wanted to play, but it just doesn't work in this move order.
Yeah, absolutely. Leinier, I mean, what else can be said about the game? Congratulations. That's a huge victory for you to enter the second half of the event. Now, since there's only 20 minutes since the start of the round, we're going to work you a little bit. So let's take a look at some of the...
No free day for you.
No free day for you. Let's take a look at some of the other games that are happening right now. Fabiano also came with this idea. Queen c2 take on c4 and e4. Do you know anything about this line?
Yeah, I used to play this line. I mean, I used to play the Slav as black, and I remember analyzing queen c2 takes. Of course, queen takes c4, it's the main line, and then bishop f5 for bishop g4. But there is this idea to play e4 and sack a pawn like this to b5, b3.
Have you ever faced it yourself?
No. I remember analyzing it for black at some point like maybe 15 years ago. but I don't think I got to play the line as black ever.
And now we have this position on the board, a6. Things are happening quickly. Knight to c3, castle, knight to c3. Of course, castle is not possible for black right now because after e5, drop the pawn on h7. So how should black finish the development in this position?
Well, usually, yeah. I mean, knight goes on d7, bishop on b7, but this is the type of pawn sacrifice which is slightly unpleasant for black. You also get some of those positions in the Catalan and in some positions of the Queen's Gambit where, yeah, white is down a pawn, but a lot of space. You have the center, and you have always this e5, knight to e4 ideas. The black's king is always a little bit uncomfortable in the center, or even in the king side if the pawn gets to e5, which it will.
And by the way, bishop to b7 is on the board right now.
Yeah, and then probably something like a rook d1, and just black still cannot castle because of e5.
So at some point, black probably has
yeah,
to get
we'll
ready.
probably play some h6. But yeah, even if white goes like bishop f4 and just play normal moves, it should be quite nice play for white, I guess. But of course, it's a game. It's
a long-lasting compensation.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see the sequence of events that happened in your game, actually, and you take us through this situation. Wow. Everybody was flabbergasted. What just happened? 5 minutes, did they agree to a draw? What just happened? We see Hans in the back also, our photographers as well. It seems like even our chief arbiter is stunned. He's like, whoa, this was not supposed to happen right now. Now I have to want somebody. Did they want you after the game?
No, I mean, there's no point.
There's no point.
There's no point in checking me because it's.
And you seemed a little bit distraught as well. What were your emotions right now?
No, I mean I felt sorry for him because just to lose a game like this is just very painful. And after he's having a bad tournament, and you can lose, but I mean to lose like this, it's not nice at all. So I saw that he was really sad, but yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is competitive sports, and these things do happen. Guys, any questions before we let Leinier go?
No, just I want to echo your exact thoughts as well, Leinier, that it's been 20 years since I won a game in an opening trap at this level of the national championship. That was quite a gift, and go enjoy yourself.
Yes, congratulations. Yes, it was expected, but really nice victory. Sometimes it happens.
Exactly. Just going around the boards for a moment, I'm looking at the game between Talia and Anna, both Talia Cervantes, that is, and Anna Zatonskih, both players needing to make a result.
Yes.
Really, especially Talia, who just came off of 5 draws and a loss to Irina Krush. She's white. And in Anna's games, Queen's Gambit declined has been Anna's main go-to defense throughout her career. And I always liked these Soviet championships where they had these beautiful, long-winded maneuvers where the knight would come all the way to g7, followed by bishop to f5, and you would trade off the light-squared bishops. Still, I mean, Sami Reshevsky and others would say, okay, you get to do what you want to do, which is to trade off your light-squared bishop. In the meantime, I'll end up trying to create a weakness on the c6 pawn with the move b4, b5. Sometimes white also throws in the move bishop takes f6 just to create a further imbalance. But, you know, it took me back a few decades there, seeing that way of play. By the way, in the game between Liang and Irina Krush, we were saying 132, 132. Yes. Well, guess what? Liang went into a deep think after the move bishop to d7. Maybe not so familiar as her opponent, bishop f3. And by the way, gift me the pawn now. I'm ready to make a capture. No, you're not, says Irina. I'll just play rook a6. And as Cristian was saying. It's really about preventing white from playing this move, B2, B4.
Yeah.
She covers the pawn on D6 and says, okay, do your worst. By the way, slowly but surely, I'm winding up for some kingside expansions with G5 and F4, or
You
even
don't ask
G5,
Irina
G4.
twice, yes, to
Exactly.
play G5, G4.
Exactly.
The previous game, she showed also she wants to attack.
So we'll keep an eye on
Such
that
moves.
one. And then Jennifer, this was the Megan Lee, Queen D2, castles, Knight E5 on the board. Going to be very interesting. I love these games, Anastasiya. I don't know if you share my enthusiasm. Kings on opposite flanks.
Of course, I
Then you just
absolutely
go,
share your enthusiasm.
Yeah, then you just go a little bit
sure.
crazy. You take liberties, I want to say, with the play.
I'm not sure how do you create an attack for White's king, because I don't see it right now. But
Yeah.
maybe what she tries to say that, of course, if White takes on e5, you will take with f pawn,
That's
and then you
nice.
will improve. That's why we have f6 pawn, right?
Absolutely. No, that is very nice,
Yes,
of course.
and you have two bishops. So of course it's not the case. And let's say now maybe she will think about even playing f5, even though she has. Maybe sometimes you can think about something like this to activate your pieces, because this knight
Exactly.
on e7 maybe is not really
Not the
enjoying.
best, right?
Yes,
I
time
see
now.
maybe the queen kind of crawling a little bit
Also-
towards the c4 square. So maybe something like queen e8, queen f7, with the idea of attacking the square on c4. Also, if I'm going to play f5, I've got to dodge what might happen on the D file. We'll definitely keep an eye on these two games of our tournament co-leaders. And back over to you, Cristian. And any more 10 move victories?
I don't think so. I would be shocked if this happens again for the next 10 years at the
Yes.
USS Championships. Now, let's take a look at what's happening in the Jeffrey versus the Wander game, because this one is quite interesting. Jeffrey, we know him occasionally. He plays the Grunfeld. Now, let's take a look at what he did with the white pieces. C5 by a Wander and bishop to G2. Now, this is an invitation to take on D4 and actually go for a Grunfeld. Take on D4, castle. White is actually waiting for black to play the move knight to c6. The idea behind it is if you do take on d4 first, then I go e5 and there's no knight to capture on c6. So now you have to go knight to b3, but this is a very good version for black. In fact, black is already better. It's very similar to the Grunfeld with e3, in which white waits. And just to give you an idea of how that plays out, something along those lines of this. Knight to f3, bishop to g7, and now e3. Now, if you go d5, actually the best way to go is take, and e4. So this is the exact same situation, but with reversed colors. Now, if we look at what happened in the game. So white does not take on d4 immediately, waits for black's commitment. Are you going to go g6? Are you going to go e6? Or are you going to go knight to c6 after the move castle? Knight to c6 was the choice by a Wander. Take on d4, e5, and now we go into one of the main lines of the Grunfeld, but with reversed colors. Queen to d7, this is what we have. Knight to c3. A Wander with 1 hour and 30 minutes on his clock. Jeffrey Xiong with 1 hour and 3 minutes. Now, I've analyzed this position because I was looking, I'm also a Grunfeld player myself, and I was looking at playing this type of situations with the white pieces also, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like it gives white a big advantage if black knows, and this is very, very key. And what am I seeing there? Knight to c3.
Rook c8.
We see rook to c8, yes, that is the best move. That is the key move. And now we might see the transition into the endgame. After taking on d5, queen takes d7. Of course, you cannot recapture with one of the pieces because you're losing the d5 pawn. You have to take back with the king. Rook to d1 most likely is going to come on the board. And now there's a critical move that black needs to know and probably does. That is bishop to c5. The idea is that I'm inviting you to take my pawn on d5. In fact, I want you to take my pawn on d5 because if you take, we exchange everything. And then I have a lot of compensation for the pawn. You probably have to go to d2 or d1, then I go rook to d8. It's very difficult to find a spot for your bishop. If you go bishop to g5, sure, but I'm going to go bishop to I'm going to go f6. If you go back to d2, then I can go bishop to d4, follow it up with the invasion of the rook on c2. My pieces are getting extremely active, and actually I have more than enough compensation, maybe even more than equality in the position. So you have to be very careful with white. How are you going to keep the pieces on the board? One of the main lines is to take immediate advantage of displacement of the bishop on c5 with the move knight to a4. How are you going to continue as black? You don't want to give up the dark square bishop, because if you do that with the two bishops, I'm going to go bishop to e3, bishop to d2, I'm always going to harass you on the dark square. So you don't want to see that on the board. Bishop to d6 is one of the lines, bishop to e7 is another one of the lines, and generally white is going to continue. It's all about this pressure on the square d5, on the pawn on d5. With the move bishop to g5, the computer is saying that with very precise play, black will be able to finally equalize this position, and it does seem like a wonder is in pole position to maybe cut this game short, because he knows exactly what he's doing. 1 hour and 30 minutes, Jeffrey with 1 hour and 1 minute, and if he doesn't know some precise moves to put pressure on his opponent, black is going to equalize comfortably. This is what I'm expecting from a wonder in this game.
Thank you, Christian. For our audience, I'd just like to talk about one of the big differences between the French defense as well as the Caro-Kann. So we'll start with the game between Begum and Tatev, and it's a French defense, and we know that Tatev has had it in her repertoire throughout her whole career. Well, you usually get pawn structures like this. These are typical pawn structures, the advanced pawn on the e5 square, restraining black in the center and kind of keeping this knight away from its most natural squares.
Same with bishop on d7.
And that is
really
it.
happy.
That's what the French defense is all about. Solve the problem of the light squared bishop as black, and you're gold. You have a very solid structure, pretty safe king, and you're ready to fight for control over the open c file. Compare, for example, to the game of Sophie and Nagy. Here we have a Caro-Kann.
Yes, nice.
But instead of the bishop being on the d7 square, we see the bishop outside of the pawn chain on f5. And then if we compare it with the game of Shritha and Sabina, the
No
light square
bishop.
bishop is actually gone. And again, you have the French defense pawn structure. Here, the trade of the light squared bishop, white has gotten a little bit extra space. Earlier in the tournament, Shritha had played this advanced variation, and Sabina had come prepared. I like this line of play by Sabina. Immediately you go queen check and queen d3, and you say to white, well, I'm not just going to let you keep your space. You have to take along this move, c2, c4, maybe a move that you didn't really want to take along. And the players have quickly got a position where, again, black is happy. She's got her knight on f5. She's got, well, I'm not going to say her fair share of the center yet.
So a
as soon as
question
you play
is
c5.
here,
Yes.
of course, Yasser, like which position would you prefer to play from all those three, first of all, and why we need to suffer with this bishop on d7? Like,
Exactly. You know, it's strange. I actually tended more towards the Caro-Kann at the end of my career as opposed to the French defense. But the thing I liked about the French defense is that when I was playing the black side, it was like the players who were white felt somehow compelled to kill me.
Yes, like you're obliged.
Like
yes,
you got to destroy it.
prove.
Yeah, and somehow the French defense provoked a lot of players. And I got in my shots, I would win a number of games on the black side of the French defense. Whereas when I'm playing the Caro-Kann, it seems like everybody's ready to play knight c3 and play a positional game and not necessarily going all in. So somehow the French defense brings out the best and worst
Of all people, yes.
of all people. So we'll keep an eye on this. And
I never thought about French defense from this point of view. Like
they
you
really
need to,
want to kill it.
Like you kind of provoke them to punish you for playing so badly, supposedly in the opening, keeping your bishop far away from the action and so on. Interesting.
Precisely. And for further insights on questions like this, just want to say to our audience, you can certainly ask ourselves, Anastasiya, Cristian, myself, any questions that you might have. You can join the conversation. And how do our viewers do that, Anastasiya?
Yeah, very, very easy. You follow our social media accounts, and especially you follow Twitter account St. Louis Chess Club.
Subscribers will get priority, of course.
Of course, yes. So 37,000 or something like that.
Very nice,
Yes.
very nice.
And you have to use hashtag #UseChessChamps, or simply if you mention St. Louis Chess Club, we'll still find your questions.
Okay.
Please ask anything you wish.
And funny you should say, we've got a couple. Well, let's get the party started. And we have from John Tashi a question.
So I would like Yasser to share from his own experience as a competitor in U.S. Chess Champs.
Well, for me, the U.S. Chess Championship, when I was playing, I was top player. Unfortunately, the national championship was not the national championship that it has become today. The U.S. championships were like 14-player and 16-player events with like half the field receiving a prize and the other half no prize, just some point money, like maybe $100 for every point that you score. So it really wasn't an event that people wanted to play in other than maybe as a qualifier for some interzonal or something of that nature. So unfortunately, I declined a number of U.S. championships. However, when I was young and I was really, eager to play, like to earn my spurs, it was a wonderful event because, simply put, the best players in the United States played. Later in my career, I was really going to European competitions with round robins with prizes for everybody. So also it was a little bit of an asymmetric risk in the sense I was very high rated and a lot of I had to score like +4, +5, +6 just to maintain my rating. Today this national championship is so strong that even players like Fabiano Caruana are very, very happy to put his rating at risk.
Exactly.
But another question, please. From this Thai.
Okay,
it's
a bit complicated.
Greek, it looks Greek to me.
When will we be seeing the Yasser, Anastasia, Cristian, Chris Bird for play round robin chess tournament?
It will involve a ducky.
For sure.
For sure. No anxious on my side to join the competitors. I much more enjoy calling the action off the board. How about yourself? You like to get into competitions now and then these days, Anastasiya?
No, not really. I don't play that much. Maybe sometimes on Chess.com,
right.
this famous platform.
Right.
And actually, I prefer to play Backhouse chess. This is the only days when I play chess here in the US.
Seriously.
Of course, when we stay in Eric's house and we keep playing this some strange variations of chess, right?
Backhouse.
Backhouse, yes. So probably this is possible. Yes, Chris and Cristian.
Like that.
Yes.
My question is,
well, we're going to have to ask Chris Bird, the arbiter. There he is in the beautiful tan jacket.
How did he make it to that round robin?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Well, we want fair play.
He will be an arbiter, yes.
How did he make it to the 4-player round robin?
I don't know. But Cristian, you've been off the circuit for a couple of years, but you're anxious to jump back into the fray, right?
Yeah, 2018 when I kind of slowed down when I started working with Fabiano, actually. And that took away maybe like 6-8 months out of my competitive career, let's say. And once you're out, it's so difficult to get back in. And yes, since 2019, I think it was September, that I played my last classical game of chess. I played some Rapid and Blitz National Championship in 2020, but since 2019 September, I haven't played. I will be playing in November at
Wow.
one of these classical invitational events
Here,
here
the
at the
St.
St.
Louis
Louis Chess Club. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. I hope I'm not going to get killed.
Yeah. The only event, yes, I'm also thinking to play is a Greek team championship in Crete, and I'm playing for a small village, Anoia. You know, this is just the fact that in this village everybody plays chess. You know, they have like
Really?
1,000 people only living there, and they are big fans of chess, and they have a chess club, and all kids know how to play. So I decided that this is a club I want to play for if I ever play Greek team championship. Yes.
But that's nice. This idea of a very small Greek village where all the players, all the inhabitants, pardon me,
Yes.
are players.
They
That's
have
great.
open events there, you know. You will be
Wow.
surprised, Yasser. Maybe one of the most active villages in the world. So I decided, you know, that they have really nice people and great food. So I couldn't resist.
Nice, nice. And just checking in on our fashion, Mr. Fashion statement, Levon Aronian, with the, I don't know, what kind of shirt you got there, Levon?
Yes.
Blue? No, it's not the flowers. He's got a different arrangement
I think
this
we've
time.
seen that.
Yeah,
right?
we've seen that
This
before.
tournament.
But actually, what is great about Levon, I mean, he doesn't have that great tournament so far, right?
No,
I mean,
he does not.
But we could see him before the games, and he was still like chilling with players, with
Yep.
people. I mean, it's really great that he tries also to come back to. I mean, every time you see him, he is always in a good mood, no matter what results he's showing. Most of the times, of course, he's showing good results.
Yeah, most of the
But
time. Absolutely.
It's nice to see him still, that he didn't lose his optimism, and hopefully he will manage to get back to normal, let's say,
Score.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to turn our attention to the game between Fabi and Lenderman for just a moment, because it is a very confusing position. On the one hand, Black is super happy. He's got an extra pawn in the pocket. From the looks of things, there are really no discernible weaknesses in his position. In other words, his pawn structure is sound. Again, it would appear that his development is rather normal. And then you start looking a little bit deeper, and then you're kind of saying to yourself, well, I'll be darned, where is my active play? We've just seen the move Queen b6, and I'll take it back for just a moment, because White played this also rather confounding move, Knight on f3 to e1. And, well, what's up with that? Well, the first thing is that what White really, really wants in the position is to play Queen g4. If White could play Queen g4, not only would he be menacing the pawn on g7, but he would actually be forcing Black's hand. Would you castle? No, you would not. You would be walking into bishop takes h6. If you play king f8, you lose your castling privileges.
Yes.
So the move knight e1 is getting out of the way for the move queen g4, but more importantly, it's asking Black a salient question. What exactly are you doing? What are you doing for play? I'm going to play queen g4.
Maybe
if you
f4 one
play
day.
g6, I'll sacrifice a piece.
Okay, sure.
Maybe, as you say, f4 one day, get in f4, f5, let's go. In the meanwhile, your extra pawn is going to be useful in the ending. A long time from now, you know. Your bishop on b7 is kind of biting on granite, frankly. So the move queen b6 is an attempt by Alex to say, okay, here's my counterplay. I want to take this pawn. And maybe in view of the fact that you're preparing f4, f5, you're preparing queen g4, I might want to exit stage left and castle long. And that will be a very interesting line of play. By the way, for those of you who are looking and seeing a 1-0 by Leinier over Elshan, it wasn't a forfeit. It wasn't a forfeit. It was a trap that Elshan fell for, and poor Elshan is actually in a kind of a spin cycle. This happens in U.S. championships where somebody starts to have a bad result. And
yes,
then
everybody is like
sharks. Yeah,
Sharks
and
coming after you.
In this crowd of sharks, they take advantage. Queen b6. Are we still in I want to say, theory in that game between
There's
Fabi?
definitely no more theory.
No more theory. Where did it stop?
It does seem like Fabi still knows what he's doing because he's been playing quite quickly and he's been playing the best moves by the engine as well. Let's take a look, where did that stop? I think somewhere around here. Rook to d1 actually in this particular configuration was a new move, but we were sort of anticipating it because it's a very natural move as well. And actually Firouzja showed him how to set up the pieces. This is how Firouzja played as well with Rook d1. Hey, these guys are taking notes, I'm telling you guys. During the games when they're playing this top level competition, they're taking notes. You played this, maybe I will play this later in 2 years from now against an unknowing opponent. h6, queen to e2. Of course, this is setting up this battery with the queen in front. You might be wondering, why queen to e2 right now? Well, you just played the move h6, so now what black is trying to do is to go short castle. For example, if you go bishop b2, I go short castle, e5, knight to d5, and now there's no more pawn on h7 to munch on, right? So what you want to do is play this move queen to e2. Now if you go short castle, I go e5, knight d5, and now the queen comes in front. And I'm threatening to give you a checkmate, so you're kind of in trouble right now. You have to go g6,
Bishop
and then I
f6.
pick up the pawn on h6. Actually, this is close to resignable,
Right.
this position. So you cannot do that. You cannot hurry with castle. You play the move knight d7, e5, knight to d5, and now this transition to what we have currently on the board. Queen goes to b6, put some pressure on d4, and it doesn't commit yet to where you're going to put the king. I'm actually wondering whether black at some point will consider castling long. It looks a bit naked on that side, right? But you don't have enough pawns to break my structure. You're missing one pawn on that side. You cannot hook this pawn on b5 with a move a4 to force a reaction from me. So I can just simply sit like this as it is. Of course, it's still very dangerous because I don't have pawns, but I have pieces, right? So I can go bishop d2, bishop to a5, and ideas of that nature to harass your pieces if you do decide to go long castle. But imagine this king landing or flying all the way to b8, and then the other rook to c, the rook from d8 to c8. That's going to be quite a healthy situation for black. Nevertheless, right now, after bishop to e3, still black has this option, short castle or long castle. We're going to have to wait and see how Lenderman is going to approach this position.
Well, but seriously, though, Cristian, I see that position, and I'm thinking, if I'm in Lenderman's shoes, there's no way I'm playing short castles. I mean, I'm just walking into the hurricane
F4,
over
F5.
there.
Yeah.
That's just that would scare me. Like, no, I'm not having anything to do with that.
Look, you just munched on a pawn.
And I'm happy about
You
that
have to
part.
suffer for that.
Yes.
Fabiano will make you suffer a little bit. Whether
Right.
it's going to be decisive or not, we're going to have to wait and see. It's definitely not decisive right now, but there is surely compensation in the position for white.
Absolutely. I'd like to turn our attention to the game between Ray Robson and our defending champion, Wesley So. What a lot of people don't know is that Ray and Wesley were roommates in Webster University.
Oh, really? I didn't know that
Yes,
too.
yes,
I know
yes.
that they were
All
in
they
Webster.
did, if you can imagine, all they did is play blitz against one another and go to class. That was
Did
it.
they go to class?
Yeah,
after
and
that?
maybe they didn't go
Missing
to
maybe
classes
some.
much, but
Yes.
somewhere between all that dorm experience, like both players gained, and I'm not joking, about 200 rating points, bashing each other.
Yes.
And what we have here is something very unusual, not common, certainly at this level. When Nimzovich started this whole trend with bishop b4, an opening that bears his name, one of the things that Nimzovich did is he voluntarily gave up his bishop. Bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, and today it's considered like you wait. You don't just give up that bishop. The knight's going nowhere. You wait for an a2, a3. You wait for white to invest some time. And this is a very unusual approach by Wesley with this early captures and e5. And after e4, rook e8 castles, well, Wesley said, give me the pawn.
Yes.
Now, if you said to me that this position occurred out of I want to say, a Russian defense, or maybe some kind of a Berlin, I kind of get it. But coming out of a Nimzovich is a little bit surprise for me. And they quickly got to this position where, much like Fabiano having sacrificed a pawn, Ray has done the same thing, and Ray is saying, in this case, I'm invested. What have I invested upon? And for rapid, and I mean very, very quick development. He's got rook e1, 2 bishops. D5 is on his agenda, opening up this bishop, keeping this bishop alive. And again, if I could get in rook e1, d5, knight g5, it's fun and games.
This is what I would like to play.
Yeah, exactly.
This looks really nice, and I wonder what Wesley has prepared, you know, to...
Right, so if we just put some moves on the board, for example, bishop e7, okay, rook e1. Yes. I don't know, maybe I might just hold back for a moment, but just bear with me. And if I play d5, what Wesley is banking on is that when he trades with the move rook e8, White will simply run out of firepower. There won't be enough wood in the position for Ray to land a deadly blow. But again, this is a very important game for both players as they seek to look to the podium. And for Wesley, you know, both players really do need a result. Ray has been
Ray is actually
really
ahead,
well.
you know, of Wesley, and if Wesley wants to replace him even, you know, in his position, he needs to, of course, win this game. So maybe he takes this kind of risk, together with the pawn, extra pawn, in order to try to get some game and chances to win it. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's just quickly check in on the game between Darush and Hans Niemann. This is, wow, okay. A Catalan, and again, you've heard me speak about the richness of the Catalan and how many different approaches I've seen the players take. And, well, I'll echo my words from the recent past. A very, very different position from the Catalan. Again, we could see some of those similar attacking ideas. I don't know, e5, you get the pawn in to e5, you start looking at possibilities of an attack going on there. And if you're not happy with those apples, sometimes you could just offer a pawn sacrifice in a completely different type of a way. You've got the f5 square, you've got knight to... I'm going to lose a pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm going to get my knight to c4, and again, I've got quite the freedom of movement, I want to say. So Darush, I like the fact that he's the got the more open position, better options. Don't forget, he's coming off a nice win over Levon with the black pieces. Maybe he can put together a little brace of victories, as we've seen Irina Krush get 3 in a row. We've seen Bobby.
But this victory yesterday was really, really nice.
Really important.
And probably it gives you extra self-confidence and strength to play and to trust your instincts as well. Like, for example, to sacrifice the pawn in this position, it's also like you need some kind of special mood, right? For
special
that.
Confidence, absolutely.
Special confidence.
Absolutely. And Cristian, jump in. What caught your attention?
And just to kind of build up on that history between Wesley So and Ray Robson, because you gave a very nice story about these two players studying at Webster, but also their careers overlap so much. I remember in 2014, the first year of Millionaire Chess, actually Wesley won in the finals against Ray Robson, and he got $100,000, and he actually attributes that moment to the start of his professional career. He said, once I won that $100,000, I had a cushion to just fall back on in case it doesn't work out. And it gave me a lot of confidence and allowed me to pursue this professional career as a chess player. So this was a pivotal moment in both of these players' careers. So quite an intriguing matchup that is. And I was looking at this game as well, the game that still goes on between Jeffrey Xiong and Wander Liang, and we were discussing this position. Wander, of course, he knew this move, bishop to c5. I said this is the critical move. You don't need to defend this pawn on d5. You cannot play the move d4 because that will allow me to go e3, and you will lose that pawn in the center. So bishop to c5 was played. By the way, guys, huge discrepancy on the clock right now. 40 minutes for Jeffrey, 1 hour and 31 for Wander Liang. And Jeffrey, you know, he's thinking at this point.
1 hour 31?
1 hour 30. He knows exactly what like, he's still within his preparation.
I think he's in a hurry to do his homework. I think he wants to finish this game as soon as possible.
He definitely did his homework in this one, and right now Jeffrey has a big choice.
Yeah,
do you take on the d5 and make a draw? Because you know that after you take on d5, most likely that one is just simply going to end in a draw. Or you try to continue the game with the move knight to a4. But once again, you see the preparation that your opponent came up with. You know he knows more than you do in the position, and you're also falling behind on the clock significantly. What is the choice that you guys would make in this situation? Would you continue with knight a4, or would you take on d5? And that assumes that you know the move knight to a4, by the way.
Yeah, again, you got to play the hand that's been dealt, the practical trumps everything else. You're behind on the clock. Your opponent knows the position better than you do. You take the repetition. You take on d5. You force a draw. We've seen Alex Lenderman very reluctantly, I must say, accepting draws, but facing the harsh reality that the other choices are maybe too risky.
And I think we might actually see a result, guys. Just to interrupt you for a second, Levon and Christopher, you are repeating, in fact.
Wow, that happened quickly.
Right now, yes.
Probably Levon said enough is enough.
It's over.
You have
and
to
in
make
fact,
a draw.
it's over, as you're absolutely right. The players repeated, and I don't know if this is one of those fashionable grandmaster draws or not. Is it?
Difficult to say. This position hasn't been seen before, so I cannot call it a fashionable grandmaster draw since it hasn't been seen. But it's funny because Christopher actually tried to pursue the example that Wander set with a gambit of his own against Levon. Also with his d4 after bishop to c4, knight to f6, so quite an interesting opening choice. But this time Levon was ready. This time Levon did not fall under the sharp sword of his opponent's preparation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe it's not a bad idea just to make a draw and have a break with black pieces today for Levon. I mean, again, one more youngster, teenagers, as Wesley put it. The
Exactly.
other day.
But on the other hand, you know, you kind of feel the tournament ebbing away. How many chances are you going to get? I mean, 15-year-old is 15-year-old. You do want to try to exploit them at that age and beat them while they're young.
Yes, sir. Yes, probably you would try to check them.
Exactly.
Before you give a draw.
Indeed. I want to, will the real Sam please stand up? The game between Sam Shankland and Sam Sevian. They're playing an open Spanish, and I have to say, it sure looks to my eyes like both players are really theoretically well prepared as they go down this quite topical line. The open Spanish, again, one of those openings that waxes and wanes. Players like Viktor Korchnoi and Viswanathan Anand championed it on the white side. And recently we've been seeing, I think it was the candidates tournament in Madrid, and I believe it was Shakhriyar also likes to play the black side of the open. The move, Sam Shankland played bishop f4. That's a novelty according to my, I'm seeing a4. I'm seeing bishop takes g5. I'm saying queen e1. Quite a number of moves have been played exactly in this position. Again, bishop takes g5, another move. Pretty much everything that looks reasonable. h4 looks a little bit excessive. But bishop f4, a novelty.
By the way, this pawn was not hanging, right? Queen e5, f4, right? So
yeah, it's not immediately hanging. The question is, what am I supposed to do? I mean, if I don't do something in quickly, maybe this queen moves and the knight will take up a nice residency on the e6 square. It would be really, knights are great blockaders. So the move bishop f4, I think, is a kind of a prelude to putting pressure against the knight. Bishop f4, rook d8, king h1, I'm wrong. King h8, who could guess these moves? Queen d2, h6, h4, knight h7, and to help me with the clock times, because if I'm reading this right,
Sam is not spending time. Sam Shankland.
Thank you. Hasn't spent a single 2 minutes.
He's a machine, you know.
Yeah, just
everything,
banging them out. C2, and all of this is in Sam Shankland's preparation, and more than 30 minutes, 40 minutes has been used by Sam Sevian. We'll keep an eye on that. But Cristian, over to you as we have a guest in studio.
Levon, a difficult tournament for you up to this point, definitely according to your standards. Sum it up for us up to this point.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe I've been pushing too much. I think this game against...
Darius?
No, against the Wonder. I mean, I've played this line zillion times with white and blitz. Queen d6 leads to a draw. I mean, instead of rook e8 in the opening. And I thought, okay, I have to keep the game going, and I blundered this bishop d2, so that was a bit of a surprise. And against Darius, yeah, I should have settled for a draw in that position. I knew that he has too much counterplay, and I should just play. I saw the draw, and then once again, I think I've been maybe underestimating my opponents, and they've been playing very well. So this is the result. And today I decided, okay, no more underestimating. gotta play according to the position.
And this is something that Wesley was mentioning as well. He always has problems with the teenagers. He was saying that he loses a lot with the teenagers. They're definitely very strong. Are you surprised by their strength, or not so much?
No. You know, if we just think about it, these kids, especially these Asian kids, you know, I mean, to get here from Asia, your father or mother has to be a fantastic specialist. So it means they have great genes.
Absolutely.
And it means they're very talented. So I'm not too surprised that they're playing very well. I'm actually a fan of all of these players, not just the Asian kids, but every young guy that is playing here. I think they're very talented.
Let's speak about today's game, because he was turning the game into one of these gambits. Maybe he was looking to follow up on a Wonder's footsteps. Were you surprised by his opening choice at all? Were you worried about it?
No. I knew that there is a line like this. You know, there are many options for black, but I knew that knight e4 is.
You may be expecting the fried liver.
Oh yeah, always ready.
Always ready for the fried liver. Yes, and he played d4.
Knight e4 I think is a solid option generally. After
instead of
no, I mean after e5. Sorry, what I played.
Yes.
And here, yeah, I think the main theory goes bishop d5
instead of the usual d5, right? D5,
yeah.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, but you know. Why?
Why?
I mean, d5 is a long unknown theory. I mean, there is no reason to choose something that is well played many times. You can also play something that is played less.
Absolutely. And did it feel like he knew what he's doing? Was he moving quickly?
I think he more or less knew this bishop g5 stuff. I think if you don't play bishop g5, then it can be slightly worse for white. I think cd castle, and then black is, black gets the queen to f6, knight to f4. I mean, it's still around equal, I think, generally, but bishop g5 is the most solid.
You have
way.
some weaknesses to play against, right? Bishop to g5 instead of taking on d4, bishop
yeah,
e7.
and I kind of have to play knight f4, I think, because castle c take d, knight f4, queen e3. I think that you need to know. I mean, I think there is also, instead of knight f4, there is knight at that moment. There is knight g5. But yeah, knight c3 or this can be slightly worse for black.
This endgame, you have some problems on the c file, the pawn to c7.
So knight f4, I think you need to know that you shouldn't castle first. You should play knight f4, and the rest kind of finds by itself.
The rest is history. We have to ask you about this moment that shocked us all. This game between Leinier and Xiong. Yeah. Did you see what happened at that particular moment?
Yeah, I think Xiong forgot to take on c4. I think if you play this line with bishop f5,
yes,
after c4 you have to take. Because if you don't take, well, there is this what happened in the game.
Do you attribute this to him probably playing for one of the first times at the Petroff, Xiong that is?
Could be. Well, but I think he's a very good player, but he got affected by yesterday. I think, you know, the position that you see after e5, well, after knight d5, it looks like such a pleasant position, and instead he played bishop g4, which I actually also blundered, that there's this h5 idea. I thought, oh, bishop g4 is interesting. But yeah, generally I think he got affected by yesterday's loss from a good position, and maybe his nerves were not perfect today.
Yes, an unfortunate series of events in this one, but this is indeed competition here at the US Championships. Levon, congratulations. We'll see you in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, it was a draw. Yes. But actually, yes.
Great draw. Unbelievable.
But can I actually congratulate Levon, of course a bit late, but he had a birthday a few days ago, and we didn't have chance to tell you.
That is true.
But we said during...
Congratulations.
Yes. So that's why, yes, we have congratulations still. But I was just wondering, you have accomplished so much, let's say, and have you thought about, let's say, your life, you know, when you reach this number, always this kind of thoughts, they go through your mind. I mean, what can you say about, let's say, this date, and how did you celebrate it?
Oh, yeah, well, I think this is more or less general tradition in maybe Orthodox Christianity, that we don't celebrate their 40th birthday.
Yes.
So I didn't really celebrate it.
Yes,
you know, just had dinner with Annie and her mom. Yeah. But regarding to the age, you know, I don't look at it that way. Like, oh, you get a certain why it should be 40 or not 41 or not 39. So I think I know that I accomplished a lot, and then I always look to learn more. You know, life is there to experience and to learn things.
Speaking of experiencing life, Levon, you also have a baby coming next month. How are the preparations going for that moment?
I'm very excited.
Are you tired? Are you having any sleepless nights thinking about that moment at all, or not so much, just excitement?
Just excitement, more or less.
Yeah, that's great.
And Levon, just to let you know, I'm your babysitter guy. I love kids. I'm ready to go. You need a break, just knock on the door.
If you babysit...
Don't let him anywhere close to you.
I babysit Jennifer Shahadi.
10 times worse than you commentate, then I will take you. And I will take you, because I love your commentary.
Your baby's going to love me. You wait. You wait and see.
Just don't tell some of these naughty stories, you know.
Those are after the broadcast.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Just knock on the door. That's all we ask. Good luck in the second half, Levon.
Thank you.
As we prepare for a break, just tell us what's happening. Our mates rates at Q Boutique. What do we got for them today?
Yes, we have a very nice T-shirt with the logo. Yes, today actually it's one of the most popular items in Q Boutique shop. The St. Louis Chess Club branded T-shirt, and it's available right now when you shop online at qboutique.stlouis.com. So you can also find it in the Hall of Fame shop. I mean, this is what I'm going to do myself, and I really like this logo.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. That silver logo on a black background looks really nice. And as we do go on our break, we asked the players what, in the open section, pardon me, we asked them what their expectations were coming into these U.S. championships. Have a look, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
This is a very strong tournament, including a mix of young talent as well as experience. What are your expectations about this tournament?
Seeing that chess in the United States is thriving, and there are so many young and talented players, that is very exciting in general. And one very exciting thing for me personally is getting to play against a lot of guys that I haven't played in my life yet. So this is interesting.
Honestly, I think if I play my best chess and I don't get lucky, I'm probably not going to win. And if I play my absolute best chess and I do get lucky, then I probably will win. So part of that is within my control to a degree, and part of it is not. So just focus on what you control, play the best chess you can, and hope for the best.
Well, when I first started playing, I was an FM, so I didn't have much expectations. My goal was to play as well as I could and then try to improve that on the next year. But as I've gotten stronger, the tournament's gotten stronger as well.
My only goal is to make sure that I can just play the way I'm capable of playing at my best. And, of course, give it my maximum effort for every game and see what happens.
I think as long as I can play my best chess and show what I'm capable of, winning the tournament is not out of the realm of possibility.
For me, it was just a unique challenge that, once I got the invite, I was like, I have to play the U.S. Championship. Even missing like 3 weeks of school is gonna be tough. But I just made all my other arrangements, and yeah, I think it's something that I would do, no matter what.
I don't really have that many expectations, but I want to play fun chess. I don't want to get boring games. Hopefully my opponents don't listen to this interview, because maybe now they're gonna try to make it like super boring.
It's so nice that you get a chance to face guys like Fabiano, Levon, Wesley, Leinier, all these great players. I think that's made a tremendous impact in getting that experience to play these world-class guys. As for what I expect, I'm just trying to play good chess here. I think with whatever result comes, I'll be fine with it.
I just want to play well. I mean, I'm still having nightmares over my loss to Firuzja from a month ago. But yeah, certainly it's fun and exciting. Also this year we have more players, more rounds. So it's going to be a long and challenging tournament. So it's going to be interesting now that the tournament's getting stronger, and to try to win more titles is going to be more challenging. But it's fun because you get to play against top players, also up-and-coming players such as Christopher Yu and a wonder.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It's obviously getting super strong. Not only we got one more super GM like Levon, but also the younger players. They seem to be getting stronger, which is normal, and then the combination of the super GMs with the younger players who are obviously improving and getting stronger and stronger makes it for, I think, a really great field of players. And but I like that. I mean, I like to play such tournaments and look forward to the challenge.
Well, I would say that for the past, since 2014 and 2015, like the two main goals that I had in chess that were unfulfilled, where I want to cross 2700 and win at least one US championship. So I still haven't done either of those, although I'm close to 2700 now. And I've been close in a couple of championships, had some chances. So yeah, obviously I do really want to win this tournament one day. Hopefully it's this year. I mean, that's my goal, but yeah, I know it's going to be very difficult.
I hope that I can fight for first place. Last year I fought for first place, I didn't make it. And this year, yeah, Levon is a new addition to the tournament and to the US chess scene. And all the usual guys, you know, Wesley is the defending champ. So I guess he's the man to beat this year. But we also have a lot of newcomers or guys that you don't normally see in the US Championship, so that will also be interesting.
welcome back to round 7 of the US Championships, and we have results in the open section. Christopher Yu made a draw against Levon Aronian, and we also have one decisive result. Leinier Dominguez outplayed Elshan. I mean, in 20 minutes. It was just a 20 minutes game.
It was a trap that Elshan fell for, and it showed his unfamiliarity in this Russian defense and lost.
Yes.
In a snap, and it was really that quick. It wasn't a forfeit. As we get ready for a very special guest coming up, just want to point out the game between Ray Robson and Wesley So, as essentially Ray sacrificed a pawn early for the two bishops, very promising looking attack. But how are we really going to do anything? Well, Ray had an idea. He's going to play the move G4, again, to try to get some weaknesses. If you play the move G7, G6, well, this bishop is going to be smiling for the rest of the game. So H6, like King H2.
Happy bishop, yes.
A very happy bishop indeed. C7, C6, and this strikes me as it might be badly mistimed. As White, we can see that White wants to combine the rook coming to G1 with the pawn coming to G5, and Ray is coming fast and furious in this one. I think Wesley is in some trouble, as we'll keep an eye on this. I was expecting maybe the move B5 to undermine the pawn on D5 this way. But Cristian is with a very special guest. Oh, not yet. I apologize.
I'm not with
I
the
know
guest,
that,
but
you're getting. It looked like you were warming up. Jump right in on the Wesley game.
I'm not with the guest. Yes,
Yeah.
more chess.
More chess.
The guest is chess right now. So after C6, we were discussing about this position, and
G5.
it's actually very concrete. It's not easy to see. So check this line out. Take G5, take. Now, if you take the second pawn on D5, this is the big problem. You give a check first.
Okay.
You get the king to H8 so that it cannot run away. And now you play this move, critical move in my opinion, bishop to F5 with an immediate threat. The threat is to just simply take on D7. You cannot recapture back knight takes D7 because queen to H7 is coming. So he needs to see this sequence of moves. And of course, by the way, this is not the best way for black to defend. Instead of taking the pawn, probably the best way to do it is to go queen to E7. And right now, another critical move. Not bishop to H7 check, because now I can run the other way. And actually that makes my king safer in the position, but rather start with the move bishop to F5. Once again, the same ideas come into play. Bishop takes D7, followed by bishop takes F6 if you do take with the queen, and then the invasion via queen to H7. So you have a lot of things to worry about. And if you try to block it with the move G6, yeah, good luck surviving this attack. Not only that, my queen is coming into play. My rook is ready to jump to G1 and come into play as well. After queen to G7, I just drop back to F5. Rook to G1 is coming next. I am a piece down, but it doesn't matter. This position is completely over, and black will get mated on the king side. So a big moment right now. And by the way, after king to H2, C6, instead of C6, if black, Wesley So plays the move rook to E8 and try to get his pieces back into the defense faster, the position remains complex. Also after C6, in fact, the engine is thinking for the first couple of minutes and actually doesn't see the fact that white is winning. So the variations are not easy to spot even by the engine. At the beginning, it says 0, 0, 0. Later on, if you let it think for a little bit, it jumps to plus 1.6. So quite decisive advantage. Nevertheless, white needs to remain precise in the position, and this is not going to be easy, but a golden opportunity for the streaking right now. Ray Robson, who's been, he won yesterday against Hans Niemann with the black pieces, a brilliant game. He has a golden opportunity right now to take down the defending champion, Wesley So.
But actually, he proved that he can be precise. Yes,
he can.
Yes. Yesterday,
with the game with Hans, he really threaded the needle very well. I want to turn our attention to Fabi, our tournament leader in the Open, for just a second in his game with Alex Lenderman, because I found this move, knight E1, a really nice move. I love this maneuver a lot. and after queen b6, not the move bishop e3, but immediately queen g4, asking Alex a question. Are you going to castle or go king f8? No, g7, g6. That weakness, and when we talk about weakness, we're talking specifically about the pawns. Once you play g6, it's almost an absolute. You're not going to go to castle short. So with the move bishop d2, Fabi said, okay, now please do castle long
yes.
so that I can go bishop a5.
Happily.
No, now you have to play b4. So when the pawns were on b5 and a6, it's a little bit hard to attack the structure. With the pawns on b4, it means that castling, I have a much more straightforward way of attacking the pawn on a6. So that little nuance gave Fabi the timing he needed to play bishop e3, a5, queen e2. And again, he's kind of thinking in his mind, you're not castling kingside, you're not going to castle queenside because I'm ready to embrace you over there. Now I'll start to find a square for my knight. Oftentimes we see white playing g3, h4,
yes.
knight comes to f4. I'm very, very curious. I find this game, these maneuvers, inspiring. So we'll keep this game. And Cristian, now we have a guest. Took you a while, but tell us about our guest.
We do indeed. We are here with Brian Owens. Brian, first of all, welcome to the show. You curate the performances at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Tell us a bit your work there.
Yeah, so I'm one of the music series directors, and also I'm artist in residence. So that's the cool part because I get to do things like the Fischer piece that we did in honor of the opening ceremony and the anniversary of the Fischer-Spassky match. So, you know, just being able to really, you know, define and kind of find those places where chess and music line up and meet. They're both universal languages to me, and so I love being able to delve more into how they marry to one another. It's pretty
Tell
cool.
us a bit about that experience at the Singfield Cup. How did you come up with the idea for the song?
Well, I worked with a couple people. One guy named Adam Manis, who is one of the greatest arrangers in this city, Keon Harold, and hip-hop artist Mastermind. And what we did was we got together and I watched the Bobby Fischer documentary, and I took the different aspects of his life and we turned those into movements. And it was really cool because so much of the music that he loved was well represented in the year of 1972. So we just kind of filled in the gaps of the original music that we composed around, like, if there were a film about this moment, what would it sound like? And I think what it came out to be was pretty special. Yeah.
Did you get to train any chess in preparation for that performance?
Full disclosure, this is my chess life. I barely beat my 5-year-old daughter, which would probably make my net rating about 2.5. Okay. So hey,
that's
you know,
pretty good.
that's pretty good. You know, so no, I mean, I've always had an affinity for the game of chess, even though I didn't play chess until later into my life. But that's how I kind of view chess. It's kind of like music in a similar way. Like, even people who've never picked up an instrument or who've never been professionally involved with the art or the craft, they understand what it is. And I think that's why, you know, our involvement from the creative space moving into how it interacts with the chess world is so sweet. I mean, there's so many correlations. They're both improvisatory. They both take strategy. So I think with those kind of elements being kind of parallel and crossover, it makes it really cool.
Absolutely. In fact, let's take a look at one of your performances right now. Talk to me a bit about those moments in front of the crowd at the World Chess Hall of Fame. How do you feel at that point?
It's a really cool setting to be in. I feel like it's just big enough, just small enough. It feels like an intimate atmosphere. But you can have, obviously we had, a full string quartet and piano and a band. Having people be close to the intimacy of the experience and the music, I think is a really cool thing, not just for me, but for all the artists who get to perform throughout the year in the series. And that's what we're really trying to go for, is really having music that fits the intimacy and the acoustic nature of that space. So I don't know, man. It's been a lot of fun. This is my first year. I performed on the series in years prior, but this is my first year as kind of being the music director and curator, and it's just been a lot of fun. It's been a lot, just again, finding those correlations between chess and the creative space, and there's no shortage of them. So I think like being in that space it's an amazing experience. Yeah.
And how can the public interact with you guys? Do they have tickets?
Yeah, I mean, if you want
what's the schedule?
Yeah, we have monthly shows. You can find out the schedule by going to the World Chess Hall of Fame website and checking out the music series. We have a chamber music series that Brian Woods oversees, and I oversee, I guess, the non-chamber music series. And then, as we go along throughout like the rest of this year and next year, we're going to get into other experiences that we'll be providing for the community. And of course, you can check it out online through the YouTube channel and through the website with the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Brian, thank you very much for joining the show. Thank you for what you're doing with the World Chess Hall of Fame. Great work.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother.
Brian, first of all, I just got to ask a quick question, and a big thank you. I thought that your song on the Bobby Fischer was really extraordinary, one of the most original songs I've ever heard, and I loved it. I simply just absolutely loved it. And I wanted to tell you that in 1992, I visited Svetislav, Yugoslavia, where I spent time with Bobby Fischer. And he recited to me all of these lyrics of all of these songs from Motown. Yeah. Dude had it down. And I said, well, Bobby, you're really stunning me. Did you ever try to write a song? And he said, yes, sir, I did.
Really?
I did. I Bobby Fischer, sat down for a whole week with a paper and pen, and he said nothing came out because nothing happened.
Yeah.
Where do you get your inspiration?
That would be the equivalent of me being like, I really love chess, and I sit down for a whole week and nothing comes out. It's the same, and we talked about this, Yasha. I mean, the same way, how did you get a chess genius? You can be born with the potential for greatness, but if you don't tap into it, you'll never realize it. The same amount of hours that Bobby Fischer put into becoming a chess genius, or Boris Spassky, or any number of folks who have been on that level, the people whose music you love and appreciate, they put that same amount of time into it, because it's a craft, and I believe that chess is an art and a craft.
Yeah. I have also one question. I mean, you said that you went through many documentaries before you wrote the song, and actually I was wondering what impressed you the most from what you've seen about Bobby Fischer or what you've heard about the match, anything which kind of impressed you.
So this is, how do I put this? Bobby Fischer had a little gangster in him. So that's what I really got from those documentaries, is that, Bobby Fischer had a little gangster in him, and it's a very American, like the way in which he approached the game and approached his brand was quintessentially American. But I also had compassion for seeing him in those moments of loneliness, living that life, being isolated, and being so locked into one thing. So I think you kind of see the blessing and the curse of it, him winning the match and his life completely changing because he can no longer be that isolated person. So I don't know, it's like I see the gentle gangster
Rebel with a cause.
Yes.
Brian, thank you for
Thank you so
all
much. Thanks for
that
having
you
me,
do, and we will see you at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Love those dinners where you share about the many, many musical artists that came from St. Louis.
Yes.
I was stunned by the depth and history of the city where music is concerned. Thank you so much.
Chess and music, that's what we're going to be known for.
That's great. A
Thank you for the education.
Indeed.
Absolutely. As we jump in, back to the game between Ray Robson and Wesley So, guess what? Yeah, Ray picked up the gauntlet, threw it down, G5, HG, knight takes G5, and it's really on Wesley to now answer these threats. What are they? Well, let's just take a look. If you, pardon me, if you were to capture this pawn, you follow up with the C7, C6. This move, bishop H7 check, is a nice little touch. Maybe on a good day, queen E7, king F8, the king can trot away from this open G file by forcing the king first back to the king side, king H8. Now bishop F5, bishop takes, and queen H7. If you make a move, well, a terrible move.
For example.
This
yes.
is where it all goes wrong. It unravels, and that checkmate that Cristian pointed out. On the other hand, if you try to move the knight, knight E5, walking into F2, F4, and once again, there aren't many blockers. Yeah, you're welcome to take this pawn if you like, but you can just imagine how easy it will be for white to decisively score in
maybe even queen F2 immediately, maybe.
Or even and I understand there's breaking news in Hans's game.
There are indeed breaking news, and Hans's position is breaking right now.
Breaking?
It's completely shattered, Hans's position. Check this out. Check this transition after knight to C4, queen to A8. What are you doing with that queen on A8? I understand you're putting some pressure, but when are you going to move this knight away from D5? You're going to drop the knight on D7. You cannot do this. Knight takes C5, knight to D6, bishop takes D6, knight to G5 first, an intermezzo move, a bomb in the position. Check this out. You play G6, I take on D6. Now my bishop is open, the long diagonal is open. Not only that, but after the move queen to B8, guess what? I have a couple of rooks coming into play as well.
Rook lifts.
If you go king takes H7 after rook to C4, there is no way you can defend against the onslaught that's coming on the king side. You can try to do something like F6, but after rook to H4, king to G7, rook to G4, how are you defending the pawn on G6? You want to go knight E7? No, no, no. No can do. That pawn on D6 is looking nice right now. Do you want to play G5? No can do. Check this out. The pawn on F6 is pinned by the bishop on B2. Every single one of white's pieces are playing an active role into the attack, and it shows. The king is completely exposed. There's no way to fly the queen to E8. Once again, we come to the idea of flying pieces once per game. You cannot do that. Of course, queen to E8 is not a possibility. You're getting checkmated. You have to sacrifice the knight with knight to A4. But this is actually not going to help you too much. I'm just picking it up. And once again, you have the same problem. You have to give me another piece with bishop to E4. Game is over. So knight to H7, this is a big one. You probably cannot touch that knight. You have to go rook to D8. But if you want to go rook D8, I take on D5. I follow that up with knight to F6. And then the queen is going to land on the board as well. Or I can just simply go rook to C4. I'm still thinking about the same ideas. Rook to H4. Now also emptying the square C1 for my queen. So queen to C1, queen to H6 is becoming a reality in the position. This one, well, somebody wake Hans up, because this one is not looking good. And look at his body posture.
Yes.
He knows it.
He wants to play. Yes,
Darvish is almost smiling. It's like, I got this.
He's on the prowl right now. He's ready to pounce.
Yes, he is.
No,
rook to
he plays
c4, good
something
move.
else.
You don't have to take on h7 first. You can go rook to c4.
Okay, but I like knight h7.
It's okay. Knight h7 is coming.
Knight h7 was a blow, but I have to tell you, I would have probably played rook c4 myself.
Yes.
No, knight h7
Yes.
I would play always. If I had
look.
a chance to give my...
Check this out. You'll love this, Anastasiya.
let's
If you
see.
go queen takes d6, why else did you play
Yeah.
queen b8,
For
right?
example, yes.
I go rook h4, and I could play knight h7. Now, if you go h5, let me wake you up.
Okay, if you can
I
give
didn't
your...
sacrifice anything, and let me introduce my rook. Rook h8 is going to be mate. I understand the move rook c4. I think knight h7 was very, very strong, but boy, just
No, rook c4 is a great move as well.
you
Just finish the game. with
yeah,
this
you're
move,
just
yes.
coming with everybody is landing on the king side. No guards. Very nice, very nice, very nice, but nothing other than the rook is actually guarding the king.
Yes.
So this looks like a completely crushing attack. Let's jump back because for Wesley So,
It's also pretty
our
hard,
defending
yes.
champion, he's been suffering in the 2022 U.S. Championships.
Actually, two top players. I mean, Wesley So and Levon.
Two favorites.
Yes, they
No-
don't really play
The
well.
results.
Yeah,
the
the results, let's say, are
don't-
not so great so far.
Exactly. And Wesley said, look, I still don't see the attack, or maybe I do, but I have no choice at this point. Just played the move c6 takes d5. And this is, again, I want to say sometimes, you get these opportunities where you're given really beautiful options, and then you kind of get stuck. If I'm in Ray's shoes, I'm sitting there saying, oh, rook g1 is just magnificent. I bring another attacker, the g file,
I
the
sacrifice
geometry.
one more pawn.
Please take
Take
my
my
pawn.
pawn on
Like,
c4.
do me this great
Yes.
favor of taking the pawn. So
Yes.
now we can see that, I mean, literally attacking with everybody. Bang, 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 bang.
Yes.
So the move rook g1 is very seductive. And Christian, is rook g1 a bad move, or is it just that bishop h7 is so much better?
No. Bishop h7 is the only move.
Is the only move.
To give you the decisive advantage that we were discussing about. Bishop to h7 followed by bishop to f5. So he needs to find this very precise sequence of moves to continue the attack and continue building up the pressure with decisive threats. And this is what it's all about in this position, because you sacrifice two pawns.
Yeah, but
Your
rook
opponent just took
g1
on
looks
d5.
so tempting.
But
Can
that's
you
the
explain
problem. Why is
let's
rook
say-
g1?
It does, but I will just simply go queen to e7.
and
really
king
simply,
f8
but-
and king
to
f8.
exactly. This is my escape plan.
Right.
Queen to e7, get out of dodge. King to
That's the
f8,
diff.
also queen to e7 gets ready to play the move knight to e5 and get the knight into the attack as well,
Defense.
because you have some ideas with knight to f3. So you have to be careful as white also. So very tempting. I'll give you that, guys. Rook to g1 is really, really tempting. And Robson right now, how many minutes is he on? C takes d5. Oh, 44 minutes, even more than Wesley. This is a luxury for Ray Robson right now. At this point, usually he has 30 seconds and playing on increment. This is move 20, still 20 moves to go. A lot, by the way, guys, the assessment right now, it says 3.3.
Yeah, so it's winning completely, right?
Completely winning.
Okay, normally this
3.3.
idea is typical, yes, bishop h7, and then you go back with your bishop,
Right.
provoking this king on h8, even without all this, all the other variations.
Yes.
Like it's kind of typical.
And I'm
manual.
trying to understand where is the saving grace for black, right? Because, okay, d4, I see this is what is proposed, but what if I just take, and even queen to f2 and try to come and checkmate you like this?
Right.
I guess the checkmate doesn't come as easily. You still have queen to b4 ideas, apparently. Once again, it's all about trying to run
Escape.
away with the king on the other side to f8.
Right.
Crazy position, but once again, a golden opportunity for Ray Robson to potentially take down Wesley So inflict his second defeat in the tournament. Wesley's, that is, and you can see on his face, he doesn't look confident. He seems a bit concerned about his situation.
I think he prefers to check other games than his own game. You know, let's take a look what's going on other boards.
By the way, I want to say that this is also something that professionals are now today, especially training themselves to do. When I played in a lot of tournaments, I didn't have what we call the big wall boards where the audience, I didn't have an audience.
No.
So, you know, the only perspective I had was looking at it from my point of view on the board. But then sometimes you go up on the monitor and you see it from the white side. You go, oh my God, I'd love to be white in that position. At the time that you were sitting in front of your board, you were thinking, oh, I'm defending nicely.
Yes.
But then you see a different perspective. So a lot of times you do, and there you get an idea of all the games. The players can see the games. As they're getting a coffee or a snack or whatever, they look up and they go, ooh, I like Anna's position. Oh no, that's not Anna's position, that's my position. that's not, and there you go, you see Sam as well.
But now I have a question for you
yes.
guys.
Please.
In general, when you're in a worse position and you have this type of gadgets around you where you can see all the games, do you shy away from your own game? You like to get up and start looking at, basically avoid what's happening on your own board. Are you trying to do that?
Right. Speaking only for myself, I can say absolutely not. The way I look at it, when I'm sitting down playing a game of chess, nothing else exists. The
Only your game
thing
exists,
that's important is my game,
Okay.
not Garry Kasparov's game, not the brilliancy of the tournament that's taking place on the board next to me, but just my own. So my attitude is that I'm going to look at the brilliancy afterwards. But in the meanwhile, I'll look at, one of the things that really shocked me was Garry Kasparov himself, was in my first Olympiad. It was also Gary's first Olympiad. You know, I had heard a lot about Garry, like he was this up-and-coming guy and he's going to be challenging Anatoly Karpov. And I had it in my mind, somebody who had a complete narrow focus, only his own games. Garry gets up from the board, he looks at every board in the whole Olympiad, man, like everything was interesting, and then he would run back to his board when it was his move. And I thought that was stunning because I had totally the opposite attitude.
Yes.
How about yourself?
Interesting approach. I mean, that you are considered only
on my game. Nothing else
not
exists.
Like this, unfortunately. Maybe
No?
that's why I didn't play so well. I mean, I also like to check what's going on the other boards.
Right.
But you know what? I remember a couple of funny stories about it. Like I remember Elina Danilan telling me that she is getting really tired during team championships, and I asked her why. Because she said, because I play 4 games at the same time. I'm not only playing my game, I'm also checking what's going on other boards. And as a leader of the team, she probably kind of makes decision even how to play her own game. And another thing which I wanted to mention, like there is this grandmaster Yanis Papagiannou from Greece, the first board of Greek national team. There are some, you know, legends about his memory that he can remember even all games in the playing hall. You know, he stands up, instead of playing his own game, he checks the others. And I mean, they say that he could recall most of the games, and he could even show what happened in which board, more or less. That's a lot of trouble.
But jump in onto your own question, Cristian. You're the chess coach of Mizzou, and you tell your players what?
Well, in regards to that question, I tell them to sit on their hands, usually at the board and not get up. But of course, every single player, it's all about personality, right?
Right.
I myself personally like to walk a lot and look at other games and try to clear my mind. And I know that's bad. I know from a technical point of view, that's actually the wrong attitude, because you're losing a lot of time on your opponent's clock where you could be thinking and you could be delving deeper into the position. So I definitely tell my students, hey, yes, sure, I understand, especially if you're playing at a big open tournament or at the Olympiad or anything of that nature. There's a lot of interesting games going on around you, but what you should be focused on is your own game, because the result in your own game is what matters to you.
first and foremost.
No, but on the other hand, you know, sometimes when you focus too much, and it depends, yes, on every person. Like sometimes you really want your brain to stop working for a few seconds to recharge the battery. So probably this is how it works with me. Like I cannot really, if I think about my bad position all the time, probably I feel really bad.
Yeah,
so I just need to change my focus.
I agree with that. And one player's advice, Viktor Korchnoi, he really felt like sometimes you have to disconnect from your game, just kind of recharge. He would go to the bathroom and just splash his face with the coldest water he could. I mean, he is almost like, let's wake up.
Yes.
And then he would dry his face vigorously, so it's like almost like you get a smack in the face. And then he would come back kind of like recharged, replenished, but not looking at the other games. No. There's a real problem, and I think all of us has fallen for this trap, is we do find a game that is absolutely fascinating.
Yes.
And then we look like, how did they get here? And pretty soon you're giving more energy to this other game than to your own. You really fall headlong into this trap. There we see, by the way, I think that's a wonder Liang. In his game against Jeffrey Xiong. I really wanted to turn our attention, if we could, just to the game between the two Sams, because I absolutely find this position fascinating. When you start to think about the imbalances for just a second, you'll understand where I'm coming from. White has the two bishops.
Yes.
Great. Okay,
yes.
So applause. Secondly, we have a protected pass pawn on the e5 square. Really applause. So what does our poor opponent have? Well, he's got a majority. Yeah, he's doubled on the open file. That's pretty good. The knight on h7 is terrible. Really bad. But it's the promised land is the e6 square. If we could maneuver the knight to the e6 square, we blockade this pawn. And by the way, we have a little offense going. The knight will be able to jump, capture the pawn on f4. In the meanwhile, we'll take a look at this bishop. Remember, we lauded our two bishops a moment ago, but that second bishop, that bishop on c2 at the moment is really not bothering black. So I'm having a difficult time summing up who I think could potentially stand better, and I haven't come up with a judgment on this one. Help me, bail me out here, Christian. What's the evaluation?
It's difficult indeed, and I think you hit the nail on the head. This one is not easy to assess because, as you were mentioning, black has its own trumps in the position.
Right.
Once you get the queen out of e6, the knight could potentially jump to e6. Once you set up the blockade on the e6 square with a knight, well, you're going to have a very powerful majority on the queen side, right? Coming down the board. So the assessment, at least according to the engine, is still white is better, but is very unclear. Rook takes d5 seems to be the best move. Queen takes d5. Follow it up with rook to d1. Actually try to exchange, which is a bit counterintuitive. Try to exchange the rooks, right? Because usually we know that rooks work very well with bishops, and the queen in general works better with the knight. Queen and knight coordination is better than queen and bishop, at least according to the rule book, the old cultural...
Alejandro would, of course, now
cultural rule books
fight with you about these ideas, but okay.
Of course, modern chess is very different, and positions that we encounter in modern chess differ very much. So this one is one in particular, it feels like, because with the bishop, especially with the dark square bishop, you can create a lot of threats against the king. You have ideas such as bishop to d4, follow it up with e6, and if you can connect the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal, good luck defending against all the checkmates coming on that diagonal. So very intriguing position. Queen to a8, queen to c6. I would say forget about the computer assessment, forget about the fact that it says plus 0.4. It is still a very tense middle game position, and it's very unclear who stands better. I think this is a game for 3 results right now.
Exactly. And by the way, do we have to recapture with the queen on d5?
No.
If we recaptured with the rook?
No.
And the idea being that, again, I want to make the blockade with the knight, but maybe queen could go back to d7.
To d5,
So I could threaten rook d2 on a good day.
So maybe like rook to d1.
Oh, then I going knight f8. I'm just inviting.
Actually, what you can do is go knight to f6
now. Using the fact.
check this idea out, right?
Oh, that's
this is looking pretty
sweet.
good, right? Knight comes to g4, maybe knight comes to d5. If you take on d5, put a lot of pressure on f4. There is a lot of pressure in the position on f4, on h4. The pawns are also coming down the board. For example, if you go g3, I go queen to c6 or knight to b4. I'm the one as black attacking your pieces. I'm the one gaining momentum in the position. So it definitely feels like black is faring quite well in this setup. We're going to have to wait and see how these players are going to develop this intriguing middle game.
Knight f6, by the way, that was a blind spot. Oftentimes, I think, with a lot of grandmasters, whenever we see a pawn attacking a square, we automatically shy away from putting our pieces on pre to the pawn. But the knight h7 to f6, potentially jumping to g4, makes you almost ask the question, why didn't we do it last time? You know, like why did we play rook d1? Maybe we could have gotten away with this one. I'm not sure. Anyway, I find this to be a fascinating game. Let's jump to our ladies and share what's going on with our leaders. First, we'll start with our 8-time U.S. champion, Irina Krush. When we left it, it was the Sveshnikov, a very awkward Sveshnikov, where white was trying to get it and Ru Yangyan was trying to get in b4. But let me interrupt myself to say that Darush is smashing attack as he takes down Hans Niemann, and maybe one of our best games of the tournament thus far.
Yes, and
wow.
Two games he won.
Darush.
I mean,
What he's trying to do, steal the show?
They will cup a lion, you know. What happens next?
Let's just pick up where Irina has left off. Rook e1 makes a lot of sense. Grab the open file. Rooks love open files. b4, b7, b5. That is a stunning move to my eyes, because Irina is, well, again, to my eyes, she's helping white get rid of a weak pawn on a4. She traded off, but she, in turn, though, she got a very nice knight on e4. I'm not sure Irina did this very well, because I'm looking at this construction of queen and knight. I'm just ready to take, and I'm x-raying the f5 pawn. The knight moves, I'll happily take. And if you do take, this is pretty easy for white to come out material ahead. These rooks, very nicely.
How you protect all this construction?
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
every one of white's pieces is working. This rook on a8 for Irina still isn't in the game, as is white pieces. Please.
Maybe just rook e8. Actually, there is a trick. If you try to catch this e4, I just take f takes e4, and if you exchange all my rooks, you will not be able to take on e4.
Oh, don't tell me. Pawns cannot be captured.
Yes.
I mean, you're breaking my heart, Anastasiya.
Yes, queen c1 is spotted. So maybe it's enough, at least to protect for the moment. I don't know what happens after, like if you try to move your king or something. That's another story.
To set up for those eventual captures. Yeah, move your king, as you say. Maybe you're not actually threatening to do anything. There's also, if I could get some kind of king and pawn ending, maybe it's useful. I'm thinking Irina mistimed her break. What about Jennifer? Jennifer Yu, she's up against Megan Lee. Very important game, as we have two of the top players on the leaderboards, if you will. Megan Lee has been playing an excellent tournament. Already has played Irina. This was the Scotch.
Yes, and she decided to exchange those bishops. Yes, she played bishop b3. At certain, you know, this bishop on b6 can be really annoying. So this idea of
f5 is coming.
Yes, and also f5 was coming. So bishop b3 was the idea also to push your pawns, perhaps one day.
Exactly, get out of the way, and that's exactly what she did. And there was a capture. Bishop f5. That's a lovely bishop. Knight drop.
Knight goes back.
Somehow that just feels a little too compliant. Knight g3, a little bit more bellicose is needed here. But knight c3, that, well, okay. knight.
She prepared to play h3, g4, so that's why black probably moved knight f6.
H3,
right?
g4, and this knight on e7 needs a better job. I mean, that's why I think Jennifer was making room. In truth be told, actually, if I was black, I'd really like to play for c6, b5, or c6 and knight on e7 to d5. I want, pardon me, let me do this again. Thanks to the bishop on g6, I would love to land with a knight on the b4 square. From Megan's point of view,
Nice,
I think you said it very clearly. What white wants is, you know,
just simply move
pawn storm, you know, h3, g4, f5, and if she can get
what
that
the cool thing about this position
is
that you can actually play g4 right now.
Really? Without
g4, and if you
without
take
any preparation.
Queen e2. There's two knights under attack, right?
That's nice.
That is actually a very picturesque double attack. You don't?
Can I play queen d7 still? No, not really. No.
I
I was trying something, but it's not possible. Yes, no checkmates. Nothing.
Whoa! I feel you, but
yes,
there is an intermezzo.
For helping.
Yeah, but there's an intermezzo.
There is unfortunately bishop c4.
Bishop c4 check, and then I can move my queen without fear of losing my rook.
I'm afraid it was even queen h4, unfortunately. No pawn on g file. But okay, we had to try. Yes.
Boy, we were close though, weren't we?
Yes, we tried. Yes.
Some distance, but okay, if we could play g4 and save yourself the tempo of h3, that could be very important. I mean, because it basically means I can play f5 and g5 and go full steam ahead
and
in
she
this game.
played rook g1, right? So
she's missed the double attack.
This idea g4. Actually, it's really important, maybe even to explain to the viewers why it's so important to win this tempi, right? Like.
Well, first of all, whenever we have these situations where kings are on opposite flanks, it's all about who can get to the other king first. And every tempo counts. So a move like rook g1, if you don't have to prepare the move g4, you could save the move rook g1. Maybe the rook is better on h1. But Christian, the man of the hour, Darush, is in house, and we're not worthy.
Darius, welcome back to the studio. Yesterday, after a long game, you came and you said, I'm very, very tired right now. A pretty short game today. How are you feeling right now?
Well, definitely not tired. No, on more serious note, yeah, I feel really, really nice. I feel really, really good. Yeah, it was, I think, nice game. I don't know.
Did he surprise you in the opening because he was playing very, very quickly and building some sort of a time advantage?
I just wasn't sure whether he's still in his prep or it's some line that he prepared earlier, because I mean I played this line long time ago, so I wasn't sure whether he would be checking my old games, because I played this line 2015 or 16, I believe.
And this line of the Catalan
yes, and
bishop to c3.
Yeah, b3, a5 here. The game against Nepo like this. Bishop c3, then the game was bishop b7. Knight for his other move, knight d2, and he played c5 right away in that game. And I played myself in this position in 2000. I think it was 16. It was Czech Republic League, against Bindrich.
Let's see if we can find it.
It's here, down there.
Oh yeah. Swiercz versus
Yeah,
Bindrich.
2016. Yeah, it was Czech Republic League, and I played knight d5. It was, after a long game, I won. But okay, well, it's probably a bit better. But yeah, queen 7. I didn't know the move really. It's of course very logical. I just honestly, I wasn't sure what to play. Whether to play Catalan, whether to play Nimzo, whether to play e4 move number 1. I was choosing between the various options. I decided to play in the end, play d4, and it was one of the options I looked at, but I didn't envision he could play queen c7. Also, in Gala, I had a bunch of ideas to play, and eventually stick with that one.
What was the type of position that you were looking for against Hans? Did you have any specifics in mind?
I just wanted to get something playable where he wouldn't feel so comfortable, where I would have a bit more knowledge. Well, it didn't really work out, or maybe it did. I don't know. It's tough to say right now because I won pretty quickly. but I don't know where he made, honestly, his mistake. Like, this seemed pretty normal.
And he was playing super
Yes,
fast. 1 hour
so
and
I
30
assumed
minutes
it was
at
all
this point.
preparation by him. I was on my own, like, since Queen C7 pretty much. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that what I did was pretty standard. E4, Bishop B7, Bishop B2. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And, okay, it's very strange. The engine is, like, showing 0-0. Now, after E5, what I play, it shows a slight advantage to white. So I just don't understand.
Yeah, and not only that, but after knight
C4,
Queen to A8 seems to have been quite a
yeah, he also played it
serious
very
mistake.
quickly. He played it very quickly. I was thinking about this move, but I was sort of surprised to see it because I didn't see particularly any danger on this diagonal. Of course, it's logical to line up the queen and bishop like that, put this battery. But on the other hand, like I couldn't see any tricks that would actually work. Like, okay, there is not a 4 trick, but okay, I start with d takes c5, let's say.
And you always have ideas of knight to g5. Right?
Correct. So basically d takes c5, and I was thinking he should take with the pawn. I really thought he should take with the pawn. And now I want to play something like either knight d6 and followed by knight g5 or something like that, or knight d2, knight d4. Also, I saw this idea, and I thought white is better clear here because I get to d6 square. And again, whenever he moves his knight from d5, I take on b7 with a tempo. Let's say, for instance, knight c3. It's a blunder, knight c3, of course, but you know, bishop b7 is the point the queen is hanging. So that's always the point. So he doesn't have these jumps, right? So, but still, I think white is just better. He's starting with a knight on c5, and I was wondering whether I should play rook takes d5 here. I was tempted to do this, but I felt like in the end of the day, it should equalize to roughly equal. Okay, I win a pawn, but yeah, rook c8. Knight e1, bishop g2, king knight g2, and I thought he will have some compensation. Let's say with a4 or something at some point. Maybe not, I don't know if now. Yeah, a4 even now. I thought he would have some compensation here.
And he does.
And yeah, engine confirms.
Like he does.
That's why I didn't do that. So that's why I was like, okay, let's just go for it. Knight d6 takes knight g5. This looks very natural. And yeah, actually, this is already lost.
And by the way, he still had an hour and 60
This was
minutes.
puzzling me even more. Maybe it was his strategy to try to flag me or something, which maybe we try to do. And Fabi did so. But again, this didn't work out here.
A bit of a risky strategy, yeah, with all of your pieces attacking.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just coming. Rook c4 is very natural. I thought knight h7 as well.
Yes.
Knight h7, king h7, rook c4, and I thought f6 or something.
Yes, and now you can check and then here and actually.
Okay, I didn't see rook g4. I didn't see rook g4.
Yeah.
I saw that it should be winning, but I didn't like stop calculation too early.
Yeah.
I didn't see rook g4, but I thought rook c4 is good enough, so I just decided to play it. Okay, h6, yeah, and rook h4 also. I mean, there are many moves are winning here, of course.
Yeah.
I didn't do it because queen d6, rook h6, e5. Okay, I just how did I win? Take on d5 everything. Okay, my God, take on d5 everything and rook g6.
Yeah, everything is winning at this point.
Yeah, queen g6. Yeah. Forgot about that. Yeah, but knight d6 I thought it's just very clinical because it's just no chance pretty much, right? Like if knight d6, bishop d5, I just have extra pawn, which is actually queening pawn, all the dark squares and so on, just collapsing.
Darius, back-to-back victories after the rest day. What did you do during the rest day to gain so much confidence and play such
I didn't
good
do
games?
anything special. I just spent time with my family. I guess that's the best thing I could do. And have to have some rest, spend time with family, with my wife, and family in general. So yeah, that was about it.
Guys?
Indeed, just very, very well done. Tip of the hat. Impressive attacking victory. Well done, Darsh.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Turning our attention to Fabi versus Lenderman for a moment. Fabi sacrificed a pawn to make Black's life of what you're going to do with your king that much awkward. We left it where he just coaxed the weakness b5, b4. Kind of, once you've got that pawn going there, you're not castling queenside anymore because I can target the a6 pawn very nicely. And that, in fact, is exactly what happened. Lenderman actually escaped with his king to the king side by castling by hand. I liked what both players were doing very, very much. Right here, this move for me was a bit of a surprise by Fabi. He's just played the move bishop g5. More or less, he wants to take and be able to establish complete control over the dark square, something like bishop takes, queen e3, knight g5, queen f4, so that he's always focused on the f7 pawn. He grabbed the c-file right away, and for me that's a little bit of a surprise, because if I'm in Alex's shoes, I'm probably playing the move bishop f8 here, because right now both pieces are wanting the square g5.
Can I play bishop f6 just to check it out?
Sure,
Just
absolutely.
for fun.
And I'm not.
You don't take it.
I'm not taking. I probably should have even thrown in bishop takes d3. You're welcome to put your knight on g5, but then you can understand why I kept my bishop on f8. Sometimes I can actually play to just take the knight and let the bishop live, so long as you don't get your queen to h6, of course. On the other hand, with this move, rook c1, it's very clear that what Fabi has in mind is he does want to double rooks, either by rook a2 to c2 or rook c2, and, you know, take charge over the business squares. Compensation, yes. Advantage, well, the judgment is still out there. And the lifetime score between these two is, I believe, very favorable to Fabi.
Yes.
Whoa.
It is.
I thought there was a number of draws. That is a good customer. Alex Lenderman probably looking across the board at Fabi and saying, well, why do I have to play you? Our results so far, Anastasiya?
We have, yes, 3 results so far, 2 decisive games. Liang, Dominguez and Swiercz, both of them won the games with white pieces against Elshan and Hans. And we have 1 draw between Christopher Yu and Levon Aronian. And still 4 games in 7th round are not finished.
And our graphics department has been working overtime. We have it in graphic form. Leinier's win.
10 moves.
Oh.
Move on, move down. Look at this.
Everything
that's
very
funny.
normal with, but so, and then it goes. The graph goes off the chart.
I like this one. Yes, it's like
Okay.
we were building the house.
The Empire State
Yes.
Building just growing and growing.
Yeah.
Nicely done, graphics.
Yes. Everything is clear what was
It's
happening.
very clear to me. They have too much time on
Mhm.
their hands.
Playing with graphics.
Yeah, yes, playing around. Take us to the Ray Robson game, if you don't mind, Christian, because when we left it, Ray, we thought was winning. Is that still the case?
Well, let's take a look. He thought at this point, and this was the critical point we were discussing, he needed to find this sequence, very precise sequence of moves, bishop to h7 followed by bishop to f5. He thought for 18 minutes, and he found it. He played bishop h7, king h8, bishop to f5. This was the continuation, and we were discussing this situation in which black is right now having to defend against bishop to d7. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. You cannot move the knight anywhere else because I'm going to take on f6 and then you're going to get checkmated. So he played the move knight to e5, f4, once again trying to open up the long diagonal, knight to g6, and moves are coming in and they're coming in fast. Knight to g6, knight takes f7. This is a sign that Ray Robson actually looked at this and analyzed this and predicted that this is going to happen a while back, a lot of moves ago, when he took that 18-minute thing and calculated all the variations, and right now he's making the most precise moves in the position. Took a pawn back and the situation has clarified. I am going to get to your king. Whether you want it or not, I am going to get to your king, and this is a huge problem in the position for black. For example, if you go queen to e7, I'm going to go queen to f2. I'm starting to look at checkmating your king. The problem is you cannot escape. If you go to g7, I have another piece. The rook on a1 is going to come to g1. A lot of checkmating threats are arising in the position. If you try to run, I'm going to bring the queen right now. Once again, checkmate on h8 is coming. If you go queen g7, I just drop back. You cannot defend on both g and h files. You don't have enough pieces. You don't have enough momentum as black. This position is desperate right now. And Ray Robson might also be keeping contact with the leader by winning a second, well, back-to-back wins for Ray Robson if he manages to take down Wesley. So in this one, and he has all the chances to do so.
Well, that would be a huge victory indeed. One quick question for you, Cristian. What if Wesley goes queen g7 in the current position, puts his queen on h6? I saw what you were trying to do with queen f2 to h4, so let me preempt you.
You don't have time. I go queen f5. How do you put a queen on h6?
F6 is hanging.
If you go rook to f8, try defend this, I'll give you a check. There's no queen h6.
Right.
Not only that, but after rook to the g1, you're getting mated in one move. Well, actually, sorry, bishop to h7. Probably.
Right. I'm just losing everything. Yeah.
You're losing everything.
Right.
The situation is dire right now. So.
Right.
I mean, Wesley's probably looking at the position right now, and he's trying to figure out how to save the king, but there's no way to save the king. He's just busted right now.
He's busted.
Busted, completely busted.
Well, that makes it as simple as we possibly can. And everybody, as we prepare for a break, once again, we love those questions. They really put us on the edge of our toes there. We like inviting you for the discussion. We're going to take a break, Anastasiya, and we'll see everybody on the other side. Bye for now.
As part of the World Chess Hall of Fame lecture series, author and international master John Donaldson will be doing a live presentation on the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match, examining their early lives and careers leading up to their classic match. You can join John live on October 18th at the World Chess Hall of Fame, or watch the live stream on the World Chess Hall of Fame YouTube channel. That's October 18th, John Donaldson Live. More information at stlouischessclub.org.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
Welcome back, everyone. It's round 7 of US Championships. Let's check the results in open section first. Christopher, you made a draw against Levon Aronian. It was the only draw so far.
Right.
Right? We have 2 decisive games.
A shocking miniature in the game between Leinier and Elshon as Elshon falls into a well-known trap. That game was over in 20 minutes. We had barely sat down. Darush winning brilliantly against Hans Niemann. What a terrific attacking game that was. And the results in the standings, I want to ask about the ladies.
Yes, so we have so far the same standings as we
Nothing
had
changed.
before the round. Yes, still, because we don't have 2 results. So Irina Krush shared the first place with Jennifer Yu, as well as Alice Lee shared the 3rd place together with Megan Lee. Only half a point difference between them. And then we have Tati Abrahamyan with 3.5 points.
Nice.
And the others as well. The games are still on the way.
Absolutely. I wanted to turn our attention to this clash of giants and Olympians, if you will, between Ray Robson and Wesley So. When we left it, we had seen all of this happening. It was unfolding nicely for Ray, Queen F2, and this, I'm going to use the word, naked king,
Yes.
naked king, is really about to get a lot of attention. Queen H4 check and Rook G1. Wesley said, I've got to stop Queen H4. He played the move F5, and Ray instantly played Rook G1 and said, look, I'm about to menace Rook G5 and Queen H4, and it's going to be, game over. And Wesley, looking at the position, look, the bishop on B7, rook on A8, never participated really, and Black's king is going down. This would be a huge win for Ray, as Darush also will be +2. Lifetime score between these two. They've played each other, well, 11 games.
It's almost even, yes, so 1 win. 2
I want to say they played 11 classical games and 10,000 blitz games with one another. They know each other well. I'm a little bit surprised by the win-loss ratio there. 1 win for Ray, 2 for Wesley. Somehow I would have expected that to be more decisive. A lot of draws between them. Rook G8. Well, this one I don't think you're going to ask.
Yeah, what twice to play Rook G5?
The only thing I can imagine is we got to get on our walking shoes once more. Go Rook G7. So the idea is that after Queen H8 check, we don't have to put our king on G7. We can put our king on on G8.
So then what happens? Do we
Yeah.
have anything after that?
Well, that's the problem. How are we going to follow up?
Like bishop h7, the only check I can see, but then king f8, yes, nothing, or f7, yes.
Maybe
You can
I can
eat,
take
yes,
it, or
no,
I
it's
can
on h7.
Yes, I can eat.
Yes.
H7.
You keep running, yes, and then I don't know, a queen rook f5, yes.
But keep running.
Yes.
right.
Do I need to take on f5? Maybe there was something like queen h6 first. I don't know if it makes any difference.
Okay,
After
remember,
king f.
I do have a like you could kind of like try to set up some ideas, but there might be a check. There might be a check on E2 that might be disruptive.
So you're trying to run away, right? Via
Yes.
E8, F8 and E8. So let's keep going into that variation.
Well, let's
Queen
check
H4,
it.
G8.
Okay, so Rook G7, Queen H4 check, King to G8, only move.
So now I see your escape path. I'm going to try to cut you off with the move Queen H5. Not only that, but I'm also looking
Yes,
at E2.
Yes, E2.
So how do you do it right now?
Well, just show me how you. Oh.
Let's say I give you a check.
With H7?
And then
yes,
rook f5.
on H7.
Yes.
Okay, so far so good.
I take on F5.
And you go rook
Now I go
f7.
bishop G6.
Bishop G6.
Ah, yes, it's a
And
checkmate.
there's a
Look at
checkmate on
this.
H8.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And at the same time,
Nice.
you're keeping me at bay with this beautiful queen protection over the E2. Ooh, that's nasty. Queen H5. Okay, it means I don't have time. Can I? Okay, take a deep breath.
Queen f4.
You're still, but now I go bishop f7.
Bishop
and
f7,
then I go
yes.
queen h8.
And g7 is
And
falling.
then I think I
Yes.
can pick up g7.
Even with
Yeah,
queen e8.
yeah.
Queen takes g7, I don't think you're going to survive.
I don't think so either. That's a very nice move, that queen h5. I was wondering if there was another move beside rook g5, but if you can go queen h4 and queen h5, that does the magic trick.
Puzzle rush
Yes.
for Ray Robson.
Exactly.
He's
exactly.
counting definitely.
And is time a factor? I don't. In Ray's games, usually it is, but in this particular game, Anastasiya.
Yeah, he's doing really well because the position became so good from quite
a distance.
Yes.
Last quick
distance.
question: Rook to g5. I know I'm sure I'm going to answer it as well. Rook takes g6. Rook takes g6. Dreaming.
Wait, yes.
Oops.
But I don't
Queen
have to
H-
take on g6. I can go queen h4 check.
Yes, queen h4 check and rook g6.
Whoa, whoa,
yes,
whoa,
and
whoa,
take the
whoa,
queen.
whoa.
And now rook h5.
Oh, if only.
Yes, one small step. Yes, and rook g2 comes in.
Yes.
It's not completely over, but I think you take on h5, then go king g7, but I take on f5 also, and you don't have enough time to take on c4 because of queen to d7.
Exactly.
So I'm picking up everything.
You are.
All of your pawns. And then I'm just
Exactly.
going to push my h pawn or something like that.
I think that's a very compelling point. Yeah, I tried rook g7, I tried rook g6, but in both cases, it's just not enough. Wow.
It's looking good for Ray, guys.
Okay. And what about the two Sams?
Let's take a look.
What
What's
has been
happening
happening
in
with the two
Sams?
The battle of
This
Sams.
is the current position. I think we left it off somewhere around here, if I'm not mistaken.
Too many moves.
Rook takes d5, rook takes d5, a4 makes a lot of sense. You want to open up the a file and activate your rook via
Yes.
the a file. Knight to f8, nice move. We were predicting this type of ideas, knight f8, and try to get the knight
Exactly.
to e6. A takes b5, king to h2, rook to d7, rook to d1, queen to c6. Black achieved whatever he wanted to achieve, and that is to get the knight to e6. White, on the other hand, hasn't improved the position on the king side. There's no way you can invade via the king side and take advantage of the king on h8. I don't see bishop d4 and any ideas on the long diagonal happening anytime soon. So unless you have something like e6, just sacrifice a pawn and try to set something up along the long diagonal.
Yes,
I
that's
don't
interesting.
think, but it doesn't seem to be working because there's no bishop to d4.
Queen e5.
You give a check, but then I just move away and maybe bishop to e1, but you're not in time. You have your own
Check.
problems as well.
Wow.
Bishop to d6, the pawn on f4 is hanging. You're not in time. And to be honest, even if you are, so let's just say I'm making a random move. I will go queen to c8, bishop to c3. Even this is not that conclusive. There's no immediate checks. So it does look that you have to take on f5 and hope for some sort of a perpetual. You're not getting to my king anytime soon. The knight is an extremely good defender against any sort of checks. So solid position for black. At some point, I have the feeling that white, Sam Shankland that is, will have to start thinking about pulling the brakes and making a draw in this one. Simplifying the position, make a draw, because if you allow the knight to e6 and then simply just the movement of the majority on the queen side, you might get into some strategical trouble in this game.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Christian, for sure. Let's just jump in the game between Liang and Irina Krush. When we left it, we rather liked White's position right here. You had mentioned rook a e8, Anastasiya. I can't trade everything off and munch a pawn on e4 at the end of all of these trades. You pointed out there was a back rank mate on c1 square. So we were looking at king g1 for White. We thought that White stood better after such a move. She played g2, g3. And a surprise to my eyes, she decided that this tension on e4, she wanted to trade it off, essentially giving up her b2 pawn for what I considered a weak pawn on f5. Queen takes e4, and Irina immediately pounced and now played this really powerful move, queen f2. The problem is White's king can easily get checkmated. Like, for example, let me just put a bad move on the board, and let me put a second bad move on the board. And this is what I mean by the fact that White's king is in a little bit of distress. Liang played queen c4, defending f1, but now we can imagine, for example, a move like h5, and it's very awkward for White's queen suddenly because the king is really in a bad
yes,
situation,
corner,
right?
yes.
I mean, you can't go, let's say, pawn hunting. Something like this would just be a suicide.
It'll just help, yes.
No, hold on. Where's my mate? Now that I said suicide.
G5 maybe. No, G5 because we have a queen. Okay,
the one thing I didn't want, I wanted to play my pawn with mate.
Queen F5. Queen F5 and
Queen
you don't
F5
have
is,
Queen
and
F4.
Queen G4, yes.
You don't have Queen F4.
That is
G5,
pretty.
yes. Okay.
That is a very pretty one. Thank you, Christian, rescuing me for a moment there.
But I really like, Yasser, like you spotted this king, yes, and immediately you start looking for checkmates. Like
Exactly.
a pattern is here. You
Right.
don't need even to know the consequences of moves. You just have a feeling that something will be, you will
Right.
find something there.
Exactly. That just, that's just too much pattern recognition that you just go bang.
Yes.
And instantly you understand that White is the one in deep trouble here. Again, I thought Liang stood better when the rooks were on the board. With everything gone, you can see that this pawn is could actually be quite a useful decoy
Yes.
for
What if this
for
pawn
black.
starts running and you have some ideas with checkmate? Maybe he's thinking about a4 even. I don't know if it works immediately.
Right.
Queen f1, queen,
I-
maybe not. But I like your move. H5.
I would love to set
Yes.
up a situation where my king is kind of tucked away, a little bit safe. Put my king on h6, put my pawn on h5, later play the move queen to c2 so that I'm keeping a patrol over the f5 square and then play for a4. Bottom line, I wouldn't be surprised, pardon me, that was just a mouselet, if this was simply winning.
It is winning.
For
Yes.
Arena.
It is
That would be
winning.
huge. How's our young lady Alice Lee doing at 12 years old? She's up against Rochelle.
Not amazing right now.
Not amazing. I like Rochelle's position, actually.
Rochelle's position is great. Two
Yeah.
bishops, weakness that I can play against, the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
I don't have any worries around my king. It's looking good. It's looking
Yeah.
great.
Who's ever Rochelle's coach is like, yes, Rochelle, very safe king. Like the bishop on g6, good pawn shield. Love this bishop on d4, rook on c4. Alice in trouble in this one. And finally, let's jump to Jennifer.
check what's
Megan
happening.
versus Jennifer, because we left it, we think a really important missed opportunity for Megan right here. Had she played the move g4 with the surprising double attack, queen e2, picking up a piece, g4 would have given her the initiative. She prefaced the attempt to play g4 with the move rook g1, an unneeded loss of a tempo, and after bishop f7,
G3? Why?
that's
I'm trying to understand why still not G4.
exactly, looks really rather passive. Okay, I'm catching up with the players now. I think rook takes e6 is the last move. Okay, I understand a4 is under attack, but I also understand d6. So let's just drop the pawn. Ooh, although that allows knight c5. What I wanted was knight e4 and knight takes a4. Sorry for the fans of Sabina Foisor, a former U.S. champion, not having a good result. Went down once again to Shritha.
Yes, she lost.
By the way, we're talking about some streaky play. I mean, Shritha started terribly,
Yes.
like 0 out of 3. I think she lost 3 of her first 4 games. Suddenly she's
She had half a
beat
point,
Tatev,
and then she won 3 in a row.
Nice.
And the
Arena
same-
Crush doing incredibly well, winning 3 in a row. So we're seeing some streaks
Yes.
going on here. I wanted to play d5, knight e4, and knight takes a4, but maybe knight c5 keeps everything intact for Megan. It defends the pawn on a4, stops knight e4. Should I capture this pawn? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe knight a4. Let's try to do
I
it.
mean,
Yes, just maybe you can still have something here.
We're pawn grubbers.
Yes. Yeah, you move your queen. Yes.
And we pick up a tempo.
Nice. Now what?
By the way, knight e4 on tap.
Yes. So probably, like, if you exchange the queens, I think it's good for black, right?
Yeah, at the moment, no reason in particular that I have to rush.
Yes, you can play knight d5.
It's an intriguing position. I'm gonna throw it into your hands, Cristian. What do you have for us?
Well, I'm actually looking at this game developing between Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova and Tatev Abrahamyan because, I mean, there's a lot of pieces around, around the black king. Look at this situation.
It seems wild.
It's a wild position indeed. And take a look at this sequence. Knight to e4, king to g2, bishop to c5, rook to f1, and bishop to e7. Saying, okay, maybe I want to take that knight. It's looking too active for my taste. Well, check this out. Take it if you want. Knight to g6. If you take it, I think you're going to get checkmated. Rook to f5. Yeah, sure, you covered the square h5 for my queen. I'm not checkmating you immediately, but I can preface that with a move queen to g4, queen to g4, queen to h3. You are going to get checkmated right now. So you're in deep trouble. As, for example, if you play this move, check this out. Queen to e8, rook to h8, queen to h3. You have to give me everything you have right now. Take king to g8, queen to h7, king to h8, or even this nice little move, bishop to h6.
That's nasty.
The attack is flowing right now for white. Of course, if you take g7, g8, I get another queen in the position, and you can pretty much resign. So a very intriguing set of developments in this one. Knight to g6 was played. Rook to f7, by the way, responded. Queen to g4. And right now, knight to c5 is the last move. Tokhirjonova is thinking what to do in this position, but it does seem like her attack is devastating. The bishop probably just has to drop back to b1. It makes a lot of sense. You attacked my bishop, I might as well drop it back. Now, what I'm seeing is also the time situation. 6 minutes for Tatev with 16 moves to go.
That's a lot of moves.
That's a lot of moves, especially when you're being viciously attacked. Yes. Like she is right now. So what Tokhirjonova should do is just not try to find any sort of fancy responses right now. Leave the bishop on d3 and focus on the checkmate. Don't go for that. Just drop back the bishop on b1. Put pressure on your opponent's clock as well as the position. And I think she has a devastating attack for sure.
So you're saying not to play knight takes e7, bishop h7. But if you drop back with the bishop, aren't you inviting Tatev to play the move bishop b5 and maybe drop her bishop?
And then I will move my rook to d1.
Rook to d1, okay. Let's say I just pause, queen d7.
Let's go h6. At some point I will break open the position.
Okay. Oh dear.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, but okay, you're still trying, yes, to call.
I need some.
Knight takes e7 was played.
Knight takes e7. Maybe let's check this bishop h7 idea. Maybe she sees checkmate or something.
I'm sure she's got it on her mind. Bishop h7, queen g6,
h6.
and h6.
I don't know, yes. Let's check it out.
I mean, it looks so attractive.
Yes. If it works, then it works.
I'm not sure if it's working. I mean,
well, that's the question.
G8,
Is it
h6, and what's your next move?
Well, queen g and h6, yes?
Sure.
But h6.
Where's the attack, actually?
King g8 and h6.
Let's say rook f5.
Rook f5.
Yes.
Sure.
If you give h7 check, you just hide, yes, your king on h8, so the attack is pretty over.
It's just that the position doesn't require this type of solutions. Just
How
play
do
it
you
slow.
know it?
You don't actually have as...
How do you know it? Yes.
But what you can do, and I think this is what
okay, rook h4, I still keep trying. Rook h4 with the idea to play rook h1.
I understand.
And then what?
Uh-oh.
Even after that, you don't have an immediate attack. Even after rook to h1, you're still not checkmating me on the spot. So...
No, I'm not, but let's say It's nice to sacrifice a couple of pieces.
Especially when they're not your own. But yeah. I mean, you are winding up for a serious haymaker there.
Yeah, but Queen F7 I think was
But that was the
good.
problem.
Yes.
Queen F7 was...
And what, you have to play Queen G4? You don't really want to do
Right,
something like
now...
that? Yes.
Now you start to worry, why did I sacrifice a piece?
This
No,
is
but
my
this
guess.
one is
What
not-
she's trying to do is Queen
Uh-huh.
takes E7 and Bishop to G6. Maybe.
Bishop to G6.
Ah.
I think that makes much more sense than taking on H7.
So let's check it.
I'll confirm that very much because in this case,
Mhm.
the open G file plays, pardon me, the open H file plays itself. Rook H8 check, Queen H7, very, very well known puzzle rush tactic for checkmate. But the pawn on G6 is actually a great attacking unit. So Bishop G6 might force you
But
to
now I
drop
have
back.
Bishop G5 and the Queen is trapped.
Ah, well now we understand.
And now we talk.
Your student's a genius. Look
Yes.
what she did. Takes on E7, Bishop G6, Bishop G5. Coach, where's my gold star?
Don't say that twice. She will actually believe you. there's no reason to inflate her ego at all. Absolutely not.
So you're from these trainers who never say to the student,
done.
"You are well done.
No.
You're so good." No. They say, you should even work better. You
Yeah,
made so many mistakes, even though you won the game.
Yes.
It was a bad game.
It
yes.
was really terrible. I would not be proud if I were in your
Well,
shoes.
the thing is, if you look at Bishop G6, it's
Yes.
not over yet.
No, it's not.
Because I have ideas like Rook F5.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. You take my exchange, but I have the light squares right now. I have D4, I have Bishop C6 coming, I have Knight to E6.
That is true.
I'm seeing a strategical caveat to this whole situation for Tatev, right? I think she's might be feeling good if Rook to F5 comes on the board.
I don't think she feels good
we
at
have-
all, but she maybe will find it because there is nothing else. Actually,
Right.
Bishop
Yes.
G5 is such a big threat. You have
Something
to do
about
something.
forcing moves like the move D5, D4. You tend to spot them when you realize that everything else is just losing.
And there's also something about French players whenever their light square bishop gets
Correct.
active. It's like they get a second life.
That's exactly right.
They feel so good about their whole situation. It's like they're having a new game, a flair, right? So,
Are you writing my autobiography? That's exactly how it is for the French
I know,
defense player. We get this electric jolt of...
Wait, are you a French player?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
Yasser,
yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
I mean, I was only cured after 20 years, but but I had some good moments during those 20
Yes,
years,
yes,
like
yes.
what you're saying.
And this is exactly what she did. Bishop C6 is on the board.
Bishop
Wow.
C6, not
Okay,
D4.
not
but
D4, but
You don't
same
have to hurry
idea.
with D4, right? But the same idea. I will get the
Right,
light
it's a
square bishop,
telegraph.
and finally I have something to play for.
It's like, do whatever you want on your king's side. I just
Right.
finally have my bishop into the game. So who cares?
Beautiful, beautiful bishop.
Yes, you can take my rook.
And
whatever.
I like that move. I mean, it certainly dodges Bishop G5. I mean, the queen is no longer trapped, has a very nice square, at least one, and many more, in fact. But D5, D4, yes, that will be counterspiel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, B5, B4 is
New
going to
word.
be mad.
Counterspiel? Spiel. That was what Tarjan and we would say, spiel the spiel. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Spiel the spiel when we were analyzing. I like Bishop C6.
It's a good move, yeah.
It's a very good move. Sorry, I'm not really too sure we ever came to a conclusion about Megan and Jennifer's game because it seemed like it was really very, very complex. Let's pick it up. She did, by the way, Jennifer
D5,
did
yes. Okay.
play the move D5. And after queen to D4, this was a KG move. Knight on F6 to D7. Forestalling, moves like Knight C5. And after Bishop H3, Rook F6. I want to say that White's pieces are taking up dominant central positions here. And wait a minute, if I'm White and I'm playing the move Rook C1, I'm getting enthusiastic for Megan.
Can I ask you something?
Please.
This move, Knight D7, was it necessary to play?
I don't know.
That's right. Maybe Knight D4 was possible because I don't think the knight is hanging Or there is some tactics here.
I suppose that Jennifer was worried
Maybe
that in
Bishop.
some lines this knight was hanging. But yes, I understand you
Like
precisely.
normally you want to put
centralize
your
the
pieces to
knight.
the central squares, but you don't probably even threat anything because like your queen cannot really move. This knight on b6
Is
has
always
yes.
hanging.
So you
Oops,
don't
excuse me.
want to play like knight c4, nothing like that.
Exactly.
Also,
All right.
check the time, guys.
What about the time?
What
1
is
minute and 38 seconds for Jennifer.
Wow.
With a lot of moves to go. 16 moves to go, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on, did you say one?
1
minute
minute
only,
and
yes.
38 seconds. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Much like Ray Robson, Jennifer's kind of like that time trouble addiction.
Yeah, but probably she didn't like her position, you know, that maybe every move was like, you know, you were not sure what's going on and you kept spending time on them. Yes, so...
Well, I'm looking at this position and I'm saying I would really much rather have white because, again, I'm seeing some very nicely centralized pieces. Rook on a8, knight on b6 are not making that great impression. And by the way, the queen hasn't even moved. So, like, what would you be enthusiastic about if you were black after the move rook e1? By the way, rook e1 comes with a threat of maybe playing rook e7. So I can imagine takes.
Okay. If bishop takes, maybe we can play queen f6 trying
Check,
to
check,
exchange.
check, check, check,
Okay,
check, check,
yes.
check.
Good
Check
morning,
for-
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And good evening, sir.
Yes.
So,
King h8, you're kind of putting your king over there in the corner. Now here I would like to some way take advantage of the open e-file. I would like to do more than I'm about to show, but just for example, this idea of being able to take advantage of the e7 square. You know, if I could just trade everything. I want more than this.
But yes, it
just
shows
show where
that
the advantage
it's a really
is
good position for
for
white. Controlling
Yeah.
all those squares. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But
Guys,
it's not nice.
Yes, please.
It seems like Irina Krush missed her chance.
Oh
Really?
no, really?
Yeah, she did not play the move h5. Actually, h5, according to the engines, after queen to c4, h5 was giving a +7 advantage.
Plus
This is
Seven, it
over.
was winning.
This is basically
Yeah,
over.
sir, you picked up the best move and the position in 1 second. H5, you said.
Oh, what did she do
Wow.
instead?
She played queen a7, which makes a lot of sense. You put a queen behind the pawn and you just want to promote that.
No,
but
you don't do this with
you're
the king
allowing
on
too many checks right now. She started off with queen to f4, king to e8. There are still some chances for Irina, of course. This king is probably going to go on this side, and if I manage to start pushing my pawn, you will have some problems. But it just feels like the board is a bit too empty. And I'm going to be able to find that perpetual in a lot of instances. So big chance missed by Irina
Knight
with that move, h5,
yes.
queen to a7. Unfortunately for Irina, threw her whole advantage away. Very intriguing developments in this one. Two of the leaders, well, the co-leaders going into this one. Jennifer Liu is in trouble against Megan Lee, and Irina, unfortunately for her, she did not manage to get the decisive advantage after that move, h5.
Yeah, if I was in white shoes, I'd probably play king g2 myself,
Yes,
just to get away. And if you play a4, the good news after for example, king g2, a4, the good news is that, well, I can check, and there's no queen e7.
Yeah, you
I'm
take
picking
the
up
pawn.
this pawn. By the way, I mean, you're talking about perpetual checks. Now that my king isn't on h3, a moment ago with my king on h3, I was afraid.
Yes.
I feared.
You cannot take it, yes.
That I've just lost. I'm not even close to catching the pawn. But with the move king g2, well, first of all, I'm setting up this, and there's no cross checks. The hovering king, there we go. Liang.
Wow, king g2 immediately,
king g2.
yes.
I think she realized, you know, she had this opportunity to get out of those mating nets. She took advantage of it. What did happen in Begum versus? Yeah, Begum. She saw that that this bishop on c6 was about to become a monster. She put her rook on d4 right away, and maybe Tatev missed because I will never let you play. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
it's
I am
bishop.
never going to let you play d6.
No more
if you
d4,
attack the rook with the knight, if you got this brilliant move, knight d3, I will play bishop here. I will not let you push the pawn any further. So,
Yes.
what a blockade,
Yes.
Christian. You should be proud.
Okay, I'm going to be proud once the game is over. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this one develops. I have to say, Tatev missed her chance also because that move rook to f5, and I think that was critical. And she played king h8 right now, but doesn't that help?
You mean right here, rook f5?
Rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5. It's mostly about the knight placement. You don't have a very good placement for the knight. You are looking at e4, but I will always be able to push it back with the move f3, right? So what I would like to go, where I would like to go is on e6.
Yes.
Get the knight to e6. That will support the push with d4 as well. Put the bishop on c6. That looks very organic. For black's position. So I really like this opportunity that she had with the move rook to f5. Now we have king to h8. And by the way, what are the times right now? 3 minutes and 16 seconds for Tatev, and 20 minutes, I think, for.
It looks like 4.5 minutes maybe for Tatev at this moment.
Which is not so bad.
Begum
though.
has a lot of time, 21
Yes.
minutes.
20
She's feeling really good. What about our matchup between not just the Sams? I wanted to go to Ray, Robson, and Wesley. So we've been calling this one for some time for Ray, but you still got to win it. What has happened? We left it. He did play rook g5,
He played
rook
all these
g7.
moves, check and queen h5, protecting e2 square, as we
Beautiful.
discussed, as was prescribed.
Right. Bishop went back to c8, protecting the pawn on f5. There was a couple of variations we were looking at where the king didn't get anywhere after rook takes f5. So bishop c8 makes sense. Ray says, well, let me take the opportunity to pick up a pawn. a5, and we're up to date with the players. How bad is it for Ray? Yes, sorry.
That one is very, very good for Ray. In fact, it's completely winning for Ray. But Lenderman just collapsed. Take a look at what happened in his game. Queen to e2 was the move played by Fabiano, definitely putting some pressure on e6, increasing that tension. Knight to e4 would have been a great move in the position. Sacrifice a pawn, but at least after knight takes e4, take on e4, queen takes e4, we're going to have this position, equal pawns. I understand my king is most likely a bit weaker than yours. You have some targets, but I do have my play as well.
Rook c3,
mostly related with rook to c3. I'm targeting this pawn on b3. Rook to c8 is coming. Queen to c6. If I manage to exchange the queens, then this one is probably going to be a draw, right?
Exactly.
So big moment and big opportunity. And check this move out. King to g8.
Say what?
King to g8.
This is a very strange move to my eyes because
the geometry of queen takes e6,
You take and take
which
on
he
e6.
did, which he did. Take and take on a5. Not only that.
Nice. And then queen
You
is
take
6.
queen to c6, you're getting checkmated. Yes.
Wow.
That's one check. First of all, I can also take your rook, but I don't have to. I go here, I go here, I get the knight to d6, and this one is going to end in pain for the black king. So unfortunately, you cannot do that. But what else? What are you going to do as black? Because if you try to go knight to e4, yeah, I have this move, rook to
Too
e6.
late.
The queen on e2 is so well placed.
He played rook e8 in the game.
Rook e8, sure, but rook a6?
It's same
happening?
story.
Why not?
Absolutely.
You take on d4, I take on e6. You're getting completely destroyed.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm invading right now, and
Yeah.
there's absolutely no counter chances coming on the king side.
Like what
Big
look at
opportunity,
fate.
and this, look
You
guys,
have
this
to
is
play.
important for Fabiano, right?
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
Ray is winning his games.
Yeah.
Not only that, but
Darush.
Darush is coming from behind, right?
Yeah.
He was -1.
Look at
look
look at
He
Lenderman.
realized.
He
Suffering.
missed it. Rook a5. He missed
He's
it.
like, oh my gosh,
He
why did
missed
I
rook takes
allow
a5.
rook takes? Yeah, and especially in that moment when he did play king g8, because two very decent alternatives were on tap. First of all, I love the move knight e4. I mean, just break up this very powerful knight and queen combination. I love that move. But, you know, even, oh, excuse me, that was a mouse slip. Even the move rook c3, is a much better alternative than king to g8. King g8 not only blunders a pawn, it does it in the worst possible fashion. If the knight was on e4, you know, you would be playing knight. It'd be a different story altogether. Blunders a pawn and gives white additional momentum to develop the attack. Rook e8 on the board. Fabi just kind of like reorienting himself. Like,
counting his
gosh.
blessings right now.
Exactly.
Of course, to find rook a5, yes. No, but these mistakes, they come usually when you're under huge pressure. And this is what probably was happening with Alex. Like, you know, to play against Fabi, every move, you have to watch out all these ideas of your opponent. Yes, you know your pawn up, but your opponent has initiative. So probably he just completely forgot about this option, rook a5, and misplayed.
And also, it seems like Fabiano has his number.
Yeah, that 4-0 score.
4-0, he's his customer.
Right.
So psychologically, it's very
yes.
difficult to play against these players.
Of course, if you, it's another story.
It's true.
Did you have any of those type of players that you were just either winning against or losing against?
Oh my goodness, absolutely, absolutely, yes. I would always beat player A, who would always beat player B, who would always beat player C, who would always beat me. I mean, it was like this death loop. And yeah, I mean, I had a great score. I was 4-0 against Michael Tal. I mean, like what?
Not
I mean,
bad at all.
Yeah, exactly, right? And there was
that guy? Michael what?
And there was a guy. Ulf Anderson. Anderson.
No, I've heard about that guy.
I joke with Ulf that if I ever wrote a book, my best games, it would be, you know, like the 8 games that we played, you know, the whole book. Ulf, I only beat Ulf once in classical games, but I mean, every game he beat me, and I think he beat me like 5 times, was like masterful. Like just you could learn so much from those games.
Like Capablanca Marshall, all
yeah,
those games
this
you could
kind
just
of thing,
compete
right?
with them, right?
Peter Biasa started 6-0 against me before I started beating Peter. It was like Walter Brown and so on. Yeah, but usually I was able to right the ship, but boy, there were some players I just couldn't, you know, compete. It was pretty strange.
For me,
yes,
Ray
please.
Robson is one of those guys that I can just simply not compete against.
Yeah.
I beat him the first time, and after that I lost 7 times in a row.
Oof.
It's just so difficult for me to play against Ray. I don't know, he has this manner about his style of play and his style of focus all the time. He seems like a baby assassin, you know? Baby-faced assassin.
The baby-faced assassin.
He's
Nice.
always so focused. He doesn't show any emotion. He rarely gets off the board. He's always there in your face, and I really despise that. I like him as a person. Don't get me wrong. I love Ray, but playing against him is not easy.
There was a brilliant Randy Singfield and Kevin have made this brilliant 60-minute documentary of 10 years chess club in St. Louis, and showing over the years how it evolved. One of the things about that documentary, which is so funny, is Ray Robson.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because he was like in the first U.S. championship as like a kind of gawky 14-year-old. We see him 10 years later, and he's grown like 3 feet.
Exactly.
And Ray has been a fixture here in St. Louis.
I saw him emotional only when we play backhouse chess.
Then he gets upset.
With my play, yes.
With your play.
Played with him sometimes. It was really funny. But no, actually, he's like, just calm down, keep playing. You know, like,
we got this,
yeah,
we got
it's
this,
okay.
we got this.
And speaking of Ray, he's putting the finishing touches on.
Yeah, I think he played the move
jump
bishop
that.
h7 or something, right?
Let's jump to that game of...
And him drinking water is a bad sign. You know?
Really?
Yeah?
He's just relaxed, you know. Hey, come on, it's time to get out.
Why is it so bad? Bishop h7, it looks terrible.
Bishop takes f5 is coming.
Okay, so like the whole point is, like, we cannot walk into a discovery check. That just plays itself. We can't go to f7. That will hang the rook. So our move is force, king f8, and then you were saying bishop takes?
What about
he
queen
just played
e2?
rook to g2. No, rook to g2 is on the board. Rook to g2 is on the board. So that's the point. You cover the second rank first.
Ah,
And bishop f5
nice
is coming.
quiet move.
Very nice.
Yes.
That's, I'm telling you, he's the baby-faced assassin. He sees everything.
I'm sure about that. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Rook g2, it's a
Hold
nice
on.
move. Yes.
Ah, d6 is hanging. So if I try to just stop you from taking the pawn on f5, could this be a zugzwang?
It looks like. Oh my gosh.
Not only that, but I think the geometry works in white's favor. For example, queen f7,
Yeah,
take
just-
on d6, queen e7.
Just to say once again, the king is frozen. Any king moves cost you the rook. So we move the queen, but we cost the pawn.
Queen e7.
Now I can even take on e7. You take with a rook.
Oh my gosh.
I go rook g8.
And there goes the bishop.
King f7, I take the bishop, and you cannot take my bishop because the king is in front of the rook. So
That's unfair.
Yeah.
Okay, so no queen moves, no rook moves, no king moves.
So b4.
I think this might just be
We just take on f5. Yes.
resignation time.
Why?
We take on f5 and then queen h8. That's the whole point,
that's
I
the
think.
plan.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Oh, nice, Anastasiya. You're a very
I was asking
mean-
myself this question
You're
also,
a very
like why?
mean person. Look at
Why
this.
bishop f5 is working? Because
Queen
Christian
h8.
mentioned it, and I was asking myself, is it working? But then I
Yes.
found this queen h8.
And it's even mate. It's just simply mate. King f6. You don't even take my queen.
Yes.
You just brutalize.
Nice.
Nice. Rook e2. That is a quiet killer. Rook g2. Pardon me. That is really. Wow, that's the finishing touch.
And I think we're actually going to see a resignation now, unless maybe you can still try bishop b7.
Bishop b7?
Try to go
so
bishop d5, bishop
the
g8.
idea is that in this
you cover.
case, I can cover g8 by a miracle. Oh, here I can actually even play rook g8, but the whole point of bishop takes d5 was to have that defensive
but I think
opportunity.
Bishop h7 you can play or not.
Okay, so bishop b7, can we do worse damage than...
I think we can take.
We can take on g7.
Just the simple taking on g7 and queen takes d6.
That-
No, after bishop f5.
Oh, with or without? Well, because
yes,
this
he
is
was-
also kind of attractive, right? You have to play here.
Yeah.
And then I go here?
Yeah.
And then don't I mate you? You have to go queen e8.
That's yes, but you cannot take on b7 because I'm giving you some checks, right?
Ah, I can't.
You might escape, but I don't
maybe
think you
not.
want to.
No.
Maybe you get the perpetual. You're right.
You
okay.
definitely don't want to calculate that. No, but I think you can take on f5.
First.
All right.
Take on d5.
d5 and then
now rook takes
rook
g7.
g7.
Ah.
And my queen always comes back to g2.
That's much cleaner. I like
Yes,
it. Yes,
this
that
is
is much,
beautiful.
much nicer. And you can, as you say, any checks, your queen can always interpose on g2.
That's
That seems to be
really
it, guys.
Wow.
Wow.
And again, we're seeing some streaks. Again, Darush played a marvelous game today.
Fabiano is showing
Fabiano's
great.
kind of on a streak, but Ray, we were talking about how many players were, 5 draws in a row in the first half. And sometimes you can't do anything but draw, and then suddenly we're seeing all of these wins in a row. And the defending champion, Wesley So, not enjoying this moment. What is happening between the two youths, Jeffrey Xiong and Awonder Liang? For a long time, we thought that game was going to be a draw. Is that still the case,
I
Christian?
think so, yes. I think that is still indeed the case because we have this end game. It doesn't seem like... Well, surely it's white who is pressing, of course. But how do you make a lot of progress in the position? Because if you do go rook to a7, I think I'm going to go king to g5, right? And it's all about this move h4 that I want to play and exchange some pawns. Like, for example, if you go b4 or a4, I think I can go h4 here.
Well, a4... No, what am I saying? It's not pinned.
It's not,
It's not
you
a pin
forgot
on
about the
E2.
2 pawn.
A4,
Me too.
h4,
For
yeah.
a second, I forgot there is a pawn.
And then you can go rook check, though.
Right, but then I go king h6.
And Ray Robson has won the game.
What a
as,
game. What a game that was.
Zugzwang position.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really great played. I mean, really, really great game.
Sometimes you just tip your hat, and what a difference a day makes. I came on the show, we came on the show, and we were reveling over the fact that in round 6 of the decisive games were won by black. 6 out of the 7, pardon me, decisive games were won by black. I'm looking now at the men's section. I'm seeing a whitewash. Ray just won, and we're expecting Fabi
Also
just
to win.
moves away from winning. And again, the results, Anastasiya, speak for themselves.
Exactly, it's 3 victories for white pieces. So Leinier, Ray, and Dariush, all of them, they won with white pieces. And
we
then
can
we have one
expect
draw.
Fabi to win as well, to join the party there.
White pieces party.
The white pieces party. Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian, bishops of opposite color, but okay, I much prefer black's position in this one. I mean, probably a draw, but this pawn is much more dangerous than this pawn, which is heavily blockaded. And G1 is a potential entry square.
And I think we should just stay with the Fabiano game right now.
For
because
sure.
I think we're going to see a resignation
Soon, yes,
very soon. Rook to G5, King to H8, and I think the easy way is to just go Queen E2, threaten Queen H5, and then force the queen trade with Queen F3, going into a very easily technical winning endgame.
Exactly.
Yeah. Position just collapsed, yes, for Alex.
In one
suddenly.
move.
In one
In
move
one
after
move.
Rook A5.
That move,
couldn't
King
do
to
anything.
G8.
Yeah, and for those of you, just to put it on my board, right here, we were expecting 2 very decent moves. The most natural is to return the pawn, knight e4, trade off this very powerful attacking knight, and go into a major ending where you have the move rook c3, and the game, roughly speaking, even. Or if you don't like those apples, just post up with rooks to c3. Instead, the worst of all worlds, he dropped back with his king and allowed this sham sacrifice of the rook. You can't take the rook. Queen takes e6. Thank you for putting your king on g8.
Yes.
I will win back the rook as well. And then after rook e8, rook a6, it was all she wrote as, Fabi has gained a lot of pawns. And he did, I don't know if he did play the
We do have
Queen
Queen
E2.
F3.
He
Queen
did.
E2, Queen F3.
Queen takes F3, E takes
Yes.
F3.
And we have Rook ending with 2
Well,
extra pawns for white.
That sounds
Mhm.
sounds like it
And maybe
should
even
be enough.
3
Maybe,
pawns
yeah.
potentially, because this F3 is weak, or B4 as well.
Yeah,
I
rook
don't
to
know,
B4.
really hard to do something.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's going to go Rook to C8 and try to get the F2 pawn, but that's not going to be enough. I'm going to go Rook G3. I don't know if you want to do that.
3 against the 1.
I think just Rook B5
I kind of
first.
do, actually. I kind of just...
Yeah, that's of course. That's
Maybe just
I
move your
mean,
pawns forward.
I'll put the rook on the 7th rank and wait for this rook to move. Wherever the rook goes, you'll either toss away the b4 pawn or you'll toss away the f3 pawn. And he did play rook c8.
I think the easiest is to just go Rook G4.
Yeah, I was
Rook to
looking always.
G4.
Or Rook B5. Well, Rook G4, I guess.
King G4.
Yeah,
is
he
on the
played Rook
board.
G4.
Yep. You're from your lips to Fabi's ears. Rook to g4.
Rook C2. I take the B4 pawn. I don't want to worry about that pawn at all. And then after you take on F2, now I go King G4.
Oops, excuse me. King g4. King g4, rook f4. I agree. That makes perfect sense to me too, Christian.
And once you play the pawn on F2, I go King F3.
And then we will study the same position for pawns
against
and rook against rook.
Right.
Yes, like yesterday we checked it with Levon Aronian against Swiercz.
No, Anastasiya, no.
No.
I'm being cruel here. I'm going to go
He wants to
King
keep
F3.
3
I want to keep all my
pawns.
pawns.
3 pawns.
All my pawns,
Oh, no, you don't want to check descending.
No.
Got it.
Not
You're
interested
too
in
lazy,
checking
yes?
that and
And
She
by
won
the way,
her game,
Begum
Begum, wow.
won her game. Again, Victor with the white pieces. here, as Tatev is having quite the roller coaster tournament.
Yes, she lost 3 games in a row, actually. It's the 3rd one, I think.
Wow.
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Wow. And I think the same idea that you're having, Cristian, is just keep all the pawns.
Exactly.
The moment you play f3, f2, I'm going to go king f3. In the meanwhile, I'll rush the b pawn up the board, which is exactly what Fabi has done.
I know my guy. He's very cruel.
He's very cruel.
He's a very cruel guy. He's not going to give you any chance.
Right.
Any hopes.
And he's going to go b6,
B6
king
rook
h8, rook b8 check, and b7. Then he's going to be threatening to give away the rook and force you to play rook b8.
Correct.
Yeah, rook b1.
Rook b1, and then he will take your pawn.
Exactly.
It's
Alex
not nice.
is just going through the motions here. He wants to show the whole world why he is about to resign. And that will mean we only have 2 games left in the open section. Jeffrey Xiong versus a Wonder Liang, a game we think is a draw.
Yes.
And the 2 Sams.
2 Sams also.
Playing for Sam's supremacy.
b7.
Yes. Of course, and now rook b1.
You have to try f2.
Right. Well, rook g8 check, though.
Ah, that's a problem.
You don't have this.
You don't even have.
You don't even get to try. You just play rook b1 and go 3 pawns down, and that's it.
Yeah.
And wait for your opponent to push the pawns. Is that it?
Yeah. So the idea is after rook b1, king takes f3. Then we're just going to push our pawns until we can move our rook with a check and promote a pawn. Yeah, well done, Fabi, as he keeps his 1-point lead.
And by the way, guys, Jennifer Yu is in big trouble right now.
Yeah, we felt that it's not going really great, especially with 1 minute on her clock. So what happened at the end? All pieces.
Well, it's minor piece. Okay, she did. Whoa.
She's not happy.
Megam said, "Wait a minute. You know what? If I've got control of the e-file, I'm not going to let you trade off any of the rooks. I'll drop my rook back, rook e7, rook e1, keeping all the rooks on the board. c5, queen f2, d4. I must say, Megam is playing incredibly well. I love how she's keeping control throughout the whole game.
Look at this. Yes, she. Oops.
Lovely.
And then rook e8. Rook
After winning a pawn, then she traded down everything. And this resulting ending is not even close. The king
is far away.
Far away, whereas White's king is right there in the action. She's going to go king takes e2, king d3. And by the way, if she ever needs it, she is the one that can create a passed a pawn. Knights hate dealing with that. This is over. This isn't even close. You're absolutely right.
I wouldn't call it over yet.
Over?
There's still a technical task ahead.
What's the trick?
But it shouldn't be a difficult technical task.
So king g8 she
played king g8. Yeah.
King g8, so inviting
to take on b3.
2 pawns?
Yes.
But now if you take, I can go knight d5 and maybe set the knight on b4 and dream of some sort of a fortress. Right?
Yeah, it makes sense because a moment I was just about to play b3, b4.
Exactly.
But knight d5, that makes.
I'm just dreaming.
No. But it's a good dream.
Nice.
I would prefer not to allow the knight to take that. Almost, I want to say fortress-like square.
That is a solid
b4.
move. Yeah,
Bishop
that is a
C6
solid
is
move.
very good move. Yes.
Yeah.
Making sure this knight is not going.
And I am dreaming of playing the move b4 and getting my outside passed a pawn going. And if I ever force this, I am too close. Jennifer, body posture says it all. She is not a happy camper. Shall I just look at Alice Lee for a moment? She is suffering a pawn down, major piece ending. Okay, but
with
because of the reduced,
Mm-hmm.
because of the heavily reduced material, some hopes to make a draw here. And finally, where is Arena Krush against Ru Yang? Wow.
Extra pawn. Yes.
Extra pawn. for Irina. But back over to you, Cristian, with guest in studio.
We are indeed with Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova after an important victory against Abrahamyan. Begim, welcome back to the show. How are you feeling? What are your initial feelings after this game?
I'm feeling all right. Tatev is, she's a very good friend of mine. That's why it's kind of like sad we had to play. So that's why I feel just sad that I beat my friends.
And you guys also did some training together in preparation for the Olympiad. So you guys know each other, right?
Yeah. And then we probably both expected that this opening is going to happen. So it wasn't such a big surprise for her or for me. We just got a playable position, and I don't know, at some point she just made not the best moves.
Let's go through the game. So e4, e6, Tatev does play the French for the most part. c6, knight to c6, and bishop to d7. Bishop to e2, knight to e7, knight to a3. Explain to us this position at this point.
Actually, I forgot to check knight e7 immediately. I was, before the game, for some reason, I checked lines after c takes d. Only c takes d, and after that, like different moves. Yeah, knight e7. But still, I have an idea, knight a2, knight c2, because knight on c2 is protecting d4 pawn. My center is stronger, and I can try to like attack on the king side after.
And it seems like this is the type of position that both of you were willing to accept, g3.
I think she needs to put the knight on f5, not g6. But there is a line with knight g6 as well, but I didn't remember. Like, I think knight f5 is better.
And knight to c2?
Yeah, it's just a line, right? Knight g6 also a line, but I have a feeling that it's just worse for black after g3 h4.
Perhaps specifically because what you did with g3 h4 tried to create some problems for the knight on g6.
Probably h4 would be better. Like after I played knight c2, I was like, I had to just push h4 immediately.
To be a bit faster.
That would create more problems for her.
That makes sense. But you played knight c2, and still, it does seem like you have some time to prepare your expansion, right?
I mean, this is the only line that can happen, right here.
h5, knight to h8, and here you play this move, bishop to f4.
Yeah. I wasn't sure. It feels like I'm putting some pressure on black's center and the king side, but like I couldn't see how I can like improve the position, so I decided to develop, as my coach mentioned before.
Yes, I remember our talks.
So I just decided to develop. I was like, okay, let's see.
Speaking of development, how about you finish with a castle?
No, I didn't want a castle. I wanted to play king f1 and king g2, but. Yeah, I thought rook on h1 is better than on f1. Anyways,
don't develop too much.
Yeah, it would be too much.
Okay, so you played bishop d3.
Maybe queen b6 would be interesting move for her. I didn't see that, and while she was thinking, I realized after queen b6, I still have to castle. If I don't do it, her idea is to take on e5.
So, for example, if you go
here...
No,
if I do that, like, I'm still protecting against that. I was going to play queen e2 anyways, but, like, if I try to do something on this side, like, don't castle... Yeah, and, no, b3 maybe, like...
b3, okay.
Yeah, the idea is that e5 is hanging. You just take on e5, and then suddenly it's just checkmate on f2.
There's this idea, yes.
Yeah.
Take, and now checkmate on f2.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting idea.
I thought maybe she can get something after queen b6, but I'm not sure.
But she decided to go rook to c8.
Yeah, which is a good move.
And at this point, you started spending a little bit of time, and you came up with this idea of knight to h4.
Okay, I was so surprised. I was like, okay, it felt like I had something, but like, and I just started to realize I missed everything that I had, and I was like, I can exchange and play a cool position, or I can try something, because she didn't have much time. So
yeah, 27 minutes at this point for her, and 1 hour and 4 minutes for yourself.
I didn't see what she can play here.
It seems like knight to e4 would have been the right move. I don't think you can take. If you take after queen to a5 or queen to b6.
I wouldn't take on e4, I guess.
It seems like
Yeah,
the position.
probably that would be better than what she did, right?
Yes.
Because my king is worse here than f1.
Her pieces are very centralized, and you don't have time to castle because of bishop takes h4. And
Yeah.
actually, after knight to e4, bishop takes h4, or rook takes f4 is a
Yeah,
big
her
threat.
position looks better. That's why I didn't want to play knight h4. I fought with myself there. Like I was like, knight h4 shouldn't be right.
And you were looking at ideas of knight g6, yeah, and trying
Yeah.
to sacrifice something.
Because if I'm gonna like exchange the pieces, it's so easy for her to play. So I thought maybe I really do have something. So I just played knight h4, but I didn't realize after knight e4 I was just like.
Got it, got it. And after that, this was the critical moment right here after she allowed you to get the rook on d4. Very nicely placed. Yasser was very happy to see that nice blockading rook on d4. Begim, congratulations, an important victory for you. We'll see you in the rest of your games.
Our congratulations indeed, Begum, as we see that in the ladies section, no draws.
No.
Everybody is swinging for the fences. 3 decisive games. Well, let's take a look at the results and see for ourselves. Anastasia.
And we have 3 decisive games, as you said, Yasser. So Arsritha won the game against Sabina for sure. And then Begim won against Stasi. We just saw the game. And Sofia won lost against Nazi Paikidze. Okay, this result, with this game, we almost didn't
pay
touch.
enough attention to. Alice Lee against Rochelle. Alice, a pawn down in a queen and pawn ending. She's doing her best.
Jennifer is also trying to survive.
Yes, exactly. Jennifer is also trying to survive. And I think she went for that. Yeah, and by the way, results in the open section.
Yeah, we have more results here. It's 5 games are over for sure, yes, and 2 games only remained. 4 decisive results out of 5. Only 1 draw between Christopher Yu and Levon Aronian, and all the other games White won. Fabiano, Leinier, Ray and Dariush, all of them defeated their opponents today.
Wonderful. Real whitewash going on there. And Christian with guest in studio.
I am indeed with Ray Robson. Back-to-back victory for you, Ray, and a big one against Wesley. What are your initial feelings right now?
Yeah, I feel like I would expect to be like more joyous. I'm very happy, but yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, how well the game went for me. I've played Wesley many, many times. I think probably our last, like, I don't know, 8 games or something have been draws. Usually when I've been white many times, and I usually get 0 advantage and just have to immediately make a draw. So today went a lot differently.
We were looking at your head-to-head, and I think he was leading 2 victories to 1 and 8 draws. So it was very, very combative between you two. And you guys know each other from college days. How would you assess Wesley as a chess player? What are his strengths, weaknesses?
Well,
Give us some insights.
Obviously, he's good at everything. He's a universal player. I guess more positional in general, but obviously he can attack. Yeah, he studies a lot. He reviews his lines all the time. But he probably wasn't expecting that I would know this line that we had today. And he can be a concrete player if he thinks the position is good, even if it looks risky. He may just go for it. So sometimes he might be susceptible to attacks, which I guess is what
Did you
happened.
know this line, this pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, so it's not super common line, but fortunately I recently had reviewed this line, so I was pleasantly surprised to see it. And then yeah, after take, I believe, yeah, h3 is a interesting move, preventing bishop g4, and after knight bd7, I think queen c2, okay, apparently there's 1 game, but I think it hasn't really been analyzed much. The idea is you're just delaying the development of the bishop. If white had played bishop b2, I think d5 is supposed to be the correct response for black. Whereas keeping the bishop there 1 move longer means the bishop might go to g5 in some lines. I think here d5 just is losing for black, maybe bishop a3 or something.
In fact, let's check that. Yes, the engine confirms bishop to a3 or bishop to g5 seem to be very, very strong. Actually, bishop to a3, rook to e1, rook to e7.
Or bishop e7, yeah.
Or bishop e7, that's a problem. Yeah, yeah.
So b6, I remember, is yeah, a move, and okay, bishop b2, bishop b7, d5. Yeah, I actually knew this position still. And
so you are still within your preparation at this point?
I mean, I had analyzed this previously, yeah. And yeah, basically I knew my idea is if he plays something similar to what he did in the game with the queen f8, then I can go for g4, king h2, g5, and just attack. And that was basically all I knew. So yeah, he played c6 here, which I didn't remember from my analysis, so I was hoping it would be a mistake, and apparently
it is.
Apparently it is, yeah.
It is, and especially with the moves that you found over the board. Take us through your thought process at this point, because you only have one path, and you have to be extremely precise. You thought for 18 minutes. What were you thinking about?
Yeah,
What were you calculating?
I'm a little bit surprised there's only one win here. I mean, it looks overwhelming. For example, rook g1 is a very natural move as well. Yeah, he can put the queen on e7 in general. I wasn't sure, yeah, to give the f8 square for his king. I mean, going back to cd, I was immediately drawn to this idea of bishop h7, bishop f5, or bishop f5 immediately, but bishop h7 felt a little bit better, forced him onto the long diagonal where my bishop is, and also his king can't run away to the queen side as quickly. So this felt very natural, but there are a couple of things. So after king h8, bishop f5, I'm just starting to take, so knight e5 looks kind of forced, f4, and one option was knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4.
Yeah. And now after bishop f6, gf6, if black's king were back on g8, I assume it's completely crushing even just rook g1. Here I was, took me a while to find the way, because rook g1, I'm a tempo down, so I wasn't sure if it was working. Apparently it's still working, but I hadn't calculated deep enough to be sure about that. But then I noticed I have queen e2, and he doesn't have queen h6 ever because knight f7, and fg queen h5 is just mate. So once I noticed this queen e2, queen h5 is always working, I became very happy. So then I was about to play this, and then I realized, okay, I should check knight g6 one more time after f4. Knight g6, and initially, intuitively, it just felt completely winning. But then when I was calculating, I couldn't see like a clear win. Like if I take on g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6, I thought he has queen e8, and somehow he's just holding. So I could play after knight g6, rook g1, which maybe is, yeah, okay, apparently it's also crushing, but I wasn't completely sure. And then I started calculating what I did in the game, bishop f6, gf, knight f7, queen f7, bishop g6. And I saw, okay, I'm only down one pawn. His king's completely open, g-file's open, queen's going to go to f2, h4, f5, h5. And I didn't see any way he could organize his pieces in time, so I decided this should just be winning. And that's when I played bishop h7, bishop f5.
Yep, and your intuition was definitely correct, because he's just one tempo short.
Yeah, so actually it's interesting. So after queen e7, if we could just go back there, I thought the game is just over. I mean, I thought queen f2 was crushing, but I just, for some reason, missed f5, which is the only try. And then, yeah, after rook g1, okay, I thought it's still just completely game over, but I missed the rook to g7. And his king somehow has a shield, and I can't attack. And then I became worried that somehow I've just messed it up, because it must have been, I knew it must have been winning. But then I think, yeah, I was fortunate this queen h5. So queen h4, king g8, queen h5. And the point is, if d takes c4, bishop h7, king f8, rook takes f5, rook f7. And initially I only saw queen h6, king e8, bishop g6, but then he should give checks and make a perpetual. Or maybe checkmate me. But after rook f7, there, on move, yeah, after 33, rook f7, one move back, yeah, I noticed I have bishop g6 finally.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have time to take on c4, he has to go back and then cd.
And e2 is covered by your
e2 is covered, and still I had to find the breakthrough, but then I realized I can do what I did in the game, just put the queen on h6, rook on g2, and then I'm always turning bishop f5, and he can't move any pieces. If he plays like bishop b7, in the final position, bishop takes f5. I thought it was the simplest take, rook g7, and then I take on d6, take on d5, and queen comes back to g2, and I'm just up a piece. So,
Ray, congratulations. Big victory for you. Guys, any questions for Ray?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, Ray. You started with 5 draws. You couldn't win a game. And suddenly the clouds parted, the sun is shining. What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm very surprised. Like, obviously, I was playing Hans yesterday and then Wesley today, so still 2 super strong opponents, and was never expecting to get 2 wins. I don't know. Yesterday, I think Hans was just bit over-aggressive at the critical moment. And today, I think today, obviously, I got lucky that he played into this very dangerous line, which I happened to study recently. So, yeah, I mean, I played well both games, but I think I've been playing pretty well throughout the tournament. Just maybe my opponents gave me a few more chances, and yeah, I was ready to pounce.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yasser, Yasser actually mentioned today that you lived together with Wesley and you played thousands of games of Blitz. And do you think you actually get something from Wesley and his style while you were playing all these games? And did you cooperate with him after you stopped college and later on?
Yeah, I mean, we worked a bit together when we were at Webster, but mostly it was him, you know, that's when he kind of started to be really serious about chess and started his ascension. So he was studying all the time, and I was not at that point. So occasionally, like, I would join him and analyze some things, but mostly it was just him on his own. As far as playing with him, if that helped me, definitely helped me a lot. I would say that's almost the only reason I improved when I was in college, is just through being around him, playing against him, asking him questions about certain types of positions. Once I realized that he was actually just a much better player than me, I started listening to what he was saying, and I think it changed the way I thought about chess. So, you know, I think I went from 2600 to about 2650 at that time, and I think primarily that's just because of learning from him.
Wow, that's really nice. I mean, that's really impressive. And today you even managed to win. I think it even feels really good today. Okay, congratulations once again.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed, Ray. You've still got a second half of a tournament to go, but it feels good to be doing it with a +2 and undefeated score. Let's just jump into the game between Jeffrey Xiong and Wonder Liang. We've been thinking that was a draw for some time, Anastasiya, and in fact, the players have been repeating their moves, and I see Wonder is actually double-checking his score sheet to ask himself, are we at a 7-move repetition? A 3-move. Three's enough. Three-move repetition or not. We do expect that game to be drawn. And then we have the two Sams playing. Cristian, over to you.
We are indeed with the man of the hour, the leader in the open section, Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, welcome back to the show. You're coming quite often to our show.
That's the only reason he wins.
Yes. It seems like you want to see us.
I want to see you. We're doing a lot of shows together recently.
That is true. We see each other quite often. Tell us about this game. Actually, first of all, tell us about this game, the one between Leinier and Xiong, because it finished in 20 minutes. Were you completely shocked?
Was it actually 20 minutes?
Yes. Maybe
so
10,
I saw this coming
minutes.
when he castled after c4, because this was played before, this whole game. This was played in a high level of game. I think it was like Grishuk Duda.
Really?
Really? I don't see it
like
here.
Like the way that, like after bishop takes e4, this happened in some like online rapid game.
Okay, yes, probably rapid, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not there, but this was definitely played. I mean, it's a trap. Like, you're supposed to play dc4 here.
Yes.
It's, I played, well, you know, we prepared this line for the 2018 World Championship, so I played this quite a lot with black. And the theory is like bishop c4, castle, rook e1, knight c6, d5, and knight b8. I think I played like this against Hare Krishna. But yeah, I mean, once he played castle, I'm like, I know exactly what's going to happen next.
So you were looking at this game and you were already prefacing what's going to happen?
I didn't want to look. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion when he plays castle, and you know exactly that he missed. It's a bit of a surprise he had bishop e4, but I mean, if you play this opening, you should know the basic tricks about it.
And I think this was the caveat. He played perhaps for the first time this opening. Now let's talk about
like,
your... Yes?
Why against... I understand it's a great opening, the Petroff, but
Yeah.
why against Leinier?
An expert in the Petroff.
I mean, Leinier is like the
Yeah.
biggest expert in the world on the Petroff. It's, even if you don't lose in 10 moves, it's still a strange choice. But okay, yeah, it's... accidents happen.
Difficult game indeed. And you started with this intriguing queen to c2 followed by e4 as well. And it seemed like you surprised your opponent early on. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I saw that Alex played this earlier in the tournament, dc4. So I thought maybe he prepared the Slav and specifically this line for the tournament. And I remembered that when I was preparing this opening for black in 2020 for the candidates, that this e4 line was very dangerous, and later on Firouzja played it against me, and it was a very dangerous position, I thought. So I thought, okay, this will be an interesting try. It was interesting because he actually approached the position the same way I did against Firouzja.
Yes.
While like bishop d3, a5 is probably the best move to get knight a6 quickly, and a mess begins. But he played a6, and I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that he would go for, okay, we transpose later to my game against Firouzja. Like after rook d1, h6, I think we transposed.
Yes.
Yeah, so we got a different move order. I couldn't remember exactly how, but I remembered that he played h3 here with the idea of bishop e3.
Yes.
And this was like an online game during the pandemic. And I remember that this plan of queen e2 to bring the queen later to g4 was the most dangerous way.
So you've analyzed that game against Firouzja?
Like 2 years ago. So I kind of remembered some of the ideas, but I definitely messed it up very quickly. Like I think this knight e1 was probably good. Queen b6 is very natural. Yeah, I wasn't sure queen g4, bishop e3 first, but let's say queen g4, g6. And yeah, here I was hesitating. Like bishop e3, I was worried that he'll get knight b8 in. And I didn't want to allow this knight b8 and knight c6. But maybe the knight ends up being very poorly placed there, which is what I realized later. But the position was like a bit of a mystery to me. I was trying to understand it. He was playing very quickly, and I started to feel under pressure. And I don't really understand the position well enough, and so I wanted to stop his knight b8. That's why I played bishop d2. I was thinking he would play a5, and I would play.
And the idea, if he goes knight to b8, you
yeah,
have bishop to
yeah,
b5,
here there's bishop
yeah?
a5. So b4, a5 was very natural, and I was thinking at least now his knight can't get to b8, to b4. But then I realized that I don't really have an easy way to continue play. Like his king is stuck in the center, but eventually it might get to the king side, and yeah, I wasn't too happy with how it had turned out. So then we got, I mean, I think it was about equal always. I was a bit more happy with my position than his, let's say.
At this point. How would you assess the position at this point?
I was happy here, but still I was low on time and not exactly sure, so I played probably a bit too slowly and not concretely enough, and you could even say like a little bit passively.
But still there are a lot of things happening around the king side. You have ideas of queen to f3, put a lot of pressure on f7, and then this moment came. You took queen to e2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very, very silly, because it was a normal-ish game, complicated position. I thought we both played normally, maybe not great, but normally, and then just an absurd blunder. I didn't understand even what the point was.
And he thought for like 13 minutes at this point. What was your reaction when you saw him touching the king and going for king to g8?
I hadn't even considered this move in advance because it looks terrible. You loosen the knight on f6, and then like within a second I saw that you can take and play rook a5. I was thinking two options of his were, one was this rook c3, it's very strange, queen e5, queen b8. And then I was going to play rook c3, because if I take on e6, surprisingly I think it's a mistake. King f7, knight g5, king g7, and the endgames are probably a draw. But I have rook c3, bc, queen e3, and like let's say he has no easy way to defend this pawn. Let's say queen b3, rook a5. Once my rook gets in the game, the attack is tremendous. So so this I was happy with, but I thought maybe after queen e2, knight e4.
After
I thought I would be better, but no.
Knight e4 here?
In the game.
In the game, yes.
Knight e4, take, and then he has rook c3, and then this is a crucial idea. And here I was looking at queen e5. King, I wasn't sure where.
Let's say h7.
Yeah, take, and rook a5. C2, rook c5. Yeah, rook c8. I mean, it's holding on by only this detail for black.
If you take queen to
yeah,
b7,
no, here I lose. Here I lose because of the pawn.
Yeah.
So that's why his king goes to h7, not g8, because otherwise with the king on g8, it's a check.
That makes sense. So here, if you go king to g8,
yeah, here
the same line.
Maybe he has.
There's no more rook.
But he has rook c8 instead of. Yeah, instead of c2, I see rook c8. Okay. Anyway, black is the one who has to calculate this to a draw, so I wasn't enormously worried. But king g8 is just a very bad mistake.
Fabiano, first of all, congratulations. You are winning game after game, but also your competitors are coming from behind, especially Ray Robson. What is your take on Ray's result?
Oh, I think he played a great game today. I mean, I didn't check the game, but it looked like he had a very strong initiative from the opening. I thought Wesley played this very risky line. It seemed like Ray knew it quite well, and I don't know if he was like always much better, but it looked like Wesley was under pressure. So yeah, Ray is playing very well. I don't know who else is. Nobody else is on +2, right?
Darius.
No, Darius is on +1.
But is and a Wonder is losing to Jeffrey, right? So Jeffrey goes on +1. Is that correct?
A Wonder made a draw against Jeffrey.
Oh, I thought he would.
So
thought he would be in
Wonder
trouble.
is
Okay.
still on +1. I think everybody is on +1
Yeah.
and you on +3.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, but the last few days have been good.
Guys?
Indeed, Fabi, just keep it up. It's a pleasure watching you play in great form, and right now you're on a roll, so do enjoy yourself.
I was
Gaming was a lot of
wondering.
fun.
I was actually wondering that Fabiano has this great score. Remember, we were discussing that he has this fantastic score against Alexander. And is it helping? I mean, is it helpful when you know that your opponent doing really badly with you? I mean, have you thought about it?
I think it puts a lot of pressure on the other guy who doesn't have a good score. So it does get in your head if you're consistently playing poorly against someone. So yeah, against Alex, I've had a really good score the last few years. We've only really played in the U.S. Championship, but I've won every game. So maybe that also contributed to when he started to feel under pressure, then it put him under a bit more psychological pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought also we were discussing today about the different approaches. Are you concentrated on your game only and try not to really check the games of the others? Or you really like to walk around and check what's going on?
No, I check all the games. I mean, today it was impossible not to.
Right.
But it looked like, I mean, it was a very bloody day, wasn't it? Like,
Yes. Yes, it
Hans
was.
lost. It seemed like he got a very bad position from the opening. Wesley losing is a really big result.
Yeah, 5 decisive games, I think, so far, yes.
Well, I
So-
guess Sam against Sam will be a draw.
4 in the
Yeah,
open
it's
section.
just
yeah.
completely blockaded.
Yeah.
So they're both playing solidly. I guess they're playing decently.
50% right now.
Isn't Sevian on +1?
Ah,
or-
Sevian is on +1, yes.
Yeah. So he's having a pretty good tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, full control over all boards, it
Yeah.
seems like, yes. Thank you, Fabi.
The curious mind. And again, very, very well done. Do keep up the good work. And let's take a look at the results, by the way.
Yes, so first of all, women, we have 3 decisive games. Krista won her game against Sabina, Begim won against Tatev, and also Sophie lost against Nazi Paikidze, and we have 2 draws as
But
well.
we really are expecting that Megan will win against our co-leader, Jennifer Yu, and that will be a huge result for Megan Lee as she. And in the open section, what are our results there?
Yes, and in the open section, we have the only game which is left between 2 Sams is still...
It's still ongoing, but
yes,
a
and 4
whitewash.
decisive.
4
Exactly,
decisive
look at
with
this.
the white pieces.
Yeah, Fabiano, Leinier, Ray, and Darius, all of them scored with white pieces and 2 draws between Christopher Yu, Levon Aronian, and Jeffrey Xiong, and a wonder, Liang.
Remarkable. And we have a guest in studio with Cristian.
We are indeed with Nazi Paikidze after her first victory here at the US Chess Championship. Nazi, welcome to the show. Congratulations. It's been a difficult event for you up to this point. How important was for you to win this game?
Thank you, Christian. It's really good to be here. Yeah, I had a really rough start. There were at least 2 games where I was very close to winning, and in time Scrabble didn't manage to convert. So it feels so good to finally win, and with black pieces.
And how did you get ready for this event? Because we know you haven't been that active, but you always come and you show, or at least try to show your best here at the US Championship.
Yeah, so clearly I didn't prep well enough, but in the last 2.5 months, I've been studying chess just by myself. I don't have a coach or anything. And I took time off of everything else, all the other projects, and even social media. So
Even social media.
Yeah.
Cut
Wow.
off every distraction. I like that. Now, take us through today's game.
Right, so today she played Advanced Caro, and she didn't expect h5 because I used to play h6 before. But yeah, I switched to h5 and didn't really remember this line, to be honest. when I checked her games, she had played bishop d3 and bishop g5, not c4. But I think I got a comfortable position, and at least this is a familiar opening to me. I've played it dozens of times, so I felt comfortable and I knew the ideas. Then she gave me pawn on h4, and I don't think it was a good sacrifice because I couldn't see any decent compensation for her.
This one on h4
Yeah.
at this point. Bishop to h4, bishop to
Right.
e3. Did this move surprise you?
Yeah, absolutely. I expected bishop e7, knight e7, and maybe rook c1.
Rook a, yes.
I will castle short, and it's probably equal, maybe slightly better for white, but yeah, I was fine with this position.
Very symmetrical. You have some knight coming to f5. It looks pretty decent for you, right?
But
and
I
she
think,
played this move bishop to e3 and just gave you a pawn.
yeah, I think she didn't want to get kind of equal position, so she wanted to go all in, maybe. But I really don't see the compensation. And then she gave me another pawn on b4, and after that I was pretty confident that I was winning.
Bishop takes b4, you have two pawns. You cannot castle on the queen side, you cannot castle on the king side, but you don't have to.
Exactly,
You can
my
just
king's
keep
fine on e8.
on e8, very nice. Nazi, congratulations, a big victory for you, and I'm sure we're going to see more brilliant chess from you in the upcoming games.
I hope so, thank you.
Indeed, congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
I just wanted to say that Megan looks like she's just winning now, like completely. And I was really shocked because Jennifer got an unexpected moment right here where she could have gone for a fortress type of position where she puts her knight on b4. And once the knight gets to b4, it really reduces the value of the majority that white has. You put your knight on d4 and away you go. Instead, she played this really, I want to just say, shockingly poor decision of king f8, bishop c6, and allowed Megan to put her majority in to work, the move b4, and that it's all downhill from there for Jennifer as we catch up to the position. Megan has passed her on the A file.
Another
and now,
one is coming.
on the F file. I'm expecting knight d6. What else? F6. And then, unfortunately, this knight is tethered or frozen to controlling, to protecting against that pawn promotion. The king is frozen to the A pawn, and in the meanwhile, white can actually just pick up all of these pawns. So Jennifer really, even from her body posture time ago, really knows that it's over. I mean, knight d6, f6, there's nothing she can do, and she's going to see her lead, or her co-lead, slip away. By the way, Irina Krush already drawing, right? She did.
She
draw.
has drawn her game.
So
yes.
Irina
She
will be
finished her
at 5, and Megan, thanks to this victory, will join her.
Exactly. So, and Jennifer, you will tie for the second place most probably.
Precisely so.
And what a, well, not disaster, but what a big miss by Irina in that one.
Yes.
That one move, h5, could have changed the whole scenario.
Exactly.
I'm sure she will come back home and she will be really shocked when she will see this h5. And of course, she's capable to find such moves easily. Just probably she was kind of obsessed with this idea how to push this a pawn. Yes, and
queen
like
a7.
sometimes you play something. Oh, first of all, again, it came this mistake after a long game, and again, you have to make all these decisions. Very hard. So probably she just simply forgot that she could create this checkmate net around the king.
Indeed, I'm sure you're absolutely right. You know, you've got this past a pawn. Let's just go for it.
We know this. Yes, in the queen's ending, we want just to promote the extra pawn.
Exactly. By the way, I'm looking at the game between the two Sams. And after this move, queen b7, very nicely timed by Sam Shankland. And I think that thanks to this move especially, that's the move that will secure a draw. And so it's still unclear who's the best Sam.
So this question will remain.
It will remain until
the next championship.
or until they cross swords again. But as we keep an eye on the Megan game against Jennifer Yu, well, we're going to just take a break, and we'll be hanging around in studio. See you on the other side of the break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back to round 7, and actually we have a big result. Jennifer Yu just resigned. She lost the game against Megan Lee.
Yeah, we saw that in real time. We knew it was going to happen, but still, it's quite a stunner here in round 7 as Jennifer Yu, first half, those 4 wins, and she was flying only to have 1 loss. But then suddenly, this loss today, this one really, really hurts. She gets knocked out of first place. Megan says, please, Irina, shall we have a sharing of the lead?
Yes.
And our congratulations to Megan, which leaves us with Alice Lee versus Rochelle. That's a queen and pawn ending. And oh my goodness, well, we could be here for quite a long while, as these queen endings are notoriously difficult for both the superior side as well as the side who's struggling to save the game. I believe that the Sams did make the draw. Sam Sevian got the 2 queens, but it wasn't enough as a perpetual in the final position. Well-played game, a very interesting game, but a very bloody round, Anastasiya, I must say.
Exactly, so many decisive games. I mean, maybe players are getting tired a little bit. We could see a few mistakes. For example, of course, this game, which finished the first against Leinier Dominguez, Xiong lost so quickly, but also unexpected result in Alex Lenderman game where he simply blundered. Yes, let's say, I'm sure that, let's say if it was round 1, maybe he wouldn't do such a mistake. But when it's already round 7, you're getting a little bit tired. And
well, for a lot of our audience can get confused as to why something like that happens. And I tell you, I've seen it in the World Championship period of Anatoly Karpov. He just put a lot of pressure all the time. Opponents collapse. Magnus Carlsen today is the modern equivalent version, if you will. He just keeps pressure. Now you're so close to a draw, and all you have to do is make the accurate moves, but you can't because you've been suffering so long. And well, in these U.S. championships, which are so strong, it's very easy to blunder. And let's just refresh our women's results so far, Anastasiya.
So we have, I think, all results except one. 4 decisive games, semi-open section,
played,
right?
Yeah. Well, pardon me. Yes.
So Megan Lee, as you could see now, won against Jennifer Yu. Afrisa defeated Sabina, and then Begim defeated Tasia Abrahamyan, and then Nazi won her first game finally in this tournament against Sofia, and and we have 2 draws.
Rochelle. And again, Irina Krush tied with Megan Lee for first, and Irina really missed a golden opportunity today, I felt, Cristian.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That move, H5, was just screaming to be played. And you actually, guys, saw it in like a couple of seconds,
I
right?
mean, yes, sir,
and
so it is.
Well, we're talking about
I'm inspired by you.
Big moment. I think it was somewhere around here. No.
When King was on H3, remember?
Yeah, this was the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to look at the time. Okay, this is move 35. And actually, Irina had 30 minutes on her clock.
On her clock?
So definitely she should have seen the move H5. It was probably among her candidate moves.
Right.
But you have to make that decision to finally play it. And I'm trying to understand what she missed. My guess is that she missed this idea. King to G7, this makes all sense. Queen takes D6, check, Queen to F5. And now she probably spotted Queen to F4 and she was like, okay, we're exchanging the queens. I'm actually losing this position. So,
G5,
but then you have to continue.
Wow.
You have G5. But you have this blindness, right? Because you see, or at least in your calculation, the queen is still on D6. Then you forget that you played it on F4 and there's no more pin and you have this move G5.
Yes.
That's what probably happened in this situation. And sure, maybe tomorrow or whenever we're going to speak with Irina next, we're going to ask her what was the move that she missed in her calculation in this one. But yes, big moment and big miss because this could have allowed her to gain the sole leadership position.
Exactly.
And we know how important being in the sole leadership position is. It's it's like there's less pressure on your shoulders, right? It's up to your competitors to actually come back and pick the pace and get back to that co-leadership position. So there's not as much pressure when you're in the leadership position. We know Magnus Carlsen loves to be in the leadership position. Fabiano Caruana also, we've seen how striking the difference in his play it is whenever he's chasing the pack. We've seen that at the candidates, and right now he's being chased. He can extend his lead. There's less pressure, definitely, when you're the leader.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at the current standings in the Open. Anastasiya, do the honors.
So Fabiano Caruana still has this 1 point lead. He has 5.5 out of 7. And Ray Robson climbed to second place with 4.5 points.
Thanks to his
victory today.
Victory, yes, nice.
And then Leinier Dominguez, together with great company of Dariush, Sam, and Evander, all of them, they have 4 points on +1,
Exactly.
right? They're chasing the leaders.
And Jeffrey, Sam Shankland, Christopher Yu, all at 50%. Defending champion Wesley So, very unusually at a -1. And we have our new co-leader in studio with Christian.
We are indeed with Megan Lee. Megan, first of all, congratulations. Welcome back to the studio. There was a setback against Anna Zatonskih, but then you picked yourself back up, and now a crucial victory against the co-leader going into this round, Jennifer Yu. How did you approach this game, and are you aware of Jennifer? Have you played with her?
I've never played Jennifer before.
This is the first time?
So I prepared the Scotch against her, which I've never played before, which I had some help with from a good friend for some of the prep. And she played...
Were you getting inspired by your game against Nazi Paikidze?
Yeah, I think the Scotch is a pretty safe opening to play as white. You have a pretty straightforward plan in the variation that I played. And then you can easily develop your pieces. And I thought maybe if I castle queenside, I could get like a...
And did you expect this move bishop to c5?
Yeah, she's played it before, so...
Cool, knight to b3, bishop to b6. And by the way, you decided against knight takes c6, which is one of the main lines. How did you make that decision?
Actually, my friend helped me, a really good friend of mine helped me prep this line. So
this knight to b3 move.
Yeah, so I think I was in book until she played like knight e5.
Knight to e5 all the way. So you anticipated her to block you with the move a5 like that, and now knight to e5. This was the moment. Got it. And what were the plans that you surely were aware of in this position?
I think I have either making like a kingside break with my majority, or I had like this bishop e3 idea planned, which I played to trade off like the dark squared bishops. And I think it's like a little more uncomfortable for black with her knights to know what to do.
The knights are a little bit uncomfortable on e5 and e7. And she played this move, f5, f4, knight g4. This was a critical moment. After knight to c3, knight to f6, rook to e1, and she played this move, bishop to g6. Did you see this move, g4?
I saw it after I played rook g1, but I think...
Because you were definitely aiming at that move g4, right?
Yeah, I missed that one.
But you were still in pole position to have a nice advantage. How are you feeling at this point? She had only 19 minutes on the clock, 50 minutes for you. You built up a very nice advantage on the clock, and still plenty of moves to go. How are you feeling about your chances?
I was feeling pretty confident. I think being able to keep a lot of the pieces on the board made her spend a lot of time calculating. And again, I think she's a little unfamiliar, I guess, with this variation, as was I. So I think I was able to build an advantage on the clock, yeah.
But it also felt like your moves were much easier. You were just like pushing the pawns, making her life uncomfortable. Bishop to f7, g3, knight to d5, and now knight to b5. And now finally you got to this position. What was the next critical moment in your opinion?
I think when she had her queen on d6 and she started pushing her c pawn and d pawn, her structure kind of got a little looser, so I was able to break through, yeah.
Absolutely, and you ended up into this endgame, which you nicely converted after that. Megan, congratulations. You're in the co-leadership position right now with only 6 rounds to go. Are you dreaming about the championships? Are you starting to dream? Are you starting to believe?
I'm still trying to focus one game at a time. Yeah, I think there's still a lot of the tournament left, so anything can happen.
And who are you playing tomorrow?
I think I'm playing Ashrita.
Ashrita, okay. Big matchup against Ashrita, who is also actually surging right now through the rankings, 3 games in a row. Do you have any experience with Ashrita? Have you played before?
I think we've only played once last year, so, and she was, I think, white that game, so I'll be white this time.
It's going to be a big match. We'll let you go, get your rest and your preparation in.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Megan. Very, very nicely done as takes down a co-leader. And we have some social media questions, Anastasiya. You ready?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Have a look.
Let's have a look. All right. This one is from JBest0123.
Yes, actually, it's the question addressed to Cristian, who is not paying attention right now. But so, Cristian, can we know what your most memorable wins moments at tournaments are?
It's a very, very
nice
short
question.
answer. This won't take too long.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness, Yasser.
Take us to the finish line, Cristian.
That was under the belt.
Under the belt.
I'll get back
Gotta get in your shots.
I'll get back to you, Yasser. Well,
And then in 1 hour, you know, we will.
Gotta get in your shots.
I guess the most memorable is the World Youth Championship in 2007. That's when I won the World Championship under 16. After that, I won a bunch of open tournaments. The US Open in 2018, that was a big one. And then I think another one was 2016. Actually, that was a breakthrough for me when I won Millionaire Chess under the 25-50 bracket. But still, that was a big victory for me. And yeah, I guess those 4, at some point after I graduated, I was winning at least one big event every year. Obviously, since 2019, since I haven't played, I'm not doing that anymore, but hopefully I'll come back.
I don't understand what Cristian is doing here with so many successes.
I know, right?
Like,
and I remember the Millionaire. That was a really nice,
I love that
nice victory. That
How
was
much money did you win? It's not only about points.
That was actually my biggest financial win as well. So that allowed me to kind of continue playing chess and focusing on playing chess. I think it was $12,000.
Okay. Nice. Yes.
And unfortunately, this was the 3rd year of the Millionaire when the prices decreased. It was a millionaire, but it wasn't actually a millionaire.
Right.
There was no TV, unfortunately. I know Silverback, I think, did the first edition in Las Vegas, which was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun in that one. And it's unfortunate that that tournament did not continue. I really enjoyed playing that one. Hopefully, Maurice, maybe will get it back on track.
But also, I mean, it's very nice, the career wins and things like that. But for me, also the fact that you were on the World Championship team with Fabi.
Of course,
and,
that was
winning,
a highlight. Yes.
And enjoying, Rustam and Fabi and getting Leinier, getting to work at a World Champion. I mean, it's a special atmosphere, the World Championship match.
It's not a victory, but I would say that probably that is one of my career highlights. Yes, not as a competitor, but more like as a coach.
Yes, and any other as a coach? Anybody won something?
Have you won the national championships?
As a coach, plenty. More recently, I think, is Grigory Oparin. Grigory Oparin's qualification to the Grand Prix events.
He played very well.
To 3rd position in the Grand Swiss. So that was a big one. He actually won like $40,000. I mean, he won way more money than I did in one event. So as a coach, that was a big one,
Yeah, great. I was actually wondering who is helping Grigory during this Grand Prix events. He played in FIDE. So, great job.
Very much so. Well done. As again, we have one single game remaining. Alice Lee versus Rochelle. Alice, the 12-year-old, struggling to save the game. The loneliest people in the playing hall, along with the arbiters, by the way.
Actually, it's funny. We have more arbiters now than players.
Exactly.
in
I
the
see
hall.
3 arbiters, 2 players. It's, look, let's be frank. I mean, the tournament hall is beautiful.
Yes.
The players, the pieces, fantastic. The sets, the boards, everything's really, really nice. But my goodness, when you're playing in a big hall with audiences, it's just such a totally different experience. I love, the World Championship matches where you do have a big audience. You just kind of feel the tension of the audience too. It's
Not
kind of crackles.
always, Yasser. Not in all World Championships we had audience. I think, but most of the times, yes. And there is the glass wall,
the glass,
yes, between
yes.
the audience and the players. It
Right.
happened in Dubai. We had this glass, but I remember in Lviv where Hoifan played against Maria Muzichuk, there were no spectators at the
They
playing
wouldn't
hall.
allow them in
No,
the
only
playing
for first 10 minutes they allowed
the photographers.
Yes, and then later on nobody could enter the
Oh.
playing hall, and then we had also half an hour delay, so nobody knew what's happening, with the game.
Wow.
And then the players would come for the press conference, and again they had to show us
Well,
at
what
the end of the
actually
game.
took place.
Yes.
And one more social media question. Let's see what it is. This one is from Donald Stephen.
Okay, good question. Will Yasser ever play in another US Championship?
Let's just say for the moment I have no such ambitions, but I must say that my colleague Alexander Shabalov and I are sharing a home here in St. Louis. So he's sitting there telling me all of these wonderful stories about the senior team championships and how much fun the seniors are having. And he's just really making it sound really good. And he's like, yes, sir, you would make a fine addition,
Yes.
So these senior championships and seeing all of the chess legends,
Yes.
if I can use that term, here in America, they're inspiring. They're inspiring. But really, once again, I just boldly state the obvious that sitting here with yourselves, enjoying the thrills and spills of the competitors, makes me happy where I am. Now, on the other hand, what makes me really unhappy is when you have to study these really, really in-depth openings. Can you imagine playing the Berlin? Like somebody says to you, you have to play the Berlin and you got to spend the next 2 months studying all the nuances. Your inspiration.
Yes.
On the other hand,
Yes.
let me interrupt myself. On the other hand, a Fischer random event,
Maybe it should
that
be
is
Fischer
very,
random
very,
for
very, very,
senior.
very inspiring because then you don't have to do any preparation. You just have to exercise your tactics and your end game. So Fischer random might inspire me to return.
Okay, let's check one more question.
This one is from Dagger.
Yes.
Okay,
this is a nice one actually. Has
Uh-oh.
Yasser ever been furious during a chess match? He's one of the most positive chess symbols, and I wonder if his emotions ever got the best of him as a result of the match.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be his own match. That's an interesting.
Yes, one time I kind of lost emotional.
No,
yeah.
tell us
It
more.
was pretty bad. It was probably, singularly speaking, it was maybe the worst experience I ever had over a chessboard. So what had happened was in 1986, I played this Olympiad. The U.S. versus USSR, and on board one, I had beaten Garry Kasparov, and the U.S. beat this incredible Soviet team. And in fact, we were going into the last round with a lead. We were in gold medal position over the Soviets. Then the next year, the next Olympiad in '88, Thessaloniki, I think that Garry just had an enormous amount of pressure on his shoulders. And somehow that carried over in this match. And as we were playing, he began to really press
His
the pieces, but really began to hit the clock very hard. And it was getting more and more annoying, slowly.
Yeah, I can understand what you mean.
My
Yes.
tolerance was getting really too much. And then he did something that I've never seen before or since. This was really amazing. He made a move, squished it into the board, and hit the clock with a closed fist.
Yes.
But he hit the clock. In those days, we had these big clocks, and it depressed the table and bounced up. Oh, all the pieces fell over.
No,
all
really?
the pieces fell over.
Yes.
But not just on my board. The next two is Boris Golko versus Anatoly Karpov. Their pieces fell over too. This was too much for me.
Yes, so what did you do?
I was ready to hit him off the table. And he immediately sensed the danger. Sorry, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Sorry. He began putting all the pieces up. My time is ticking.
Yes.
And I had like 4 minutes.
Yes.
And like I was so emotionally charged, it took like 2 minutes for me just to calm down.
Of course. No, that's a crazy situation.
Long story short, the position was even. I decided to play for a win with less time instead of making a draw. I lost the game. Jet streams of profanity followed me to the hotel. It was tough. Gary was just, I understood later, of course, he was under so much pressure, but it was just bad behavior at that particular moment that just really threw me for a loop. Boy, was I upset.
Yes, but I mean, these memories, do you bring them?
I haven't recovered.
Not yet.
It'll take another lifetime for me to recover from that one. That was pretty tough. And unfortunately, my teammates were also really angry too. In those days, we didn't really make these kinds of complaints to the appeals committee, but a lot of my teammates, let's say, were of that opinion that we have to do something because this was bad behavior.
Yes, like you could probably complain. You could stop, for example, the clocks these days and complain to the arbiter that my opponent pushed clocks or something.
Everything
push
else.
buttons.
But I was, that was the word. Thank you for the
What a nice question. Yes.
Memory lane. Sorry, we haven't paid too much attention to the actual position.
This is the favorite type of endgame for us commentators.
Oh, it's not.
Whoa, yes.
We can talk about
it. It's a great endgame. It's a great, and take a look at this. Actually, she did get her last streak in, and her opponent, Alice Lee, fell for it. Check this out.
Really?
No.
Queen to F2, yes. The nice king to H1 seems to be holding off the draw quite easily. Comfortably, exactly. You're defending the pawn on G3. Probably at some point you have to go F4. You cannot take with the queen because this endgame is actually losing after king to G6. You get here opposition, but I still have one more bullet in my gun. I go G6, you go here, I go here. You go the other way, I go here. So this is losing for white, but what you can do is just simply take back with the pawn. You take this one, I go out, and then you're not going to be able to do much with just the H-pawn. It's probably your best attempt in the position, but you're not going to get anywhere close because I'm going to go queen to E5 next. I'm going to start giving you some checks.
Oh my.
It's probably a draw. Now let's take a look at what happened in the game. She played the move king to H3, but now she found, Rochelle Wu with the black pieces, found this move, queen to G1. Immediately a checkmating threat. You have to address that. How do you do it? Of course, with queen to C6 or queen to B7. The problem is, right now, after queen to F1, king to H2, queen to E2, king to G1, you can put the king, by the way, anywhere you want. The same thing will happen in the position. F4 is coming. Yes, king to G1, F4 came on the board, G takes F4, and now queen to G4, and now you're losing both of your pawns.
Oh my word.
Exactly. You cannot go queen to G2 once again.
That's that losing ending.
This is the losing endgame, and right now you're losing both of your pawns with tempo. She played king to F1. I'm going to take on F4, then I'm going to capture on H4 as well. Where's the perpetual? There's no perpetual. I'm going to go king to H6, cover up with the queen, and then I'm going to try to basically push my pawns and win in that way with the two pawns. Real chances right now for Rochelle Wu in what looked like a seemingly very easy drawish position, but Alice Lee made the last mistake right now, and she might be paying for that one with the full point.
Wow, that king H3. These queen endings can be very, very tricky. The crazy part is that according to the table base, these two pawns, G7 and H5, could well be a draw, even though you're 2 pawns up.
It's possible.
But I wouldn't expect either Rochelle or Alice to have spent too much time studying these queen and pawn endings where one player's 2 pawns up. They probably think, in practical terms, if I ever get that position, I'll play it and I'll win it.
But this one is losing.
Yes, this one is losing.
Yes,
Why is
yes.
this one
After
losing as compared to the ones?
Don't even try.
He knows,
Don't even
he
try.
knows all but tells little. Look at this guy.
There's no chance I will be able to tell you why this particular one is winning. I mean, I remember that game between Fabiano and MVL.
Yes.
You remember that one?
Right.
When MVL actually had a draw.
Yes.
It was the same. 2 pawns versus none on, I think it was at the Sinfield Cup.
Was it?
Yes. More recently at the Sinfield Cup.
Okay.
And I think even MVL came at some point.
Yeah, of course it was
after
the
a
Sinfield Cup.
victory.
You're right.
Yes, at the Sinfield Cup. And then he said, yeah, of course, I had no idea that I'm supposed to actually be okay in this position with this crazy move. Right. Not actually give a check, but it was some crazy queen to e7 that was just simply controlling the best squares in position.
No, it's not possible.
But it's impossible, right? You cannot calculate, you cannot make... First of all, in this position, don't play g6.
Yes, and then it's a draw, yes.
G6 is a draw instantaneously. Yes, at least that we know.
Yes. So queen f6, most
Queen
probably.
f6. And in general terms, the winning technique, is it to play G5, H5, King H5, or should she be leaving the G7 pawn on the square and just pushing her H pawn? What is the, if you could articulate Black's...
It seems like you want to keep the pawn on G7.
Yes, it's an interesting idea.
But you could potentially go with G5 as well. So put the queen on F6, which controls a lot of the checks. Then play the move G5.
Right.
There's no check on F8. There's no check on H8.
Okay.
So after that, especially now that the king is not in front of the pawn, perhaps let's just push the H pawn and try to focus on pushing the H pawn. I think actually this is much more difficult if the king stays on H1.
If the white king had been
If the white king stays in front of the pawns. With the king already out on E2, I think this is a much easier conversion.
Because the king is cut.
Yes, and that was the big difference between this endgame and the endgame between MVL and Fabiano. MVL's king was in front of the pawns. I think it was on the other side of the board on A8. It was the black king on A8.
And by the way, Rochelle took a different approach. She didn't put her queen on F6. She put her queen on G6. This is the current position.
There is a queen G4 sighting.
Pardon me? Yes.
There's a queen G4 sighting.
Yes. I was thinking that you probably just want to keep your queen
That's what she thinks as well.
Yeah.
As far as possible.
As far as possible, no cross checks. But it's interesting what you're saying. You could almost say that a threat for Alice is to bring her king closer to the pawns to try to get to the H1 square. And maybe that was one of the reasons why maybe the queen on F6. I'd probably want to play queen F5 if
Which
I was
she did.
in Rochelle's shoes. Now this is all I can comment. I got the last 2 moves. I'm going to rest on my laurels.
Great commentary, Yasser. Great commentary.
Look, I'm resting on my laurels. Did you know the worst moments for me as a commentator? This was so bad. It was good. It was a queen and pawn endgame. It was from the Vaikanze. And Anish Giri, the Dutch champ, was playing for first against Wesley So. And Anish was enjoying an extra pawn. It was an empty playing hall. 700 competitors had left, and the dinner bell has long sounded. Anyway, so there they were, and me too. And even the arbiter was like killing it. And I was trying to explain this queen and pawn endgame, and I said, I can't do it. I turned on the engine. And the engine immediately said, plus 47. Plus 47. Really? Anish is winning. Anish made a very reasonable natural move, 0-0-0-0. Wesley made a very reasonable natural move, minus 47. And this went back and forth for like half an hour before finally Anish won the game, and I had still no idea why the 47 and the 0-0s. It was absolutely, absolutely awful as a commentator. You're a leaf in the wind. By the way, Queen E5 check is encouraging the king
to go back, yes.
to get back to
But
home
you cannot
plate.
do it. Queen F6. There
Oh,
is
you
a
can't go to. Oh no.
Yes.
You want to
Any
do it,
F-
but you cannot.
That's
a problem.
nicely timed by Rochelle as she's kicking the king even further away. Okay,
Nice
so now
tricks, by
I
the
understand. Queen E5. So now I think Rochelle's idea is to go Queen E4, keep the king away, and
Which
by
she
the
did.
way,
It's on the board.
that H pawn is beginning to vroom up the board.
Yes.
She's playing it very nicely, I have
By
to
the
say.
way, yes, no checks, not even one check. White cannot give you. Is it actually the way how to make one check? Ah, yes, now only Queen H5, yes.
Queen to A5 was played.
Queen to
There
H5.
is-
So maybe even if I play H4, you give me this check, I go King G8. Where is your next check?
There's no more next checks.
No, yeah, so maybe H4.
H4 looks quite fine. The king goes back to G8.
You can also play King H6.
Yeah,
maybe
that
now.
was the thing. I might find myself actually more inclined to play King H6 to just play nursemaids to the pawn. You know, like just keep the pawn in front.
She
But
actually
I
won.
like the H4 move. She played
Queen
a different
G4.
move.
G4.
Queen G4, King E1.
Queen G4, King E1, and I suppose it's time once again.
But now if you do that, I
H4.
get closer to my
Yes, King F1.
to your pawns, right?
Right? Well, hold on. King F1, H3, though, Christian.
Ah, and Queen G2.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. And even if you try to protect, you still go Queen G2, and that endgame is win.
That one is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you step
This is nice because the pawn is interesting.
Yeah,
And
and
king
you
is
step
in
in front of the
Wow.
pawn. That is a nice one.
Yeah.
So Queen G4 check. King went to H1. H4 is on the board.
And now it seems like Alice is going to try to find the next check in the position. Where are you going to give the next check from?
Yeah, you cannot even play Queen C3 again. Queen G3.
Yes.
Like really.
Yep.
So you
not
cannot put your
easy.
queen on any of the first three ranks. Because if you put it on the first, Queen G1. If you put it on the second, Queen G1 and Queen G2.
That's
Also,
a skewer.
If you put
Oops.
it on the third, then Queen G3 is coming.
Yep. Yeah.
so she plays Queen C5.
Queen C5, okay. Sidestepping any...
Checks like Queen
Checks.
C2, but
Queen C5 on the board. I mean, she's looking just to harass as best she can, make checks against Rochelle's king. I like the fact that if you put your queen on
G3?
G3, I'm defending C7. Why is that important? Well, maybe at such a moment, if you were to give me a check on C2, not saying you should, maybe you should give me a check on F5. I've got G6 and
Be
no
careful,
more checks.
yes.
Uh-oh.
Queen H5, Queen H5, Queen
Oh,
E8.
Here was
wrong
Queen
timing.
F5, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Queen F5, Queen H5, yes.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Boy, that would be
That's the disaster.
traumatic.
In the position. Yeah.
No, but just to show actually how you can simply
Let
lose,
it all.
Yes, all your advantage by playing a couple of inaccurate moves. Yeah, so she played Queen E4.
So
Again,
she's
probably
getting back.
defending
Allows
from
Queen
all checks.
H5. Actually, no, that's check.
That's check.
Sorry, let me refresh
This
my
is
board.
check, yes.
Yes.
But now I get closer to the pawn. And isn't this becoming a bit more difficult?
King F2, absolutely. Why did she need that particular check at that moment?
That's not good. Now it's becoming a bit more difficult. Probably still winning, but...
Maybe from like.
Okay, I'll tell you something. Right now, there's only 5 moves that win, and everything else is a draw.
Really?
Yeah. Like G6 is a draw.
G6 is a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen B1 is a... Well, Queen B1, yes. Makes
Well,
sense.
yeah, you don't want to allow the Queen H5. King H6 is a move I would be inclined to play.
Yeah, King H6 is still winning.
Okay, that's actually... Yeah.
I think you found one more.
One. You'll find the other 4 very easily.
No way.
No problem.
Yes, no way. H3, queen H5.
But why queen e4 in this moment? I mean...
Yes, it was a better moment. You had already queen on e4 a couple of moves before.
Okay,
and
she
you
has
could play
found
H4.
king h6, by the way.
Okay, good.
Queen e4, yes, nice move. Again, I like to shepherd the pawns up the board, you know, with the king, and usually you can slalom around the pawns so that there's no perpetual checks, as well as you're making progress with your king and pawn. But I like what Rochelle had done, which was to cut the king and chase it away, the white king away from the h1 square.
Okay, king to h6. She's following your lead, Yasser.
I wanted to ask you the same question that our social media asked. Cristian, what were your memorable moments in your chess career that just was...
I wanted to ask you, Yasser, actually.
Oh, no, that would be here for days.
Yes, we will stay here till the morning.
Exactly.
You have achieved so much. Actually,
Right.
No, I cannot compete, of course, with Cristian, but okay, a couple of things I will mention that
really stand out.
Yeah. Like I won once youth championship under 18, Ukrainian youth championship among girls. But in this event, believe me, everybody played, like Anna Muzichuk, Anna Ushelina, maybe even Maria Muzichuk. I don't know, everybody was playing, even in this different age categories at that time. You know, it was not easy at all. And like,
so it was a real all-star cast.
Those kind of championships, I mean, believe me, even you were like older, but these girls, I mean, they were doing something crazy, and you always knew these, you know, teenagers.
Yes.
So it was not easy, and then all of them became 2,500 players a few years later. And then also the same year we won European Youth Championship, team championship, and I was in the team because I was the champion. I played on the first board, and if I remember correctly, Katerina Rohanian played on the second board, and she lives now in US, and she used to play in US championships after. Yes, so at that time we played for Ukrainian team, and it was, I think, a good moment. You know, we got European golden medals at that time. Yes, so they had these youth championships, European championships at that time, and it was a nice experience as well. I will just mention those two.
So what you're telling
Not to take your time.
So what you're telling me is, after your teenagehood, you went into a slump. Like you achieved some really You played in the national championship.
I played,
the
yes,
Olympics
but I didn't play for the team because, you know, this team was again 2,500 players.
Fantastic.
I mean, you cannot, you couldn't find your way. I mean, with at that time Katerina Lagno, Natalia Zhukova, Inna Gaponenko, all of them were really like professional players.
Right,
I decided that I also want to study something, and at that time I studied law in the law academy from my age of 17, and then of course I played in many events. And anyway,
wow.
Long story short.
Oh no, we have
what
Alice
happened?
She blundered a cross check.
Really?
So when we left King F2, King H6, that was a winning move. Queen D6 check.
Yes.
Queen G6. Queen F4 check. Queen G5.
Yes.
Don't play Queen D6. Don't do it, Alice. She did it.
And this
Queen
was,
F6, and now you're forced to trade queens. And thanks to the fact that black is 2 pawns up, it's a simply, easily winning king and pawn ending.
Wow.
Oh, that last move really hurt. If she had played, for example, Queen B8 or even Queen F8, we would still.
Speak about my great results.
No, Queen G3.
Queen G3, yeah.
Queen G3?
Oh, then it means I have to get my queen.
You have to get all the way there. But now I go Queen G3, H3, I think.
And that's probably good enough. But for Rochelle, this was a very important win because she hasn't had a good tournament so far, but that helps a lot. And Alice was doing pretty darn good coming into today's round as the players get wanded after the game, our fair play competition rules. Whew. But Cristian, First, Anastasiya, the standings.
Yes, let's check the standings. We have
After
two
7.
leaders now. So Irina Krush and Megan Lee, they took over. They share the first place.
Right.
And then Jennifer Yu
Clear
has yes, 4.5 and clear third. Begim is on the 4th position together with Alice Lee.
And now you can understand what I'm saying. Alice Lee, had she won this game, she would have been a tie for first, but that loss really hurts. And in the open section.
And in the open section, we remember that Fabiano Caruana has 1 point distance from the others with 5.5 points. Ray Robson is on the clear second place, very happy with 2,700 also rating right now, live rating. So Leinier, Dominguez, Dariusz, Swiercz, and Sam Sevian, and also Evander Liang, all of them, they have 4 points and they share third
And
place.
once again, that went under the radar, but our big congratulations to Ray Robson for breaking the 2,700 barrier for the first time. Congratulations, Ray. And Christian, final thoughts. Very eventful round 7.
Oh, it was bloody.
Yes.
4 decisive results in the open section, and I do believe that 4 decisive results in the lady sections. In, if not 5, no, we had 4 decisive results in 5 decisive results, in fact, in the lady section.
9
in total.
That is a brilliant game, brilliant day of chess here at the U.S. Chess Championships. I have to say, Fabiano Caruana just surging through the rankings. It must suck to be the field right now because this guy is running away with the event. But Ray Robson, 2,700, newly minted 2,700 in the United States, definitely must be feeling good about his potential chances as well. Tomorrow we will be having a lot of exciting chess coming your way, and we will be here to call all the action.
Thank you, Christian, for the last word, Anastasiya. It's been a great pleasure.
Same
Wonderful to call the action with you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your day. Be sure to tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.